क्या आपको पता है कि हमारे इन्फ्लेशन बास्केट से वीसीआर और डीवीडी प्लेयर्स हमेशा के लिए हटा दिए गए हैं?
हाँ यार, मतलब उनकी जगह ऑनलाइन स्ट्रीमिंग सर्विसेज ने ले ली हैं, लाइक नेटफ्लिक्स।
Right. The Indian economy is changing incredibly fast, yaar.
बिल्कुल।
I mean, it's not just our screens. We are looking at data showing over 24 crore Indians escaping poverty. But at the very same time, the top 1% are holding massive amounts of wealth.
इट्स अ ह्यूज पैराडॉक्स है ना।
हाँ, so आज हम इन सब figures के पीछे का actual math decode करेंगे. Today we are uncovering the hidden logic behind India's economy. From how a slight tweak in GDP calculations changes everything, to how drones are literally saving agriculture. Ready?
I am ready. The economy is a living ecosystem. Everything is connected. When you change how you measure inflation, it ripples all the way down to a farmer's bank account.
So let's start right there with inflation, the Consumer Price Index, yani CPI.
हाँ,
Basically, this measures changes in retail prices over time for everyday goods and services जो households consume करते हैं. If I think back to 2012, I was buying CDs and DVDs.
right.
Today, I'm paying for an OTT platform subscription.
Consumption बदल गया है, which is why the government had to update how they measure inflation, right?
Exactly. Moisp recently released a newly revised CPI. उन्होंने बेस ईयर को 2012 से शिफ्ट करके 2024 कर दिया है.
Oh wow, 2024.
हाँ, देखो, the digital trade space has expanded massively. Rural और urban boundaries fade हो रही हैं, and our consumption patterns are totally different now.
I was looking at the new list and it's fascinating. The coverage now includes 358 weighted items. नए editions में rural housing, OTT streaming, value-added dairy products, babysitters, and even exercise equipment hai. Yeah, that reflects real life now.
And importantly, they are using the Household Consumption Expenditure Survey, the HCES, of 2023-24, like as a new reference for assigning weights to these items.
They also upgraded the classification. 12 divisions based on a UN standard called COICOP 2018.
Acha.
But the most drastic change is in food and beverages. Its weight was slashed from about 45.8% down to 36.75%.
Wait, hold on. Dropping the food weight that drastically, doesn't that directly impact how the RBI sets interest rates? I mean, their whole job is to target inflation at 4%?
It's actually a huge relief for monetary policy.
Really?
Haan. Food prices are extremely volatile because they depend on the weather. Ek monsoon fail hua and tomato prices shoot up.
Right, I remember that.
By reducing the weight of food, you reduce the overall policy volatility caused by sudden weather shocks. RBI can now target core inflation much better.
Okay, that makes sense. But what about the e-commerce tracking? I heard they're pulling data from just 12 large towns, cities with over 25 lakh population. Isn't that ignoring the rest of India?
It is a limitation, but it's about data standardization.
Acha.
Smaller towns often lack uniform delivery networks or pricing structures for e-commerce. If you include them right now, it could distort the national average.
You have to start where the data is reliable.
Exactly.
You also mentioned they adopted the COIC OP 2018 standard. Why does a UN framework matter for our local inflation metrics?
Because foreign investors want to compare apples to apples.
Right.
Samjhe? By adopting the UN Statistics Division's framework, our inflation data becomes directly comparable with global economies. It builds immense trust.
Oh, I see. I noticed another weird addition. The housing index now includes rural rent.
Huh, that's new.
I always thought renting was an urban concept. What's the structural significance of this?
It shows how rapidly rural aspirations are changing. We are seeing massive semi-urbanization.
Right.
10 years ago, the concept of paying formal rent in a village was negligible. Now, proper housing and rental markets are emerging in rural hubs.
Wow. And what's the logic behind using administrative data for fuel and rail fares instead of just surveying people?
Real-time accuracy, yaar. Survey data always has a time lag and human error. Administrative data comes directly from government server systems like railways and oil companies.
The error probability is 0.
Exactly.
So this gives us a much sharper picture of reality. Listeners, if you're taking notes for UPSC, pause and practice saying, The CPI base year changed to 2024 incorporates HCS 2023-24 and COI-COP 2018 frameworks.
Very important point.
In short, changing consumption patterns and the digital economy are fundamentally reshaping how we track inflation.
Bilkul.
But getting inflation right is just one piece of the puzzle. What about the overall GDP data? Because I read that the IMF literally gave our national accounts data a C grade. That sounds pretty bad.
It is definitely a wake-up call. The IMF evaluates a country's national accounts statistics like GDP and GVA based on data adequacy.
Okay.
Giving India a C grade means our data has shortcomings that hamper macroeconomic surveillance. If we want global investor confidence and to hit that $5 trillion economy goal, our statistical standards need a major upgrade.
So where exactly are we failing? From what I gather, it's a mix of irregular updates and some really outdated math, like using a 2011 census for population extrapolation.
Yes, there are 4 major red flags. First, the outdated base years and weights. Second, the deflator issues.
Deflator issues.
We currently use single deflation and we use the wholesale price index, the WPI, to deflate the services sector, which is highly problematic.
Right.
Third, data delays and our massive informal sector. And fourth, there is a huge unexplained gap between the production side GVA and the expenditure side GDP.
This sounds complex. Let's break this down. You mentioned we use single deflation, and the IMF wants double deflation. What is the actual mechanical difference between the two?
Think of a factory making wooden chairs.
Okay.
Single deflation means you only adjust the final selling price of the chair for inflation. Double deflation means you adjust the cost of the raw wood for inflation and you also adjust the final chair price.
Oh, wow. So single deflation can completely misrepresent real value addition when raw material prices are fluctuating widely.
Exactly.
That makes perfect sense. And what about using WPI to measure services? Why is that a mismatch?
Because WPI tracks the wholesale prices of physical goods. Services, like an IT consultant or a hair salon, don't have a wholesale market.
Right.
Applying goods inflation to a services sector is like measuring temperature with a ruler. It just doesn't fit.
So the reforms proposed include shifting to a chain-based system like the US, where weights update annually. But is that even feasible in India?
It's incredibly tough. A chain-based system needs continuous high-frequency data feeding because India's informal sector is so huge. Our tech infrastructure has to evolve massively before we can track data that fast.
I see. The government is also pushing to give statutory authority to the National Statistical Commission, the NSC. How does giving them legal power fix our data credibility?
Statutory authority means legal autonomy. It frees the institution from political interference. When global agencies see that the statistics body cannot be pressured to hide bad numbers, global trust skyrockets.
They are also planning the first ever household income survey in 2026.
Finally.
Will that solve the gap between the expenditure and production sides of our GDP?
Absolutely. Right now, we mostly look at consumption as a proxy for wealth. Directly measuring income will tell us exactly what people are earning, which mathematically bridges the gap between what is produced and what is spent.
You know, decoding these deflators and base years is literally like seeing the matrix of the economy. Guys, if you love breaking down these massive UPSC level concepts into simple logic, please make sure to subscribe, hit like on this deep dive, and enable notifications. It helps us keep these deep dives coming.
It really does.
So, for the exam perspective, listeners, pause and practice saying, transitioning from single to double deflation and implementing a chain-weighted system are key for data credibility.
Great summary.
In short, this IMF C grade is pushing India to fast-track its statistical reforms. And the government didn't just sit on this critique, did they? They immediately launched a completely overhauled GDP calculation series.
Yes, MoSPI almost immediately released a new series of annual and quarterly national accounts estimates.
Nice.
The background here is aligning with UN best practices and structurally capturing new realities like the gig economy and renewable energy.
The changes seem massive. They shifted the base year to 22-23, and they finally applied that double deflation you just explained to manufacturing and agriculture.
Correct.
Plus, they are using high-frequency admin data from GST collections and integrating something called supply and use tables, or SUT.
They also improved the private final consumption expenditure estimates. And crucially, they're finally including higher domestic workers and gig platform economy workers in the informal sector measurements.
By using the annual survey of unincorporated sector enterprises and the PLFS?
Yes.
But wait, I saw the headline numbers and the nominal GDP size actually shrunk by about 3.3 to 3.8% under this new series.
I know it sounds alarming.
If real growth is still projected strong at around 7.6%, why did the nominal size just drop?
It's the mathematical impact of finally using double deflation. When they accurately subtracted the inflated costs of raw materials, they realized our previous gross numbers were artificially slightly inflated.
Ah, I see.
The real growth is robust. The measuring tape is just tighter now.
How are they even capturing a Swiggy delivery driver or an Uber driver in the GDP now? What's the mechanism?
They integrate the Periodic Labor Force Survey, the PLFS, with high-frequency digital footprints of platform companies. It allows them to accurately estimate how much direct wealth these gig workers are creating.
You mentioned the supply and use tables, or SUT. What exactly do those tables fix in the math?
It's exactly what it sounds like. One side lists supply, what is produced in the economy. The other side lists use, what is consumed. SUT painstakingly matches these two sides item by item to eliminate those statistical discrepancies we talked about earlier.
But here is the political risk. Because the nominal GDP size shrank, our fiscal deficit mathematically jumped from 4.36% to 4.51%, and the debt-to-GDP ratio hit 57.5%.
Right.
Aren't sovereign rating agencies going to downgrade us for this?
Surprisingly, no. Rating agencies highly value transparency over artificially pretty numbers.
Oh, that makes sense.
They would much rather see accurate, slightly higher debt metrics than rely on flawed math. It shows institutional maturity.
One detail that stood out. They are plugging in EVAHAN and PFMS data directly into the national accounts. How does that work?
EVAHAN tracks real-time vehicle registrations, which perfectly represents instant capital asset creation. And PFMS, the Public Financial Management System, tracks government expenditure down to the last mile in real time.
Wow. So it's a massive modernization effort.
Guys, if you are revising, pause and practice saying. The new GDP series with base 2022-23 integrates SUT and double deflation, causing a slight downward revision in nominal GDP size.
Perfect. In short, the new GDP series is way more accurate, even if the short-term macro indicators look slightly stretched. But let's pivot from the macro numbers to the ground level.
Let's do it.
We hear these huge claims about poverty eradication. What is the actual multidimensional poverty trend right now?
The numbers are undeniably positive. Poverty isn't just about money. It's multidimensional, meaning a lack of health, education, and basic living standards.
Right.
The poverty headcount ratio plummeted from roughly 29% down to 11.28% over a decade. Niti Aayog calculates that over 24.8 crore Indians escaped multidimensional poverty in the last 9 years.
I mean, if a family in a UP village gets a house under PM Awas Yojana, a gas cylinder from Ujjwala, and a Jan Dhan account, their income might not have spiked, but their multidimensional poverty is technically over.
Exactly. Even extreme poverty, measured by the World Bank at $3 a day, has fallen from 27.1% to just 5.3%.
That's a huge drop.
The drivers are clear. Per capita income grew, financial inclusion exploded with 55 crore Jan Dhan accounts, and basic food security was provided to 81 crore people under NFSA.
But here is what confuses me. If 24 crore people escaped poverty, why has the concentration of India's poor in just 3 states, UP, Bihar and Maharashtra, actually increased from 41% to 46%?
It's a matter of uneven regional growth. The southern and western states eliminated their poverty at a much faster rate.
Oh, I see.
So mathematically, the remaining poor population, will naturally look highly concentrated in the states where progress was relatively slower.
And what's the logic behind the World Bank using a $3 per day benchmark for extreme poverty?
It's based on purchasing power parity, or PPP. It adjusts for the cost of living in lower middle-income countries so that poverty levels can be standardized and compared globally.
I was reading an ILO report noting that 53% of Indian women are completely outside the labor force due to care responsibilities. How does that bottleneck our poverty reduction?
It traps families in a single-income model. If half your working-age demographic isn't generating wealth, the household remains incredibly vulnerable to financial shocks. It's a massive waste of our demographic dividend.
Niti Aayog emphasizes moving towards Amartya Sen's capability approach. How is that different from just giving out welfare schemes?
Standard schemes often just transfer cash or free food.
Right.
Sen's capability approach argues for investing in human capabilities, like world-class health and education, so people have the actual freedom and capacity to lift themselves out of poverty permanently.
And what about environmental factors? How do recurrent floods in places like Assam and Bihar sustain intergenerational poverty?
Floods wipe out physical assets every single year. Crops, livestock, homes, any income a farmer gained is immediately spent on rebuilding. This brutal cycle of asset destruction makes escaping poverty almost impossible.
Note that down, listeners. Pause and practice saying, to eradicate poverty, India must shift towards Amartya Sen's capability approach, focusing on human capital investment.
Good point.
In short, absolute poverty is dropping, but structural and regional constraints are keeping millions trapped. But escaping poverty doesn't mean everyone is getting rich equally. In fact, when we look at inequality, it's a completely different and shocking story.
Very shocking. The World Inequality Report states that India's top 1% owns 22.6% of the national income.
That is insane.
The richest 10% holds around 65% of the total wealth. So while GDP grows, wealth concentration at the top is extreme.
The divides are everywhere. The rural-urban gap is huge. Average monthly per capita expenditure in rural areas is about 4,100 rupees, while urban is roughly 7,000 rupees.
That's a 70% gap.
And the gender pay gap. Men earn 82% of the labor income. Women earn just 18%.
And we have to critically look at our tax system. In recent years, corporate taxes were reduced to around 22%. At the same time, indirect taxes like GST and excise duties were increased.
Wait, if they cut corporate taxes but raise GST, how does that directly fuel inequality?
Because GST is a regressive tax. A billionaire and a daily wage laborer pay the exact same GST on a bar of soap.
Ouch, yeah.
For the laborer, that tax is a huge chunk of their income. Meanwhile, cutting corporate taxes directly multiplied the profits of those who already own capital.
And how do we fix that 18% figure for women? How do structural policies actually bridge that gender pay gap?
By formalizing the care economy.
Meaning?
If the state provides funded childcare, women are freed up to enter the formal workforce. Coupled with strict equal pay enforcement, you structuralize their inclusion.
I also saw a bizarre statistic connecting anemia to economic inefficiency. NFHS 5 data shows widespread anemia. How does biology link to macroeconomics here?
Pure biology dictates productivity. Anemia reduces physical stamina and cognitive ability. A sick workforce takes more sick days and can't perform heavy labor, which directly caps their earning potential and keeps them poor.
Some economists suggest universal basic income, or UBI. But with our population, is UBI even mathematically realistic?
A completely universal basic income is likely a fiscal nightmare for India. However, a targeted unconditional transfer, a quasi-UBI specifically for the bottom 20%, is highly debated and fiscally much more realistic.
And ultimately, how does ensuring equality of opportunity, like health and education, break these intergenerational traps?
It levels the playing field. If a slum child gets the exact same quality of education and nutrition as a billionaire's child, their birth lottery no longer dictates their economic future.
Exactly. For your mains prep, pause and practice saying, addressing inequality requires progressive taxation and structural investments to fix the rural-urban and gender divides.
Very well put.
In short, wealth is dangerously concentrated at the top, requiring urgent progressive reforms. Now, a major tool to bridge this inequality is financial inclusion.
Absolutely.
I mean, the vegetable vendor using a UPI QR code to get a microloan is the definition of a digital footprint creating opportunity.
The Global Findex shows account ownership in India reached 89% in 2024.
That's huge.
The RBI's Financial Inclusion Index is up to 67, and the Digital Payments Index surged to an incredible 493.
The initiatives drove this. PM Jan Dhan Yojana, Aadhaar eKYC, and UPI. The multiplier effect is massive.
Right.
Direct benefit transfers, or DBT, saved the government over 63,000 crore rupees in just 1 year by plugging subsidy leakages.
But there are severe challenges too. Banks refuse to serve low-value consumers, stringent KYC norms act as barriers, and millions of these accounts are completely dormant.
Yes, financial inclusion is an enabler for 7 out of 17 Sustainable Development Goals, but the usage gap is real. We need to leverage fintech, AI, to bridge this. So why do we have an 89% ownership rate but such a high percentage of dormant accounts?
Distance to rural branches, lack of basic financial literacy, and what we call zero balance apathy.
Zero balance apathy.
If a daily wager has no surplus cash to save, the account simply gathers dust.
But for those who do transact, how has that DPI surge of 493 transformed credit access for MSMEs?
Traditionally, MSMEs needed physical collateral for a loan. Now, alternative data points like a year of consistent UPI QR code transactions allow banks to do cash flow-based lending.
The digital footprint becomes the collateral.
Exactly.
You mentioned stringent KYC requirements are a barrier. How does asking for ID lock out the lowest strata?
Think about migrant workers. They often lack formal, standardized address proofs for the city they work in. If the KYC norms are inflexible, they're automatically locked out of the formal banking system.
To fix the supply side in villages, the government uses business correspondents or bank mitras. How does that model actually work?
Setting up a physical brick-and-mortar branch in a remote village is too expensive for a bank. A bank mitra is a trusted local villager armed with a micro ATM. It builds local trust and reduces the setup cost to almost zero.
And regarding that massive 63,000 crore savings, how exactly does DBT block leakages?
Before DBT, subsidies pass through multiple bureaucratic middlemen, leading to skimming. Aadhaar seeding ensures the cash is transferred instantly and directly into the genuine beneficiary's account, entirely eliminating ghost accounts.
Brilliant mechanism. Listener spots and practice saying, financial inclusion acts as an SDG enabler by driving multiplier effects through DBT and fintech innovations.
Great.
In short, while digital payments are booming, we still need to fix dormant accounts and KYC bottlenecks. But having a bank account isn't enough if you need capital to start a business.
Sure.
That's where the microfinance sector steps in for the underbanked, right?
It does. Microfinance provides small, unsecured loans to people without collateral. Think of a self-help group of 5 women taking a joint loan to buy a puppet-making machine.
Right.
Sent year on year.
And the NPA, the non-performing assets, hit nearly 16% in FY25. Plus, they are charging wild interest rates between 12% to 30%.
And weirdly, these microfinance institutions get 80% of their funding directly from commercial banks.
The government is trying to stabilize it with initiatives like the CG SMFI 2.0 Credit Guarantee Scheme and SIDBI's equity support. But the high cost of reaching remote areas is crippling. India's outreach is only 8% compared to Bangladesh at 65%.
Wait, if the GLP is dropping and NPAs hit 16%, is that a direct signal of widespread rural economic distress?
I would think so. High inflation eats directly into the daily savings of marginal earners. When they can't afford basic food, they default on their microloans.
It's a clear barometer of rural pain.
But why is our outreach only 8%, while Bangladesh is at 65%? What did they do right?
Bangladesh fostered community-led, NGO-driven models, like the Grameen Bank, organically over decades. India's regulatory framework historically pushed a top-down commercial banking approach which struggles to reach the absolute bottom.
Still, Charging 30% interest to the poorest people seems incredibly exploitative. What justifies that math?
It's the operational math. Processing and collecting a 10,000 rupee loan costs the institution the same administrative effort as a 1 lakh rupee loan.
Ah, I see.
That high per rupee operational cost, plus the risk of zero collateral, forces the interest rates up.
You mentioned the CGS-MIF 2.0 guarantee scheme. How does that give commercial banks the confidence to keep funding these MFIs?
It acts as sovereign backing. If the microfinance borrowers default, the government scheme absorbs a significant percentage of that loss, which de-risks the capital for the lending bank.
But if 80% of MFI funding comes from mainstream banks, doesn't a massive rural default create a systemic risk for the whole country?
That is the contagion effect. If rural distress causes MFIs to collapse, the massive loans they took from commercial banks also turn into NPAs, potentially dragging the mainstream banking sector down with them.
That is a terrifying domino effect. Guys, pause and practice saying, the microfinance sector faces high NPA and operational costs, requiring credit guarantee schemes for stability.
Very crucial point.
In short, microfinance is the engine for rural growth, but it's currently choking on high defaults. Now, if money is tight in rural areas, people migrate to cities.
Right.
But where do they live? That brings us to inclusive urbanization and affordable housing.
Exactly. A migrant worker renting a slum for 3,000 rupees would see their life quality double if they could rent a proper, affordable rental housing unit near a transit hub.
Niti Aayog just released a comprehensive framework to prevent our cities from becoming massive slums. Their recommendations are bold.
They want zoning reforms, mandating that 10% of all city residential land be strictly marked as affordable housing zones, taking inspiration from Vienna and South Korea.
They are pushing transit-oriented development, or TOD, and they want mandatory 10 to 15% reservations for EWS and LIG groups in any private project over 10,000 square meters.
Furthermore, under PMAYU 2.0, they are shifting focus to a rental framework using public-private partnership, PPP models, to build dedicated rental stock. It's highly relevant for GS-Well and GS3 urban planning.
But let's be real. Will a strict 10% zoning reform actually work in India's notoriously chaotic real estate market?
Free markets always chase luxury housing margins. Without strict state intervention and legal zoning, the economically weaker sections are entirely priced out. It worked in Vienna. It requires strict political will here.
And how does transit-oriented development, or TOD, specifically help the poor?
The biggest hidden tax on the poor is commute time and transport cost.
Oh, true.
TOD ensures affordable housing is built directly next to metro stations, radically reducing their living costs and increasing their daily productive hours.
If you force private builders to reserve 15% for EWS, won't they just jack up the prices for the luxury buyers in the same building?
Yes, that's called cross-subsidization. The richer buyers effectively subsidize the affordable units. It is a globally accepted and necessary trade-off to build equitable, mixed-income cities.
Why is PMAYU 2.0 suddenly focusing heavily on rental housing rather than giving everyone ownership?
Because urban migration is incredibly fluid. Millions of informal workers are seasonal.
Right.
They don't want a 20-year permanent mortgage. They need dignified, flexible, short-term rental solutions.
How do you make building cheap rentals lucrative for greedy private developers in a PPP model?
You offer them massive incentives, tax breaks, extra floor space index, or FSI bonuses, allowing them to build taller.
And subsidized government land.
Makes a lot of sense.
Listeners, pause and practice saying, transit-oriented development and mandatory EWS reservations are pillars of inclusive urban housing.
Perfect.
In short, land zoning and rental PVPs are the only way to achieve slum-free urbanization. Cities need zoning, but what about villages? Land optimization is a massive crisis there.
It is. Agricultural land holdings are shrinking drastically. In 2016, the average was 1.08 hectares. By 2021, it fell to just 0.74 hectares.
Wow, less than a hectare.
Nearly 90% of agricultural households operate on less than 2 hectares of land.
If a farmer's land is scattered in tiny fragmented plots, Buying a tractor is financial suicide. They need land pooling, but they face restrictive tenancy laws and a total lack of conclusive land titles.
To fix this, the government launched the Digital India Land Records Modernization Program. They are using drones under the Swamitva scheme to map villages.
That's pretty cool.
They introduced Bhu Aadhaar, which is a unique land parcel identification number, ULPIN, and they are pushing states to adopt the Model Land Leasing Act 2016.
Shrinking to 0.74 hectares. How does that physically impact crop yield?
It destroys the economies of scale. Heavy mechanization like combine harvesters cannot physically operate on such tiny fragmented plots, forcing reliance on slow, expensive manual labor, which tanks the per hectare yield.
How do restrictive tenancy laws actually create more exploitation?
Because landowners are terrified that formalizing a lease will allow the tenant to claim ownership under old socialist laws.
Oh, I see.
So they force tenants into unrecorded oral contracts, leaving the tenant with zero legal protection or rights.
How does giving a piece of land a 14-digit ID, the Bhu Aadhaar, ULPIN, solve rural credit?
A digitized, unambiguous title acts as bulletproof collateral. Banks hesitate to lend when land records are messy. ULPIN provides instant verification, unleashing formal banking credit for the farmer.
How does the Model Land Leasing Act 2016 balance the fear of the owner and the need of the tenant?
It explicitly guarantees that the owner's legal title is fully protected regardless of the lease duration, while giving the tenant a legal document they can use to secure crop insurance and bank loans.
And the drones? How does the Swamitva drone mapping integrate a village into the formal economy?
For centuries, village residential areas had no formal maps. Drone mapping creates exact digital property cards. Suddenly, a villager can take that property card to a bank and monetize their ancestral home as collateral.
It's unlocking dead capital. Pause and practice saying, digital initiatives like Bhu Aadhaar, ULPIN and Swamitva are crucial for formalizing rural land titles.
Excellent point.
In short, digitization and legal leasing are desperately needed to save Indian agriculture from hyper-fragmentation. Okay, we have covered massive ground from inflation to drones.
We really have.
Now, how do we synthesize all this for GS Mains answer writing?
Synthesis is a most crucial skill. Let's take a standard practice question. Discuss the major challenges in achieving inclusive and sustainable economic development in India. Examine policy initiatives and suggest further measures. You have to weave today's entire discussion into 250 words.
So, intro, body, conclusion. For the intro, I'd start hard with data, defining inclusive growth using the multi-dimensional poverty index and the fact that 24.8 crore escaped poverty, but juxtapose it with the World Inequality Report.
Very strong start.
In body part 1 for challenges, I'd list the concentration of poverty in 3 states, the 89% financial inclusion but high dormant accounts, housing shortages, and that brutal 0.74 hectare land fragmentation.
Good.
In body part 2 for initiatives, I'll rapidly cite PMGKAY, Jan Dhan, the Model Land Leasing Act, and Swamitva. And for the conclusion, I'll tie it together advocating for data-driven policy, mentioning the IMF grading and the need for a statutory NSC, and end with Amartya Sen's capability approach.
That is a perfect structural flow. You hit the socio-economic reality, backed it with schemes, and elevated the conclusion with economic theory.
Let's fine-tune the strategy. When writing that introduction, is it always better to open with a hard data point rather than a broad textbook definition of inclusive growth?
Absolutely. A data-backed definition instantly proves to the examiner that you understand the current ground reality of the Indian economy, separating your answer from generic textbook responses.
In the challenges section, is it safe to quote the IMF's C grade on our data as a developmental challenge?
Yes, it shows incredible macro awareness. You argue that without robust, accurate data like double deflation, the state cannot target its inclusive policies effectively.
When listing initiatives, is drop naming the scheme enough, or do I need to explain the mechanics?
Drop naming is shallow. Use half a sentence to state the mechanism. Instead of just writing Jan Dhan Yojana, write Jan Dhan Yojana, which enabled DBT to plug 63,000 crore in leakages.
Why does ending with Amartya Sen's capability approach score well?
It signals theoretical maturity. It tells the examiner you understand that true sustainable development isn't about throwing freebies at the poor, but about investing in their fundamental capacity to generate wealth.
Is it risky to throw in highly technical terms like supply and use tables, or SUT, or ULPIN in a general economy answer?
It's highly rewarding if contextualized correctly. Don't just drop SUT randomly. Place it under a subheading like Modernizing Economic Data. It shows depth.
Pause and practicing. Inclusive growth demands structural reforms spanning from accurate GDP calculation to equitable land distribution.
Perfect.
In short, this framework allows you to seamlessly craft a data-rich, high-scoring GIAS Mains answer. Wow, what a deep dive today. Let's do a rapid final recap of the broad themes we conquered.
Let's do it.
We modernized inflation by understanding the CPI 2024, revision, the HCES, and why the food weight dropped. We assessed our data quality through the IMF C grade and the need for double deflation.
We saw the overhaul of GDP with the 2022-23 base year, integrating SUT and the gig economy.
We analyzed poverty trends, 24.8 crore escaping, yet heavily concentrated regionally.
We confronted the stark reality of the top 1% capturing wealth and the regressive nature of GST.
We tracked financial inclusion hitting 89%, but struggling with dormant accounts.
We looked at the microfinance sector choking on 16% NPAs.
We explored inclusive urban housing through 10% zoning reforms and TOD.
We tackled land optimization, the 0.74 hectare crisis, and the ULPIN digital revolution.
And finally, we synthesized it all into a unified policy answer.
It was a massive session.
Yaad rakhna, the economy is an interconnected, breathing organism. Keep connecting these dots. Think about this. If the digital revolution, like UPI and DBT, is directly helping people escape extreme poverty, why is that exact same digital revolution simultaneously accelerating wealth concentration at the very top? Socho is par. Keep questioning the data. Graduating tomorrow, like stepping out with your degree, only to find out that an algorithm can do your job better, faster, and
cheaper.
Exactly.
Right.
Or realizing that 69% of jobs in India face a massive automation risk. I mean, it is a terrifying thought. Today, we're tearing apart the data to find out what it actually means to be employable in India right now. Hey everyone, welcome to this deep dive. आज हम एक massive reality check करेंगे about India's job market and labor laws.
Bilkul. And we are going to look at a complete 360-degree view of India's workforce. So we'll navigate through the latest PLFS 2025 data, the new labor codes, worker protests, female labor force participation, the Lakpati Didi initiative, the gig economy, the new VB Gene Act replacing MGNRE-GA, PMKVY upgrades, the future of work, the ELI scheme, and we'll wrap up with current employability trends. Basically, a masterclass on where the jobs are and how they're changing. Yaad rakhna, this is pure gold for your analytical thinking.
Sahi baat hai. Let's officially kick things off. So, topic name is Periodic Labor Force Survey, Annual Report 2025. Broad micro theme is Decoding India's Macro Employment Data. So basically, the PLFS is an annual report card of India's job market. It tracks who is working, who's looking for work, and who is like completely out of the system.
Right. Think of a massive college alumni group chat. कुछ लोग corporate jobs में हैं, meaning regular salaried. कुछ अपना startup कर रहे हैं, which is self-employed. And कुछ competitive exams की तैयारी कर रहे हैं, so they are not in the workforce. PLFS is basically this group chat, but like scaled up for the entire country.
Oh, wow. That is a great way to picture it. So, to set the context, the PLFS 2025 shows the overall labor force participation rate, or LFPR, is stable at 59.3%. But data collection is crucial for policy. And if you look deeper, male LFPR is 79.1%, while female LFPR is just 40.0%. And here is the kicker. urban self-employed males work 17.5 hours more per week than females.
Exactly, and we really need to understand the mechanics behind these numbers. The worker population ratio is 57.4%. Statistically, the overall unemployment rate dropped to 3.1%, but youth unemployment for the 15 to 29 age group is at 9.9%. Education-wise, 67.8% have secondary education, but formal vocational training is just 4.2%.
Just 4.2. That's so low.
It is a huge gap. Agriculture is still the largest employer at 43%, while manufacturing is only at 12.1%. And the NEET population, meaning not in employment, education, or training, is a huge 24.9% for the 15 to 59 age bracket.
If we are analyzing this from a macroeconomic or policy perspective, the paradox is glaring. Overall, unemployment is statistically dropping, but we have severe structural issues. To expert, if the economy is growing, female LFPR 40% क्यों stuck है?
क्योंकि structural barriers are incredibly rigid. The PLFS notes that 44.4% of females cite household responsibilities as the primary reason for not participating. It's about a lack of childcare infrastructure and deep-rooted social norms.
Acha, that makes sense. So how do we explain that 17.5 hours of unpaid work gap? What does it actually mean for the economy?
It perfectly illustrates the time poverty of women. Their economic potential is entirely consumed by unmonetized domestic labor. They are working, but it isn't counted in the GDP.
Wait, if the overall unemployment rate is dropping to 3.1%, why is youth unemployment so disconnected at 9.9%?
The youth segment specifically faces frictional unemployment. They are in the transition phase from education to work, plus the extremely low vocational training rate of 4.2% means there is a massive skills mismatch.
Sahi baat hai. And what is the actual long-term danger of having a 24.9% NEET population?
It is a giant red flag for India's demographic dividend. A quarter workforce, agar completely idle hai, our human capital is wasting away instead of driving industrial growth.
One last thing on this data. Agriculture holding a 43% share of employment. Is that a sign of rural resilience?
Not exactly. It heavily indicates disguised unemployment. People aren't finding productive manufacturing jobs, so they fall back on farming simply for survival, dividing the same income among more people.
Yaar, if you're making notes, pause and practice saying, the PLFS quarter 25 highlights a 59.3% LFPR with a persistent gender and unpaid work gap. Practice saying that out loud to lock it in. In short, the data shows falling unemployment, but serious gaps in youth skilling and female participation.
So the data shows us where the workforce is struggling. But how are these workers actually protected? That brings us to our next major shift.
Right. Topic name is Implementation of Labor Codes. Broad micro-theme is Consolidating Archaic Labor Laws. To define it simply, 29 पुराने British-era labor laws को merge करके 4 simplified modern codes बनाए गए हैं for better compliance and worker rights. Imagine managing 29 different passwords for your apps. Frustrating, right? अब सबको merge करके एक single sign-on system बना दिया है. That's essentially what the government did with labor laws.
Bilkul. The Ministry of Labour and Employment has brought these into force 5 years after Parliament cleared them. The background here is that the Second National Commission on Labour advocated this because old laws were outdated and 90% of informal workers lacked protection. The core logic is split into 4 codes. The Code on Wages guarantees universal minimum wages and a national floor wage. The Industrial Relations Code institutionalizes fixed-term employment and raises the layoff threshold from 100 to 300 workers.
Okay.
The Code on Social Security finally legally defines gig workers, and the OSHWC code allows women to work night shifts safely and caps daily hours at 8.
This is a huge shift from extreme regulation to a self-certification model, balancing worker welfare and business efficiency. Let's unpack the real-world impact. Under the Industrial Relations Code, a trade union now needs 51% membership to be the sole negotiating union. What is the real impact of that threshold?
It certainly streamlines negotiations for the management, but small unions argue it centralizes bargaining power and completely silences diverse minority worker voices.
And raising the layoff threshold from 100 to 300 workers without government permission. Why is this so controversial?
Critics argue it basically legalizes a hire and fire policy, destroying job security. But the industry counters that it brings necessary operational flexibility to scale up manufacturing.
Wait, gig workers are finally defined. How exactly does the Social Security funding work for them?
Aggregators like food delivery apps must now contribute 1 to 2% of their annual turnover into a dedicated welfare fund, which is capped at 5% of worker payments.
Wait, basically gig workers finally have a legal definition. That's a massive shift for the platform economy. Guys, if you are getting these aha moments, just take a second to hit subscribe, like this deep dive and enable notifications. ये छोटी details ही आपको actual edge देंगी exam में. Cool na? Let's keep going. Moving on. How does the national floor wage affect state minimum wages?
It establishes a non-negotiable baseline across India based on minimum living standards. State governments can set their wages higher but never lower, which prevents distress migration.
Acha. And what exactly is the concern with permanent temporariness under these codes?
By institutionalizing fixed-term employment, companies can legally replace permanent pensionable jobs with rolling short-term contracts, keeping workers in a state of constant anxiety.
So, pause in practice, saying the 4 labor codes balance ease of doing business with universalization of social security. Practice that phrasing. In short, 29 laws became 4 codes to simplify compliance and finally include gig workers.
But policies paper पे अच्छी लगती हैं.
Yeah.
Ground पर क्या हो रहा है?
Let's connect these laws to the recent unrest, which brings us to a boiling point in the industrial sector. Yeah. Topic name is workers' protests. Broad micro theme is the friction between capital and labor. We are seeing spontaneous strikes in industrial hubs driven by insecure work, delayed wage hikes, and weak enforcement of these new codes. Think of a factory in Manesar. The worker building the car is on a 6-month contract, earning less than minimum wage, standing right next to a permanent worker earning triple for the exact same job. Frustration to aayegi na?
The background context is critical. 90% of the workforce is informal, and the eShram survey shows the informal non-agri sector has over 150 million workers. The core logic behind the recent violent protests in Baroni, Surat, Manesar and Noida comes down to unchecked contractualization, which hit 42% in manufacturing in 2023-24. There is massive regulatory failure. 64% of Indian workers earn less than minimum wage despite the laws.
Wow.
Furthermore, promised wage hikes didn't happen. Strike conditions require a strict 14-day notice, and gig worker funds are severely delayed.
The ultimate conclusion here is that economic growth just isn't durable if it's built on insecure work. We need robust tripartite dialogue involving the state, employers, and unions. So diving into the mechanics, why exactly has contractualization skyrocketed to 42% in manufacturing?
To aggressively slash operational costs, employers prefer third-party labor to avoid permanent liabilities like provident funds, pensions, and strict firing regulations.
The sources mention the flex security model of Denmark as a solution. What is the logic behind that?
It perfectly balances both sides. It provides flexibility for companies to hire and fire easily, but couples it with deep security for workers via incredibly high government unemployment benefits.
If the code on wages was supposed to fix pay, why are protests still happening over wages?
Because of uneven state-level notification, the central government failed to clearly define the exact mathematical methodology for calculating the national floor wage.
What is the German model of co-determination, and how would it help here?
It legally mandates that worker representatives sit on corporate boards. It institutionalizes their participation in governance, stopping disputes before they turn into strikes.
Acha. And what is the actual argument against the new 14-day strike notice rule?
Industry claims it prevents destructive wildcat strikes. Unions argue it severely restricts their fundamental right to protest, giving management 14 days to legally break the strike.
Grab a pen and pause and practice saying, India needs a shift towards the flexicurity model to balance industrial growth with worker dignity. Practice. In short, job insecurity and delayed benefits are triggering unrest, demanding immediate tripartite dialogue.
Unrest तभी solve होगा जब पूरा workforce participate करेगा, especially the missing half, our women. So let's unpack that demographic.
Right. Topic name is Female Labor Force Participation in India. Broad micro theme is the missing half of the economy. Simply put, this is about women actively entering the workforce to drive economic growth. The target is hitting 55% FLFPR by 2050 to maintain a high GDP. Imagine a brilliant female engineer, a STEM grad. She takes a career break for childbirth. When she tries to return, there's no creche, no flexible hours, and the commute is unsafe. This is exactly why women drop out.
The Economic Survey 2025-26 flags this 55% target urgently, especially since India slipped to 131 in the WEF Global Gender Gap Report. The background is best explained by Nobel laureate Claudia Goldin's U-curve. Beyond that, the core logic reveals severe barriers. The STEM gap is huge. 43% of grads are female, but they make up only 27% of the workforce.
That's a big drop.
It is. Mobility is a massive barrier, with 31% citing commuting issues. And unpaid labor is staggering. Women spend 363 minutes a day on it, compared to men's 123 minutes. Even in the flexible gig economy, women are just 28% of the workforce due to safety concerns.
This links directly to SDG 5, gender equality. The conclusion is that we desperately need affordable housing, safe transport, and returnship programs. Let's break down the economics. How exactly does Claudia Goldin's U-curve explain our current situation?
It shows that female participation isn't a straight upward line. It drops during early industrialization as women leave agriculture, and it only rises again when education and white-collar service sectors expand.
If 43% of our STEM graduates are women, why does the workforce only reflect 27%? Where is the drop-off?
It is called the leaky pipeline syndrome. The drop-off happens due to inflexible work environments, intense societal pressure for marriage, and a complete lack of structural caregiving support.
What specific new provisions did the labor codes introduce to fix this?
They mandated up to 26 weeks of paid maternity leave, made creches compulsory for children below 6, and finally allowed night shifts, provided strict safety protocols are met.
The sources mention SHE-Mart and She-Box. What is the functional difference between the two?
She-Box is a centralized portal for reporting workplace sexual harassment. She-Mart is a direct economic initiative designed for marketing products made by rural self-help groups.
From a macro perspective, how does that 363 minutes of unpaid care work actually damage the economy?
It acts as a massive, invisible tax on female productive time. If that time were monetized in the formal economy, our overall national GDP output would be significantly higher.
Take a second, pause and practice saying Claudia Goldin's U-curve explains the structural barriers in India's female LFPR. Practice saying it out loud. In short, to hit 55% FLFPR by 2050, India must solve safety, mobility, and the unpaid care burden.
Speaking of empowering women at the grassroots level, there's an incredible rural success story happening right now through those self-help groups. Let's look at the SHGs.
Topic name is Lakhpati Didi. Broad micro theme is Rural Women Entrepreneurship. This is a government mission to ensure women in self-help groups or SHGs earn at least 1 lakh rupee annually. Think of a rural woman who primarily managed household chores. She joins an SHG, gets microcredit via a bank Sakhi, buys an agricultural drone for crop spraying, and now earns 10,000 rupees a month. She has officially become a Lakhpati Didi.
The introduction of this scheme has been wildly successful. The government hit the 3 crore Lakhpati Didis milestone a full year early. The new target is 6 crore by March 2029. Launched under the Rural Development Ministry's Day NRLM, the core logic is transitioning women from mere subsistence to actual entrepreneurship. The key drivers are business correspondent Sakhis bringing banking to the doorstep, which shockingly reduced loan NPAs to 1.76%. We're also seeing technological leaps like NABARD's Project eShakti and the use of artificial intelligence to analyze group savings to predict credit needs.
This is bottom-up economic empowerment at its finest. The conclusion is that deep financial inclusion, combined with AI tech, is turning basic SHGs into highly resilient rural enterprises. Let's look at the mechanics. What is the specific role of DAY and RLM in this entire ecosystem?
It provides the vital institutional architecture, it forms the SHGs, provides the initial seed money, and securely links these women to formal banking channels.
Wait, how exactly is AI being utilized for rural SHGs? That sounds so futuristic.
AI algorithms analyze the historical repayment and savings patterns of the group to accurately predict future credit needs, identifying exactly which members are ready to scale up to larger enterprise loans.
What was the main impact of the business correspondent or BC Sakhis?
They completely solved the last-mile banking friction. By ensuring timely doorstep credit access in villages, they drastically reduced non-performing assets to just 1.76%.
Acha, and what does NABARD's Project eShakti actually do?
It is a massive digitization drive. It digitizes the operational and accounting records of SHGs, making their financials completely transparent and credit linkage much faster for banks.
How does the Lakhpati Didi scheme strategically help in left-wing extremism-affected districts?
Deep economic empowerment undercuts extreme poverty and desperation, which are the root causes of radicalization, thereby directly aiding the nation's internal security.
Pause and practice saying. The Lakhpati Didi initiative leverages AI and SHGs to drive bottom-up rural entrepreneurship. Thoda soch lo and practice. In short, target 6 crore by 2029 using tech and microcredit to ensure 1 lakh plus rural female incomes.
So we see tech empowering the rural economy. But in the modern urban economy, a completely different algorithm-driven workforce is growing rapidly.
Yes, I'm talking about apps on your phone. Topic name is Gig Workers at a Glance. Broad micro theme is the algorithmic workforce. Gig workers are लोग जो traditional employer-employee relationship के बाहर काम करते हैं, usually via delivery और ride-sharing apps. आपने food order किया, जो delivery partner बारिश में food लाया, he gets no provident fund, no health insurance, and no fixed salary. His entire income is controlled by an app's algorithm. That's the gig reality.
Bilkul, this workforce was finally defined under the Code on Social Security 2020. The background is that this sector skyrocketed from 77 lakh workers in FY21 to 120 lakh in FY25. That is a massive 55% jump, making up over 2% of our total workforce.
Wow.
The core logic highlights undeniable benefits, work flexibility, global market access, and diverse income streams. But the issues are catastrophic. There is algorithmic asymmetry, where platforms opaquely control ratings and wages. Income uncertainty is rampant, with 40% earning below 15,000 rupees a month. And there is a lack of suitable classification, legally treating a high-skilled freelance software architect exactly the same as a low-skilled delivery personnel.
The conclusion here is that while the platform economy is booming, it desperately needs transparent policy and inclusive social dialogue to protect its backbone. Let's cross-examine this. What exactly is algorithmic asymmetry in practice?
It is a power imbalance. The platform's AI blindly dictates work allocation, routes, and financial penalties. But the worker has absolutely no transparency or human mechanism to appeal those decisions.
Is there a legal difference between a gig worker and a platform worker?
Yes. Gig is a broader term for any non-traditional work arrangement. A platform worker specifically uses online software aggregators to connect with clients for specific services.
Why is the lack of suitable classification such a massive policy failure?
Because Niti Aayog projects 27.5% of this workforce is high-skilled, while 33.8% is low-skilled. A one-size-fits-all policy completely fails to address their wildly distinct social security needs.
What is the macroeconomic impact of 40% of gig workers earning below 15,000 a month?
It creates a massive, vulnerable urban underclass. They have zero disposable income, meaning they cannot meaningfully contribute to India's consumption-driven economic growth.
सही बात है. What does algorithmic accountability actually require companies to do?
It legally mandates platforms to provide workers with clear, readable data on exactly how their pay is calculated, why deductions are made, and the logic behind task allocation.
Pause and practice saying, the gig economy suffers from algorithmic asymmetry and requires urgent implementation of the Social Security Code. Practice. In short, gig work is booming to 120 lakh workers but needs urgent algorithmic transparency and safety nets.
अर्बन गिग वर्कर्स के इश्यूज देख लिए, अब गवर्नमेंट का सबसे बड़ा शिफ्ट देखते हैं रूरल एम्प्लॉयमेंट गारंटी में. इट्स अ मैसिव पॉलिसी पिवट.
टॉपिक नेम है विकसित भारत गारंटी फॉर रोजगार एंड आजीविका मिशन ग्रामीण एक्ट 2025. ब्रॉड माइक्रो थीम है द एंड ऑफ MGNRGA. बेसिकली एक नया लॉ जो पुराने MGNRGA को रिप्लेस करके रूरल एम्प्लॉयमेंट गारंटी देगा विद अ स्ट्रिक्ट फोकस ऑन एसेट क्रिएशन ओवर जस्ट वेज डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन. पहले MGNRGA में गांव में एक गड्ढा खोदा और भर दिया जस्ट फॉर डेली वेजेस. इट वाज डिमांड ड्रिवन. नए VB ग्राम जी में द फोकस इज ऑन स्ट्रेटेजिक रूरल इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर लाइक बिल्डिंग अ क्लाइमेट रेजिलिएंट वाटर कैनाल meticulously mapped on a GIS system, supply driven and structured.
Exactly. Parliament enacted this act to totally overhaul rural employment. The background is that it replaces the 2005 MGNREGA and increases the wage employment guarantee from 100 days to 125 days per rural household. The core logic hinges on its integration into the Viksit Bharat National Rural Infrastructure Stack, or VBNRIS. It strictly limits work to 4 priority areas: water security, rural infrastructure, livelihoods, and climate resilience. Crucially, it moves to a centrally sponsored scheme with normative allocation. That means objective, rule-based funding, where states share 40% of the cost and the center bears 60%.
The ultimate conclusion is that its success depends entirely on robust parliamentary oversight and preventing digital exclusion since it uses biometrics. But let's dig into the controversies. What is the fundamental philosophical difference between MGNREGA and VB Granivier?
MGNREGA was a demand-driven, open-ended legal right. If you asked for work, the state had to provide it. VB Gramji is a supply-driven, rule-based normative allocation scheme capped by central budgets.
Why is this raising such massive federalism concerns among states?
Because the center completely controls the objective fund allocation. If a state faces a severe drought and needs more work days, the state bears the financial burden of any excess expenditure, reducing them to mere implementing agencies.
Why was the shift to strictly 4 priority areas necessary?
To permanently stop wasteful expenditure on ad hoc works. Focusing exclusively on water and climate resilience creates long-term, durable national assets.
Does the provision for an unemployment allowance still exist in this new act?
Yes.
Yes.
States are still legally obliged to pay an allowance if work is not provided on time, which preserves the absolute minimum legal guarantee for rural labor.
How exactly does the National Rural Infrastructure Stack, or VBGRIS, function?
It digitally integrates Gram Panchayat plans with PM Gati Shakti, utilizing GIS mapping and biometrics for real-time monitoring, actively preventing corruption and ghost workers.
Pause and practice saying VBGRIS shifts rural employment from a demand-driven right to a supply-driven asset creation model. Try it out. In short, MGNREGA is out, VBGRIS is in with 125 days work, focusing on tech-driven infrastructure but raising federal concerns.
Jobs provide karna is one thing, but kya log actual jobs ke liye skilled hai? Let's talk about India's flagship skilling mission.
Right, topic name is PM Kaushal Vikas Yojana, PMKVY. Broad micro theme is the skilling ecosystem. This is the government की scheme to provide short-term training and certify prior learning to make youth industry ready. Imagine एक mechanic जो सालों से cars ठीक कर रहा है.
पर उसके पास डिग्री नहीं है। अंडर PMKVY's रिकॉग्निशन ऑफ प्रायर लर्निंग और RPL उसको ऑफिशियली सर्टिफाई किया जाएगा सो ही कैन गेट अ फॉर्मल जॉब और बेटर बैंक लोन्स।
PMKVY has built a massive infrastructure for short-term skilling. The background highlights that 45% of candidates are women. Certified candidates receive a monetary reward of 500 rupees via direct benefit transfer. The core logic of the upgraded PMKVY 4.0 is a hard pivot towards future-ready domains: AI, drone technology, robotics, and IoT. It integrates directly with the Skill India Digital Hub using Aadhaar eKYC. However, a major CAG audit revealed systemic vulnerabilities in data management and outcome tracking.
The conclusion here is that simply printing certificates isn't enough. Transitioning to 4.0 is an opportunity to link skilling directly to real employment. Let's evaluate this. Why did PMKVY 4.0 specifically mandate a shift towards AI and drone tech?
Because traditional routine skills face a massive automation risk. Training the youth in AI and robotics aligns perfectly with the actual demands of Industry 4.0.
What is the macroeconomic benefit of the recognition of prior learning program?
It formally integrates highly skilled but informal workers into the organized economy, enabling them to access institutional credit and negotiate much better wages.
What exactly was the major flaw pointed out by the CAG audit?
The audit found that training centers were heavily focused on hitting arbitrary certification targets to get government funds rather than tracking actual job placement outcomes.
Acha. How does the new Skill India Digital Hub solve this data problem?
It creates a verifiable, transparent digital registry. Employers can log in and easily find Aadhaar-authenticated, skilled candidates, completely bypassing fake certificates.
What is the behavioral logic behind giving a small 500 rupee DBT reward?
It acts as a micro-incentive to significantly reduce dropout rates in short-term courses and strongly encourages students to complete the final formal certification.
Pause and practice, saying PMKY 4.0 shifts focus to Industry 4.0 skills, but outcome tracking remains a crucial challenge. Practice. In short, PMKY is upgrading to AI and drones, but CAG warns we need real jobs, not just paper certificates.
और उन future skills की ज़रूरत क्यों है? Because the very nature of work is violently changing right now.
Topic name is Future of Work. Broad micro theme is Navigating AI and Automation. This is all about कैसे AI, automation और new tech traditional jobs को खत्म कर रहे हैं और नए roles create कर रहे हैं. Think about a data entry operator. ChatGPT can do that job in seconds. But to drain that AI, you suddenly need a brand new role, an AI prompt engineer. Jobs aren't just vanishing, they are fundamentally transforming.
Bilkul. The introduction to this reality was TCS recently announcing the layoff of 12,000 employees, which sent absolute shockwaves regarding the future of work. The background data from the World Bank estimates an apocalyptic 69% of jobs in India face automation risk.
69%. That is insane.
The core logic here is that this disruption creates a massive digital divide between high-skilled tech workers and low-skilled clerical workers. Furthermore, an ILO study estimates India's average gender pay gap is currently 44%, way higher than the global average of 20%, and AI might widen this further.
The conclusion is that we must strike a delicate balance between ruthless business competitiveness and workforce well-being. Let's dig into the mechanisms of this disruption. What do those TCS layoffs actually indicate for the Indian IT sector?
They signal that the era of mass recruitment for basic coding and system maintenance is ending. Corporate value now heavily lies in complex problem solving and custom AI integration.
If 69% of jobs face automation risk, how does that hit our demographic dividend?
Our massive youth population isn't aggressively upskilled, they will be unemployable. The demographic dividend will rapidly turn into a demographic disaster of mass unemployment.
Why exactly might the gender pay gap of 34% widen in the future of work?
Because women are historically underrepresented in advanced STEM roles and overrepresented in routine clerical and administrative jobs, which are the most susceptible to AI automation.
In policy terms, what is the technical difference between upskilling and reskilling?
Upskilling means learning advanced tools in your current field to stay relevant. Reskilling means learning completely new skills to pivot to a totally different profession.
What role do ethical corporate practices play in this transition?
Instead of firing employees abruptly when AI is adopted, ethical companies must invest in retraining their workforce, ensuring a just transition that protects livelihoods.
तो प्राइवेट सेक्टर में जॉब श्रिंक हो रही हैं एआई की वजह से, तो गवर्नमेंट इनको हायर करने के लिए कंपनीज को पुश कैसे कर रही है?
Let's check out a brand new scheme.
Right. Topic name is Employment Linked Incentive, ELI scheme. Broad micro theme is subsidizing job creation. Simply put, गवर्नमेंट कंपनीज को फाइनेंशियल इंसेंटिव्स दे रही है अगर वो नए लोगों को स्पेसिफिकली फर्स्ट टाइम एम्प्लॉइज को हायर करते हैं. Imagine a factory owner who wants to buy a new machine instead of hiring a worker because the machine's long-term cost is lower. The ELI scheme steps in and says, नया बंदा हायर करो, उसका पहला EPF contribution हम देंगे. Now, hiring a human becomes financially attractive.
The primary target is to proactively create 3.5 crore jobs. The core logic is structured across two parts. Part A is for first-time employees registered with EPFO earning up to 1 lakh rupees. The benefit, the government pays 1 month's EPF wage, max 15,000, directly via DBT in 2 installments over a year. Part B is for employers. They get 1,000 to 3,000 rupees per employee per month for 2 years for additional hiring. Crucially, the manufacturing sector gets an extra 2 years of benefits. The condition is a minimum of 2 hires if the company has under 50 employees or 5 hires if over 50.
The conclusion is that by subsidizing the cost of formalization via EPFO, it pushes informal businesses to aggressively create formal, registered jobs. Let's analyze the policy logic. Why does the ELI scheme focus so heavily on first-time employees?
To directly combat the 9.9% youth unemployment rate. Entry-level hiring has the highest financial friction for companies, which this scheme directly subsidizes to get youth through the door.
Why does the manufacturing sector get an extra 2 years of benefits compared to others?
Because manufacturing has the highest multiplier effect on job creation. It is the only sector capable of absorbing the massive semi-skilled surplus labor transitioning out of agriculture.
What is the hidden macroeconomic benefit of making EPFO registration mandatory for this scheme?
It brilliantly formalizes. It brings undocumented workers into the formal social security net, providing pensions and insurance, permanently moving them away from the shadow economy.
How do the ELI scheme and the older PLI or production-linked incentive complement each other?
PLI subsidizes capital to boost output, while ELI ensures that this output growth legally and financially translates into actual human employment.
Why is the Part A benefit routed via direct benefit transferred directly to the employee?
It strictly prevents corrupt employers from siphoning off the subsidy, ensuring the worker directly receives the financial cushion during their critical first year of employment.
Pause and practice saying, the ELI scheme incentivizes formal job creation by subsidizing EPFO contributions for first-time hires. Practice.
In short, Gov is paying EPF and cash incentives to companies to hit a 3.5 crore hiring target.
But these financial incentives will only work if the graduates applying for these jobs are actually capable of doing the work.
Yeah.
And that brings us to our final eye-opening reality check. Topic name is Employability and Skilling in India. Broad micro theme is the education versus industry gap. Employability. मतलब डिग्री होने के अलावा क्या आपके पास वो प्रैक्टिकल स्किल्स हैं जो एक कंपनी को इमीडिएटली चाहिए? Think about an engineering student. He studies for 4 years and gets excellent marks. पर जब इंटरव्यू में उसे AI tools यूज करके एक रियल वर्ल्ड प्रॉब्लम सॉल्व करने को कहा गया, he goes totally blank. He is educated, but he is not employable.
सही बात है. The India Skills Report 2025 provides the background here, and there is good news. Over 50% of graduates are now officially employable. It's 53.47% for males and 46.53% for females. This is a massive jump from just 33% a decade ago.
Wow, that's a 17% rise.
And cloud computing. But the challenges remain immense. There is a huge structural mismatch between education and industry needs, prioritizing rote theory over practical application. And most importantly, there is a severe lack of soft skills. Communication and complex problem solving are rapidly becoming deal breakers for hiring.
The ultimate conclusion is clear. A university degree is no longer a job guarantee. Cognitive flexibility, soft skills, and tech adaptability are the new currency. Let's finish strong with the mechanics of this gap. How exactly did employability jump from 33% to a 50%?
It was largely driven by democratized access to cheap online courses and certifications in emerging tech, allowing students to bypass outdated university syllabuses.
What is the root cause of this massive mismatch between education and industry needs?
Our university curricula are deeply outdated, stubbornly designed for theoretical rote learning rather than the hands-on, agile, problem-based learning strictly required by modern corporations.
Why is there suddenly such a massive focus on soft skills?
Because hard technical tasks are being aggressively automated by AI. What AI cannot easily replicate is human empathy, leadership, cultural adaptability, and complex negotiation.
Why is female employability at 46.53% still lagging slightly behind males?
It is often due to lesser access to advanced technical finishing schools, mobility restrictions, and persistent digital divides, especially for women in Tier 2 and Tier 3 cities.
If I am writing a policy reform argument, how do I position this data for UPSC exams?
You argue that alongside schemes like PMKVY, the structural integration of mandatory industry internships directly into university degrees is absolutely non-negotiable for India's economic survival.
Pause and practice saying, bridging the education industry gap requires a massive pivot towards cognitive and soft skills. Thoda practice kar lo. In short, employability crossed 50%, but the theory-heavy syllabus and soft skill gaps remain massive hurdles.
What a phenomenal journey! We have connected the dots across the entire macroeconomic landscape. Let's quickly consolidate the core insights.
Yes. Here is your quick bullet summary of everything we cracked today. Macro data. PLFS 2025 shows 59.3% LFPR, dropping unemployment but a massive 24.9% NEET population. Labor reforms. 4 codes simplified archaic laws but sparked intense worker protests over job insecurity and contractualization. Women and rural economy. We are targeting 55% LFPR by 2050, heavily relying on tech-driven programs like Lakpati Didi to empower rural women. New working realities. Gig workers are booming but face severe algorithmic asymmetry, while VB Gram G-Rig replaces MGNRGA with a strict asset creation focus. Skilling and future. Automation threatens 69% of jobs. PMKVY 4.0, the ELI scheme, and fixing the employability gap are our primary shields against this disruption.
Remember, knowledge is most valuable when you understand the mechanisms behind the facts and context. Think about how these interconnected policies shape the very fabric of our economy.
Absolutely. So, here is a final provocative thought for you to mull over. If AI takes over the routine cognitive jobs and robots eventually take over the physical labor, what will the labor laws of 2050 even regulate? Humans or algorithms? Think about it, yaar. Keep questioning, keep learning, and we'll catch you in the
public
next
debt,
deep dive.
2024 में GDP का 80% पार कर चुका है.
Oh, wow.
I mean, seriously, think about it for a second.
Right.
हम लोग जो रोज टैक्स देते हैं, चाहे वो हमारी सैलरी से हो या एक बिस्किट का पैकेट खरीदने पर,
हाँ, exactly.
उसका एक बहुत बड़ा हिस्सा सिर्फ सरकार के पुराने कर्ज का इंटरेस्ट चुकाने में चला जाता है.
Yeah.
तो ये सब एग्जैक्टली काम कैसे करता है? चलिए आज इसे गहराई से समझते हैं.
Absolutely. It's a massive interconnected web of numbers, policies or real-world impact.
राइट.
मतलब हम अक्सर इकोनॉमी को एक abstract दूर की चीज मानते हैं.
हाँ.
But every single decision made at the macro level, directly affects our wallets, our jobs, and our future.
एग्जैक्टली. सो ग्रैब योर कॉफी यार, क्योंकि आज का ये डीप डाइव बहुत इंटेंस और मजेदार होने वाला है.
I am ready.
Today we are looking under the hood of India's economic engine. We're going to track where your tax money actually goes,
Right.
why states are drowning in debt,
And how the government plans to lease out national assets just to stay afloat.
Yeah, it's the perfect roadmap for anyone trying to genuinely understand the machinery of the Indian economy, especially if you're analyzing this from a structural or UPSC GS Mains perspective.
Bilkul. And to make this super clear, we have a detailed learning map today. We will decode 7 core areas.
Okay.
Direct taxation, GST reform,
Right.
state finances, the Fiscal Health Index, public debt, the FRBM Act, or finally, asset monetization. We're going to unpack all of this, connecting the dots one by one.
Sounds perfect.
Topic name, direct taxation at a glance.
Okay.
ब्रॉड माइक्रो थीम इंडिया की डायरेक्ट टैक्स कलेक्शन की स्थिति, उपलब्धियां और भविष्य की नीतियां।
Right.
तो चलिए शुरू करते हैं। अगर हम टैक्स कलेक्शन की बात करें, the numbers are hitting massive new records.
हाँ, they really are.
And it all starts with direct taxes. Basically, direct tax वो टैक्स है जो आप सीधे सरकार को देते हैं।
Right. The most relatable real-life example is personal income tax.
हाँ,
When you get your salary, a portion goes directly to the government.
yeah,
Or when a company makes a profit, they pay corporate tax.
exactly.
There's a direct, unshakable relationship between the earner and the state.
देश की इकोनॉमी चलाने के लिए ये कितना जरूरी है, ये हम सब जानते हैं। But the stats are actually mind-blowing right now.
Oh yeah.
Like FY 24-25 में, central tax to GDP ratio is sitting at 11.7%,
Right.
जिसमें direct tax 6.7% है और indirect tax 5.0% है. For FY 25-26, the gross direct tax collection is projected at a provisional 28.11 lakh crores,
That is massive.
and this growth is coming almost equally from corporate, which is 13.81 lakh crores, and non-corporate, which is 13.72 lakh crores.
It is a phenomenal scale. And to support this ecosystem, the government has launched some massive structural policies.
Acha, like what?
We have the Taxpayers Charter, the Faceless Assessment Scheme, and these very interesting nudge campaigns.
Nudge.
Yeah, which stands for Non-Intrusive Usage of Data to Guide and Enable Taxpayers.
Oh, wow.
Plus, the Income Tax Act 2025, specifically targeting virtual digital assets like crypto.
Right, right.
The Vivad Se Vishwas scheme for dispute resolution, and signing more DTWAs, or double taxation avoidance agreements.
That all sounds great, but let's be real. There are constraints too.
Yeah, definitely.
हमारा टैक्स टू जीडीपी रेशियो OECD कंट्रीज के मुकाबले बहुत कम है।
Right, उनका average around 33.5% रहता है.
या प्लस टैक्स इवेजन और इन बड़ी MNCs का टैक्स हेवंस में शिफ्ट होना एक ह्यूज प्रॉब्लम है।
Absolutely.
इसलिए उनका वे फॉरवर्ड क्लियर है, implement a clean direct tax code, explore taxing agricultural income, and heavily participate in the OECD's AEOI.
Yani automatic exchange of information.
Exactly.
The real-world impact here is simple. Widening this tax base directly boosts the funding for national welfare schemes. It is the absolute bedrock of a functioning state.
Okay, let's unpack some of this logic. एक नंबर जो मुझे बहुत अजीब लगा वो था डायरेक्ट टैक्स बोयंसी।
Okay.
ये 2021-22 में 2.52 थी, जो 2022-23 में अचानक गिरकर 1.18 हो गई।
Right.
वेट यार, ये डायरेक्ट टैक्स बोयंसी अचानक 2.52 से 1.18 क्यों गिर गई? Is that a massive failure?
That's a great observation, but it's not a failure at all.
अच्छा,
Direct tax buoyancy basically measures how responsive tax revenue growth is to GDP growth. A drop to 1.18 doesn't mean collection fell.
right.
It means we normalized. In 21-22, we had a post-pandemic surge.
Oh, low base effect.
Exactly, a low base effect, where growth looked artificially massive. A buoyancy of 1.18 simply means that for every 1% growth in GDP, our direct tax collection grows by 1.18%. It's stable and healthy.
That makes so much sense. Next thing, you mentioned the faceless assessment scheme.
Yeah.
UPSC answer writing के लिए, how does faceless assessment scheme actually stop tax terrorism?
Think about the old system. You got a notice, you physically had to go meet a specific tax officer.
Right.
That human interface bred corruption, bias, and sometimes outright harassment.
Which people call tax terrorism.
Exactly. Faceless assessment uses an algorithm to randomly assign your file to an officer anywhere in the country.
Oh, wow.
You don't know them, they don't know you. It completely eliminates the human bias and local corruption.
That is
Brilliant. Now, what about these MNCs hiding in tax havens?
Right.
You mentioned OECD's AOI. But MNCs जो tax havens में भाग जाती हैं, उनको रोकने के लिए गवर्नमेंट का actual plan क्या है?
The world has changed. Automatic Exchange of Information, or AOI, is a global standard now.
Okay.
Major economies basically cornered these tax havens and said, if you want access to our global banking systems, you must share the financial data of our citizens operating in your jurisdiction.
Oh, really?
Yeah. So now data on Indian entities holding money abroad flows automatically to the Indian government. You can run, but your data can't hide anymore.
Wow. Okay, here's a spicy one. Agricultural income पे tax लगाना, like, isn't that political suicide? इसके pros and cons क्या हैं?
It is highly sensitive. The pro is purely horizontal equity.
Right.
Why should an ultra-rich commercial farmer earning crores pay zero income tax while a salaried middle-class clerk pays 20%?
Exactly.
It would massively widen the tax base. The con, aside from the obvious political backlash, is the logistical nightmare of assessing the actual income of millions of small, unorganized farmers.
That would be impossible.
Right? If it ever happens, it has to be strictly targeted only at the ultra-rich farmers.
True. Finally, what about this direct tax code? And direct tax code GST की तरह system को simple कैसे बनाएगा?
The current Income Tax Act is from 1961.
Oh, wow.
Imagine a software from 1961 that has been patched with thousands of random updates over 60 years.
It would be a mess.
It's bloated, full of loopholes, and overly complex. A direct tax code would hit reset. It rewrites the rules from scratch in simple language, removes redundant exemptions, and creates a unified framework.
Okay, guys, quick challenge. Now, pause and practice saying, direct tax buoyancy is the responsiveness of tax revenue growth to GDP growth.
Right.
Yaad rakhna, this is a very crucial concept.
Yeah.
In short, direct taxation is modernizing with tech, like faceless assessment, but we still desperately need to widen the tax base to match developed nations. Topic name, Goods and Services Tax Reform. Broad micro theme. GST 1.0 का मूल्यांकन और next gen GST 2.0 के बड़े बदलाव.
Right.
So, direct taxes are growing, which is great, but that's only half the equation. What happens when we step out to spend that hard-earned money?
Yeah, the indirect side.
Exactly. That brings us to GST reform, specifically GST 2.0. Basically, GST पूरे देश में goods और services की supply पर लगने वाला एक single indirect tax है.
Right. And the most everyday example is when you eat at a restaurant.
हाँ.
You look at the bill and you see CGST and SGST added to your total. That's the indirect tax you pay on consumption.
Exactly. And the background of this is insane. It all started with the 101st Constitutional Amendment Act in 2016.
Yeah.
They merged 17 अलग-अलग taxes और 13 cesses को मिलाकर एक single tax बनाया.
It was a huge undertaking.
पहले tax पर tax लगता था, the cascading effect. Now the taxpayer base has exploded from 66.5 lakh in 2017 to 1.51 crore in 2025.
The scale is massive.
And the core logic now is transitioning into GST 2.0. In FY 24-25, the gross collection hit 22.08 lakh crore.
Wow. Now, the recent GST Council meeting made huge structural changes. They threw out the 12% and 28% slabs entirely.
Yes.
Now we have a clean two-slab system, just 5% and 18%.
The median tax rate dropped from 12% to 5%. FMCG items are down to 5%.
Right.
And life and health insurance, along with 36 life-saving drugs, are now at zero tax.
That's huge.
Plus, sin goods पर अब 40% special demerit rate लगेगा. GSTAT, यानी GST Appellate Tribunal, finally operational हो गया है.
Yeah.
And by November 2025, small businesses के लिए automated registration शुरू हो जाएगा.
The real-world impact of GST 2.0 is highly positive. It enhances social protection by dropping taxes on medicines. It heavily boosts MSMEs.
Right.
And by dropping the median rate, it spurs mass consumption, which is expected to give a 20-30 BPS boost to nominal GDP growth.
But यार challenges भी तो हैं. Dropping these rates is expected to cause a 48,000 crore revenue loss.
Yeah, that's true.
Then there is this bizarre issue called the inverted duty structure. And we currently don't have a national anti-profiteering authority.
Right.
Plus, petroleum products are still outside GST.
Yeah, they are.
But the conclusion is clear. GST 2.0, ease of living और business competitiveness के लिए एक absolute game changer है.
Let's break those challenges down because they are crucial to understand.
Yeah, let's talk about the inverted duty structure first. UPSC GS3 में क्वेश्चन आ सकता है कि inverted duty structure domestic manufacturing को कैसे hurt करता है, explain करना जरा?
Sure. Let's take bicycles as an example.
Okay.
Under the new rules, the GST on selling a finished bicycle is 5%. But the GST on the raw steel used to make it is 18%.
Wait, what?
Yeah. So the manufacturer pays 18% tax to buy raw materials, but only collects 5% tax from the customer when selling the bike.
Oh no.
That means 13% of their money is constantly stuck with the government as an unrefunded input tax credit or ITC.
That sounds incredibly frustrating.
It is. It chokes their working capital, making Indian manufacturing expensive compared to cheap, fully assembled imports.
That makes total sense. Now, you mentioned the 40% special demerit rate on sin goods like tobacco.
Right.
But 40% special demerit rate sin goods पे लगाया. But compensation cess क्यों हटाया गया?
The compensation cess was always meant to be a temporary, 5-year measure to compensate states for any revenue they lost when GST was first introduced in 2017.
Ah, I see.
That promised period is over. So instead of keeping a complicated separate cess, they just merged it into a high 40% demerit rate for luxury and sin goods to keep the revenue flowing simply.
Got it. Now, what about that 48,000 crore revenue loss? 48,000 crore का revenue loss एक बड़ा झटका नहीं है गवर्नमेंट के लिए?
It is a calculated short-term hit. The logic is based on elasticity of demand.
Okay.
By dropping the median tax rate to 5%, things become cheaper for the common man.
Right.
When things are cheaper, people buy more of them.
Right.
The government is betting that the higher volume of sales will eventually offset the per-item revenue loss in the medium to long term.
Volume over margin.
Exactly.
Hey guys, quick pause. यार ये GST 2.0 का impact समझना सच में एक aha moment था.
Absolutely.
अगर आपको ऐसे ही complex topics को simple language में समझना पसंद आ रहा है, तो जल्दी से इस podcast को subscribe कर लो, like करो और notifications on कर लो ताकि कोई deep dive miss ना हो.
Yes, please do.
Okay, back to it. With intermediary services for IT, they changed the export rules. Export benefits के लिए intermediary services के rule change होने से क्या फायदा होगा?
Earlier, if an Indian IT firm provided support to a US client, the place of supply was technically considered India under old rules, so 18% GST was charged.
Okay.
Now, they changed the rule so the place of supply is the recipient's location, the US.
Oh wow.
Therefore, it counts as a pure export, which means zero GST. It instantly makes Indian service exporters 18% cheaper and much more competitive globally.
That is a massive win. But here is my worry for the common man. Anti-profiteering authority ना होने से consumers को rate cut का फायदा कैसे मिलेगा?
That is a very genuine structural worry.
Right.
Without a strict government watchdog to force companies to pass on the tax cuts to consumers via lower MRPs, the government is completely relying on free market competition.
Which is risky.
They hope that if company A doesn't drop prices, company B will, forcing company A to follow. But honestly, the transition might be bumpy for consumers.
All right, everyone, time to pause. Now, pause and practice saying GST 2.0 shifts the median tax rate from 12% to 5%, enhancing consumption.
Perfect.
In short, GST 2.0 dramatically simplifies the tax slabs, which is great for MSMEs, but it still has to navigate short-term revenue drops and inverted duty structures.
Topic name?
State finances.
Right.
Broad micro-theme.
राज्य सरकारों की वित्तीय स्थिति, बढ़ते खर्चे और फ्रीबीज का प्रभाव.
Yeah, so the central government is collecting all this income tax and GST, but the actual heavy lifting on the ground, building local roads, running government schools, healthcare, that happens at the state level.
Exactly.
Let's look at state finances. Basically, state finances का मतलब है कि राज्य सरकारें अपना पैसा कहाँ से कमाती हैं और exactly कहाँ खर्च करती हैं.
Yes. A very real-life example of this is when you see states announcing free electricity up to 200 units or monthly cash transfer schemes for women,
हाँ, बिल्कुल.
that money has to come from the state's budget.
And the background here, drawing from the CAG's State Finances 2023-24 publication, is a bit alarming.
It really is.
States are a massive chunk of the national economy, but their balance sheets are under extreme stress.
Right.
Let's look at the core logic. उनके revenue receipts में states' own tax revenue, यानी SOTR, लगभग 47% है. बाकी सेंटर से आता है.
Yeah.
पर शॉकर ये है कि स्टेट्स के कैपिटल रिसीट्स का 94% से 99% हिस्सा
Right.
सिर्फ पब्लिक डेट यानी उधारी से आता है.
It's scary.
और खर्च कहाँ हो रहा है? रेवेन्यू एक्सपेंडिचर उनके टोटल खर्चे का 80-87% है.
Right.
और इसमें से भी 51.76% सिर्फ कमिटेड एक्सपेंडिचर में चला जाता है. मतलब सरकारी सैलरीज, पेंशन्स और पुराने कर्ज का इंटरेस्ट.
Yeah.
राइट नाउ 16 स्टेट्स रेवेन्यू सरप्लस में है, बट 18 स्टेट्स का फिस्कल डेफिसिट उनकी 3% की सेफ लिमिट क्रॉस कर चुका है.
Which is a huge red flag.
And the risks are escalating. Unconditional cash transfers, UCTs, बजट का 8.26% तक खा रहे हैं.
Right.
और स्टेट्स की कंटिंजेंट लायबिलिटीज 2024 में बढ़कर 3.9% हो गई हैं.
The real-world impact of this is severe because states have such high debt and massive committed revenue expenditure, they literally have no money left for productive capital expenditure.
Exactly.
The conclusion and way forward is that states must shift to conditional cash transfers, set up independent fiscal councils, and open dedicated debt management offices.
Okay, let's really dig into this. UCTs यानी Unconditional Cash Transfers versus Conditional Transfers. UPSC Mains में मेक्सिको मॉडल का एग्जाम्पल कैसे यूज करें?
Well, unconditional cash transfers just hand out free cash.
Right.
It creates massive fiscal strain without guaranteeing any long-term social improvement. Mexico's Progresa model, on the other hand, was conditional.
How so?
Families received cash only if they proved their kids attended school 85% of the time and pregnant women attended regular health clinics.
Oh, that's smart.
The state spent money, but it actively bought better education and health outcomes. It turned expenditure into an investment. Indian states desperately need to learn from that.
Wow, that completely shifts the perspective. Next question. अगर states का 51.76% बजट सिर्फ सैलरीज और इंटरेस्ट में जा रहा है, तो रोड्स और स्कूल्स कैसे बनेंगे?
They don't have the cash for it, so they have to borrow even more. This is called the crowding out of capital expenditure.
Okay.
If you earn 100 rupees and 52 rupees is automatically deducted on day one just to keep the government machinery running, you have very little left to invest in the future.
Right.
So the bridge gets built on new expensive debt, which just adds to next year's interest burden. It's a vicious cycle.
That is terrifying. Now what about these contingent liabilities? ये contingent liabilities क्या होती हैं और states के लिए ये एक hidden time bomb क्यों है?
They are exactly that, hidden time bombs. Contingent liabilities are state guarantees.
Like what?
For example, a state electricity board takes a massive loan from a bank, and the state government signs as a guarantor.
Okay.
That debt doesn't show up on the state's official deficit numbers immediately. But if the electricity board goes bankrupt and defaults, suddenly that massive debt falls directly onto the state government's head. It's an off-balance sheet time bomb.
Oh, wow. So, to fix this, experts suggest an independent fiscal council. Independent fiscal council हर state में बनने से actual में क्या change आएगा?
The problem right now is that politicians make wild, populist promises before elections without checking if the state can afford it.
Very true.
An independent fiscal council, made of economists rather than politicians, would objectively assess and publicly publish the true, long-term cost of these promises. It acts as a transparent watchdog. It forces fiscal discipline over short-term political expediency.
I see. But wait, 18 states ने 3% fiscal deficit limit तोड़ दी है. इसका national macroeconomic stability पर क्या असर पड़ेगा?
A lot, actually. Because state debt is part of the general government debt. States account for about 1/3 of India's total borrowing.
Right.
If 18 states hit the market demanding huge loans, it drives up interest rates nationwide, it sucks up capital that private businesses could have used, and ultimately threatens the sovereign credit rating of the entire country. We are all in the same boat.
Damn. Okay, guys, time to pause. Now, pause and practice saying, High revenue expenditure crowds out productive capital investments.
Right.
समझे? In short, states are choking on committed expenses and freebies. They urgently need conditional transfers and strict debt management to survive. Topic name: Fiscal Health Index.
Okay.
ब्रॉड माइक्रो थीम: नीति आयोग द्वारा राज्यों की वित्तीय सेहत मापने का नया पैमाना.
Yeah.
Now, if states are over borrowing and hiding debt, how do we actually track who's being responsible and who isn't?
Right.
That brings us to Niti Ayog's new scorecard, the Fiscal Health Index. Basically, ये एक रिपोर्ट कार्ड है जो बताता है कि कौन सा राज्य अपने पैसों का कितना समझदारी से इस्तेमाल कर रहा है.
Yes. Think of it like a school report card. Just like you get graded separately for math, science, and English, states are now getting graded and ranked on their specific financial discipline.
Exactly. So, the introduction here is that Niti Ayog has just launched the second annual edition of the Fiscal Health Index, or FHI 2026.
Right.
The background, as we just discussed, is that states hold a third of India's government debt. इन पर स्ट्रिक्ट नजर रखना बहुत जरूरी है.
Absolutely.
कोर लॉजिक के हिसाब से इस इंडेक्स के 5 मेन पिलर्स हैं: क्वालिटी ऑफ एक्सपेंडिचर, रेवेन्यू मोबिलाइजेशन, फिस्कल प्रूडेंस, डेट इंडेक्स और डेट सस्टेनेबिलिटी.
Right.
ये इंडेक्स डायरेक्टली कॉम्पिटिटिव फेडरलिज्म को प्रमोट करता है. And the smartest part is, it creates tailored policy frameworks for different regions like northeastern and Himalayan states, instead of judging everyone with the same yardstick.
That's very important.
The real-world impact is that it gives targeted recommendations, widen the GST base, strictly control off-budget borrowings, and rely only on CAG-verified data.
Right.
Conclusion: FHI states के बीच एक healthy competition लाएगा, जिससे real financial discipline develop होगा.
It's a very necessary tool for transparency.
Let's break down how this tool actually works. Pillars याद रखने की कोई trick? और UPSC में competitive federalism keyword कैसे लिंक करें इससे?
The easiest way to remember the pillars is to think of the life cycle of money: earning, spending, and borrowing.
Okay, earning, spending, borrowing.
Right. Revenue mobilization is earning, quality of expenditure and fiscal prudence are spending, debt index and sustainability are borrowing.
That makes it easy.
As for competitive federalism, by publicly ranking states, Niti Ayog is essentially naming and shaming the bad performers and rewarding the good ones.
Global and domestic investors look at these rankings.
Right, for investments.
Exactly.
To attract factories and jobs, states are now forced to compete with each other to show better fiscal health.
I love that. But northeastern states के लिए अलग framework क्यों जरूरी है इस index में?
Actually, applying the same framework would be unfair. You can't compare Maharashtra's massive industrial revenue capacity with Mizoram's capacity. Northeastern and Himalayan states have difficult mountainous terrain, much lower industrial bases, and they rely heavily on central government grants to survive. A tailored framework judges them on their specific structural realities and improvements rather than using a cruel one-size-fits-all metric.
That makes total sense. Now, one of the biggest recommendations is controlling off-budget borrowings. Off-budget borrowings को control करना क्यों इतना जरूरी recommendation है?
It's a very sneaky accounting trick. Let's say the state government wants to build a massive statue or a scheme, but doesn't want the loan to show up on the state deficit.
Okay.
They will tell a state-owned public sector company, a PSU, to take the loan from the bank instead. The state secretly promises to pay the PSU back later.
Oh, wow, that's sneaky.
Officially, the state's debt looks low, but the burden is still there. The FHI shines a spotlight on this shadow debt.
I see. बट क्या ऐसी रैंकिंग सच में पॉलिटिशियंस का बिहेवियर चेंज करती हैं या सिर्फ पेपर पे रहती हैं?
They absolutely care, because bad rankings have real political and economic consequences.
Like what?
Opposition parties weaponize these rankings during elections. More importantly, if a state has poor fiscal health, investors know that the state might randomly hike taxes tomorrow just to survive. Capital flees from fiscally irresponsible states, and no politician wants to be blamed for losing massive investments to a neighboring state.
So, evidence-based fiscal policy making states के long-term growth को कैसे boost करेगी?
Without evidence, state budgets are just political guesswork. The FHI provides hard, undeniable data.
Right.
It tells the chief minister, look, your state is bleeding money specifically in this subsector.
हाँ,
By fixing those precise, evidence-backed leaks, the state saves money. That saved money is then redirected towards growth-multiplying infrastructure, like highways and tech parks, ensuring long-term prosperity rather than short-term survival.
awesome. Okay, guys, pause. Now, pause and practice saying, the Fiscal Health Index by Niti Aayog promotes competitive federalism among states.
Great.
In short, the FHI is a 5-pillar scorecard that names and shames states into cleaning up their shadow debt and boosting their revenues. Topic name, Public Debt in India at a glance. Broad micro theme, भारत पर बढ़ता सरकारी कर्ज, इसके कारण और आगे का रास्ता.
Right.
Alright, we've talked extensively about states borrowing money, but what about the whole country? This takes us right back to that terrifying stat from our hook, our total public debt.
Yeah, the big one.
Basically, public debt या national debt वो पैसा है जो सरकार ने देश के लोगों, प्राइवेट सेक्टर या विदेशी सरकारों से उधार लिया है.
Right. And the most common real-life example is when the government issues treasury bonds. You or your bank buy that bond,
Okay.
you give the government cash today, and they promise to pay you back with interest over the next 10 years.
And according to the intro from the RBI's Financial Stability Report, or FSR, 2025, India का public debt 2024 में GDP के 80% से ऊपर बना हुआ है.
It is massive.
The background context here is that this ratio is significantly higher compared to our peer emerging market economies.
Yeah, the EMEs.
Let's look at the absolute core logic and the massive numbers. Total public debt, as per Union Budget 25-26, is an astronomical 1,81,7,428 crore.
Unbelievable.
जिसमें internal debt 96.59% है और external debt सिर्फ 3.41% है. The legal framework governing this includes the FRBM Act 2003, RBI Act 1934 Section 20 or Government Securities Act 2006.
Right.
Why is this debt so high? Persistent fiscal deficits. सिर्फ FY 24-25 में ही 15.77 लाख करोड़ का deficit था. High revenue expenditure. External debt growth crossing 736.3 billion by March 2025. And obviously, the massive pandemic-era spending.
Yeah.
इसका real-world impact वही है जो हमने states के केस में देखा, crowding out of private investment.
Exactly.
The way forward, the government aims to bring the debt-GDP ratio down to 50% plus or minus 1% by 2031, starting aggressive corrections from FY 26-27.
Right.
They plan on active debt management, subsidy rationalization, जैसे पहल स्कीम के अंदर 4 crore duplicate LPG connections हटाए गए, and the biggest institutional reform, creating a Public Debt Management Authority or PDMA.
Which is very needed.
में बनने से RBI फ्री होकर सिर्फ मॉनेटरी पॉलिसी पर फोकस कर पाएगा.
The numbers are staggering, but understanding the mechanisms behind them is even more important.
Let's do that. First of all, अगर हमारा 96.59% डेट इंटरनल है, तो क्या हम सेफ हैं? क्योंकि हमें बाहर वालों को नहीं चुकाना. We won't end up defaulting like Sri Lanka, right?
You are partially right. Yes, we are extremely safe from a sovereign external default.
Okay.
Sri Lanka crashed because they owed debt in US dollars and ran out of foreign exchange. We owe our debt in Indian rupees and the RBI prints rupees, so default is basically impossible.
That's a relief.
But no, we aren't completely safe from economic damage. High internal debt means the government is sucking up all the domestic savings from our banks, leaving very little capital for private companies to borrow and grow.
काम करता है.
Imagine the Indian banking system has 100 rupees total to lend. If the government is desperate to fund its massive deficit, it borrows 80 rupees at a high guaranteed interest rate.
Okay.
That leaves only 20 rupees for every private business in the country. Because capital is so scarce, the banks will charge huge interest rates on that remaining 20 rupees. The private company looks at that high interest rate and says, it's too expensive to borrow. We will cancel our plans to build that new factory. The government has literally crowded them out of the credit market.
That makes perfect sense. So, to fix how we manage all this borrowing, they want to create a Public Debt Management Authority. Public Debt Management Authority PDMA बनने से RBI को exactly क्या फायदा होगा?
Currently, the RBI suffers from a massive conflict of interest. On one hand, it acts as the government's investment banker, so it wants to sell government bonds at the lowest possible interest rates to save the government money.
Great.
But on the other hand, it is the inflation controller for the country, which sometimes requires raising interest rates to cool the economy. You can't do both objectively. A separate PDMA takes the debt management job away, letting the RBI focus 100% on controlling inflation through pure monetary policy.
Okay, what is this bond switching mechanism? Bond switching mechanism क्या है और इससे debt burden कैसे कम होता है?
It's actually quite logical. Suppose the government has a massive chunk of short duration bonds maturing next year, meaning they have to repay thousands of crores very soon. Bond switching means the government approaches the investors and says, give us back those old bonds and we will give you brand new long duration bonds that mature 10 years from now, maybe with a slightly better yield. It successfully pushes the repayment crisis far down the road, smoothing out immediate fiscal stress.
That's clever. Now, subsidy rationalization, like पहाल जैसे steps का macroeconomic stability पे क्या long-term impact है?
Absolutely massive. Those 4 crore ghost connections were draining thousands of crores every single year. By using tech like Aadhaar to plug that leakage, the government instantly saves that money.
Right.
That means the government has to borrow a few thousand crores less from the market. Less borrowing means lower interest rates, which means private companies can borrow cheaper, which leads to more factories and jobs. It's a massive chain reaction that starts by plugging a single leak.
Crazy. How connected everything is. Okay, guys, pause right now. Now pause and practice saying, high public debt can lead to the crowding out of private sector investment.
Perfect.
In short, India's debt is heavily internal, saving us from external default, but we strictly need a PDMA and subsidy rationalization to bring it down to 50% of GDP by 2031. Topic name, Fiscal Responsibility and Budget Management Act or FRBM.
Right.
Broad micro theme, FRBM Act के लक्ष्य बनाम ज़मीनी हकीकत और CAG की report.
Yeah.
Now, if the national goal is to bring debt down to 50%, isn't there already a rule book for that? Like a strict financial limit set by law?
Exactly.
That brings us to the FRBM Act. Basically, FRBM सरकार के लिए एक फाइनेंशियल डिसिप्लिन रूल बुक है जो तय करती है कि सरकार लीगली कितना उधार ले सकती है.
Yes. The best way to think about it is like a strict father handing a credit card to his son with a firm rule. Your credit card limit can never cross 40% of your annual salary. The FRBM Act is that institutional reality check for the government.
But according to the intro from a recent CAG report, the Sun has been massively overspending. The report highlighted severe inconsistencies in the government's FRBM compliance.
It did?
Background: 2003 में इसे macroeconomic stability और intergenerational equity ensure करने के लिए लाया गया था. As part of this, budget के साथ 3 statements parliament में पेश किए जाते हैं: macroeconomic framework, medium-term fiscal policy or fiscal policy strategy.
Right.
Let's look at the core logic and how targets compare to reality. Fiscal deficit का original target 3% था, लेकिन CAG report 2023-24 के हिसाब से it's sitting at 5.32%. Revised path कहता है इसे FY26 तक 4.5% से नीचे लाना है.
Yeah, we're way off.
Debt limits का target general government यानी center plus states के लिए 60% था. अभी ये 81.3% है. और सिर्फ सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट का टारगेट 40% था, जो अभी 57% पर है.
The numbers are bad.
CAG फाइंडिंग्स और भी शॉकिंग है. पैंडेमिक के दौरान FY21 में डेट टू GDP 61.38% पीक कर गया था. इंटरेस्ट पेमेंट्स टू रेवेन्यू रिसीट्स रेशियो और वॉपिंग 35.35% है.
Wow.
और सबसे बड़ा रेड फ्लैग 21.30 ट्रिलियन का अनरियलाइज्ड टैक्स रेवेन्यू. मतलब टैक्स रेस तो हुआ पर सरकार को मिला ही नहीं.
That's a huge issue.
The real-world impact includes a major shift where revenue and effective revenue deficit targets were completely removed in the 2018 amendment.
Right.
Conclusion: transparency बढ़ाना और इस अनरियलाइज्ड टैक्स की रिकवरी करना इज द एब्सोल्यूट नीड ऑफ द आवर.
The gap between the FRBM targets and the reality is definitely a cause for concern.
So let's talk about these 3 statements that are legally required to come with the budget. FRBM के 3 statements जो बजट के साथ आते हैं, उनका मेन पर्पस क्या है?
Economists and investors certainly read them. The point is to force the government to explain its math in public.
Okay.
The macroeconomic framework gives the GDP growth context. The medium-term policy lays out strict 3-year targets for their deficit, and the strategy statement forces them to explain how they actually plan to achieve those targets. It brings institutional accountability, so the union budget isn't just a document full of empty political promises.
But clearly, they are missing the targets. The CAG found 21.30 trillion in unrealized tax. 21.30 trillion unrealized tax. ये इतना बड़ा अमाउंट स्टक क्यों है और इसे कैसे रिकवर करें?
It is an absurd amount of money. It's mostly stuck in endless corporate litigation, court stays, and brutal disputes between taxpayers and the IT department.
Bureaucracy.
Yeah. To recover it, the government desperately needs much faster dispute resolution mechanisms, like aggressively expanding the Vivad Se Vishwas scheme and improving the basic quality of tax assessments so they don't get tied up in high courts for decades in the first place.
If our central debt target is 40% and we are currently at 57%, UPSC point of view से ये intergenerational equity को कैसे खतरे में डालता है?
Intergenerational equity is a profound concept. It means we, the current generation, should not live a lavish lifestyle today by taking on debt that our children will be forced to repay tomorrow.
Right.
57% debt means we are taking massive loans right now. The future generation will have to pay incredibly high income taxes just to service the interest on our old debt, leaving them with very little money to fund their own schools, hospitals, and development. We are borrowing from their future.
That is sobering. Now, 2018 amendment में revenue deficit target क्यों हटा दिया गया? इसका क्या logic था?
It was a very controversial move. The government's logic was to shift focus entirely to the fiscal deficit, which is total overall borrowing.
Okay.
They argued that having flexibility on the revenue deficit allows them to give necessary grants to states for creating capital assets. However, critics argue exactly what you just said. It essentially gave the government a free pass to overspend on day-to-day items and popular schemes without strictly violating the FRBM Act.
And because of that, interest payments revenue का 35.35% खा रहे हैं. इस fiscal strain से बाहर निकलने का रास्ता क्या है?
The only mathematical way out is a brutal two-pronged attack. One, ruthlessly cut down non-essential revenue expenditure, like untargeted subsidies.
Right.
Two, drastically widen the tax base to increase incoming revenue receipts. As the revenue denominator grows much faster than the debt pile, that 35% ratio will slowly start shrinking back to healthy levels.
Okay, guys, pause right now. Now pause and practice saying the FRBM Act aims to foster intergenerational equity by setting debt and deficit limits.
Perfect.
In short, we are missing our FRBM deficit and debt targets by a wide margin, and the CAG has highlighted massive unrealized tax revenues as a major red flag that needs fixing. Topic name: Asset Monetization.
Right.
Broad micro theme: सरकारी संपत्तियों से पैसे कमाना बिना उन्हें बेचे. NMP 1.0 और NMP 2.0 का विश्लेषण.
Yeah.
So, think about it. If we can't borrow more because of FRBM and we are struggling to collect unrealized taxes, how on earth does the government get massive amounts of cash to build new infrastructure?
They recycle what they already have.
Exactly. That brings us to our final topic, asset monetization. Basically, asset monetization का मतलब है खाली पड़ी या underutilized सरकारी संपत्ति जैसे पुराने हाईवेज या पोर्ट्स को लीज पर देकर प्राइवेट सेक्टर से पैसा उठाना.
Yes, and the real life example is very relatable. Imagine you have a second house that is lying vacant. You aren't selling the house, but you rent it out.
Right.
You take that rental income and use it to fund a new startup or build a third house. In economics, this brilliant concept is called capital recycling.
इंट्रोडक्शन में देखें तो फाइनेंस मिनिस्टर ने अभी नेशनल मोनेटाइजेशन पाइपलाइन 2.0 या एनएमपी 2.0 लॉन्च किया है।
राइट।
बैकग्राउंड हिस्ट्री 2012 में विजय कैलकर कमेटी ने सबसे पहले इसका सजेशन दिया था। जो एनएमपी 1.0 2021 वाला था, उसका टारगेट 6 लाख करोड़ था और उन्होंने लगभग 89% अचीव भी कर लिया।
Which is pretty good.
लेकिन अब कोर लॉजिक देखो, एनएमपी 2.0 रनिंग फ्रॉम FY26 टू FY30 का मैसिव टारगेट 16.72 लाख करोड़ है।
Wow.
इसमें 12 मेजर सेक्टर्स इन्वॉल्व हैं। टॉप वंस आर हाईवेज 26%, पावर 17%, रेलवे 16% और पोर्ट्स 16%। ये सारा प्रोसीड्स डायरेक्टली कंसोलिडेटेड फंड ऑफ इंडिया में जाएगा।
Right.
इसको एग्जीक्यूट करने के मेन अप्रोचेस हैं पीपीपी, इनविट्स और रीट्स हैं।
Yeah.
लेकिन इम्पेडिमेंट्स यानी रुकावटें भी बहुत हैं। सबसे बड़ा है ट्रांसपेरेंसी और क्रोनिज्म का डर। फिर सेक्टोरल इश्यूज हैं, जैसे रेलवेज में मोनेटाइजेशन कंप्लीटली फेल रहा है, वैल्यूएशन का रिस्क, स्टेट लेवल रेडीनेस की कमी और वीक मॉनिटरिंग।
Yeah. Those are big hurdles.
टू फिक्स दिस इंटरवेंशंस रिक्वायर्ड हैं। एडवांस डिस्क्लोजर्स, छोटे प्रोजेक्ट्स की बंडलिंग, डी रिस्क मॉडल्स जैसे एनएचएआई का टीओटी मॉडल, स्टेट्स को एनकरेज करने के लिए 50 साल का इंटरेस्ट फ्री लोन देना और क्लियर केपीआई सेट करना।
Right.
इसका रियल वर्ल्ड इम्पैक्ट सीधा है। ये पैसा ब्राउनफील्ड एसेट से निकालकर नई ग्रीनफील्ड इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर बनाने में लगता है और जो नॉन कोर एसेट्स हैं उन्हें एनएलएमसी हैंडल कर रहा है।
Exactly.
कंक्लूजन, एनएमपी 2.0 सिर्फ एक छोटा फिस्कल टूल नहीं है। It is a massive structural reform for India's infrastructure growth.
It is the ultimate strategy to generate capital without increasing national debt.
Let's clear up the biggest misconception first. Mains के हिसाब से समझाओ, asset monetization privatization से अलग कैसे है?
That is the most common confusion. Privatization is an outright sale. You transfer the total ownership forever, like Air India. Asset monetization is purely a lease. The government strictly retains the ultimate ownership. The private player operates the highway, collects tolls for maybe 20 or 30 years, maintains the road perfectly, and then at the end of the lease, hands it back to the government. It's about unlocking value, not selling the family silver.
Okay, that makes sense. But railways में asset monetization fail क्यों हो रहा है, जबकि highways में success है?
Highways are incredibly simple. You build a road, put up a toll plaza, and collect cash. Railways are an operational nightmare.
Why?
If a private player leases a passenger train, they still have to share the exact same tracks with slow, government-run goods trains and local passengers. Scheduling is impossible to control. Moreover, there is no independent regulator, and passenger ticket pricing is heavily subsidized for political reasons. It's way too messy and risky for private investors.
The operational friction is too high. You mentioned the TOT model as a way to de-risk projects. TOT, Toll Operate Transfer Model, क्या है और ये risks को कैसे कम करता है?
In a TOT model, the government has already built the highway, and cars are already driving on it paying toll. This is a brownfield asset.
Okay.
The private player comes in and pays a massive lump sum upfront to the government for the right to collect that established toll for the next 30 years. It massively de-risks the private player because the dangerous construction phase is completely avoided, and they already know exactly how much traffic the road gets.
But whenever large sums of money and private companies are involved, people worry about cronyism. Cronyism और undervaluation के charges से बचने के लिए government को क्या advanced steps लेने चाहिए?
The only vaccine against cronyism is extreme transparency. The government must publish the entire monetization pipeline years in advance.
Right.
They need to use standardized, tech-driven, open bidding processes. And crucially, they must use multiple independent global valuers to set a strict reserve price, ensuring no asset is leased out below its true market value.
Finally, what about InvITs? InvITs, Infrastructure Investment Trusts. आम आदमी को इन बड़े प्रोजेक्ट्स में इन्वेस्ट करने में कैसे हेल्प करते हैं?
This is my favorite part. Think of an InvIT exactly like a mutual fund. But instead of buying stocks, it buys infrastructure. A normal aam aadmi cannot buy a 5,000 crore highway.
Obviously not.
But an InvIT buys that highway, and you can buy units of the InvIT on the stock market for just a few thousand rupees. You become a micro owner, and you earn a share of the daily toll collection paid directly to you as dividends. It beautifully democratizes infrastructure investment.
That is so cool. Okay, guys, pause. Now pause and practice saying, asset monetization is capital recycling. It unlocks value from brownfield assets to fund greenfield infrastructure.
Perfect.
In short, NMP 2.0 targets a massive 16.72 lakh crores by leasing out brownfield assets to private players, recycling that capital to fund brand new infrastructure across India. Wow. So दोस्तों, आज हमने इकोनॉमी के इस massive engine room में पूरा एक deep dive किया. We connected so many dots today. Let's do a quick bullet summary of everything we covered.
Let's do it.
डायरेक्ट टैक्सेशन एंड जीएसटी. हमने देखा कि डायरेक्ट टैक्स बोयेंसी स्टेबल है और हमें टैक्स बेस बढ़ाना है, जबकि इनडायरेक्ट साइड पर जीएसटी 2.0 ने स्लैब सिंप्लीफाई करके 5% और 18% कर दिए हैं, टेकिंग अ शॉर्ट टर्म रेवेन्यू हिट टू बूस्ट मास कंजम्पशन.
Exactly.
स्टेट्स फाइनेंसेस एंड हेल्थ इंडेक्स. स्टेट्स फ्रीबीज यानी यूसीटीज और इंटरेस्ट पेमेंट्स के बोझ तले दब गए हैं. उन्हें डिसिप्लिन सिखाने के लिए नीति आयोग का 5 पिलर फिस्कल हेल्थ इंडेक्स कॉम्पिटिटिव फेडरलिज्म को प्रमोट कर रहा है.
Right.
पब्लिक डेट एंड एफआरबीएम. देश का पब्लिक डेट 80% क्रॉस कर गया है, विच कॉजेज मैसिव क्राउडिंग आउट ऑफ प्राइवेट इन्वेस्टमेंट. हमारे एफआरबीएम टारगेट्स लगातार मिस हो रहे हैं और हमें डेस्परेटली एक इंडिपेंडेंट पब्लिक डेट मैनेजमेंट अथॉरिटी चाहिए.
Yeah, the PDMA.
एसेट मोनेटाइजेशन. और आखिर में नए इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर के लिए पैसा लाने का सबसे स्मार्ट तरीका एनएमपी 2.0. पुराने एसेट्स को लीज करके कैपिटल रिसाइकिल करना इज गोइंग टू बी द स्ट्रक्चरल गेम चेंजर फॉर इंडियाज फ्यूचर.
It is a massive, complex web. But understanding how these structural gears turn makes reading the daily news or writing a policy analysis so much more intuitive.
जाने से पहले स्पेसिफिकली जो लोग पॉलिसी और स्ट्रक्चरल एनालिसिस पढ़ रहे हैं, उनके लिए आज का प्रैक्टिस चैलेंज. डिस्कस द मेजर फिस्कल challenges faced by India and states. Examine reforms in taxation and asset monetization for long-term stability. इस पर सच में थोड़ा सोच लो. Try breaking it down into earning, spending, and borrowing, and drop your points in the comments.
I look forward to seeing how listeners connect the dots between state-level revenue deficits and the necessity of national asset monetization.
क्योंकि at the end of the day, क्या सिर्फ नए टैक्स लगाना या ज़्यादा टैक्स कलेक्ट करना काफ़ी है? या उस टैक्स का एक ट्रांसपेरेंट, एविडेंस बेस्ड और जेन्युइनली ग्रोथ ओरिएंटेड इस्तेमाल होना ज़्यादा ज़रूरी है? ये सवाल अपने आप से ज़रूर पूछेगा.
Welcome to the
तब
deep
तक
dive.
keep learning and stay
Today
curious.
we are looking at a really massive subject.
Oh yeah, absolutely huge.
Yeah. So our topic name is Status of the Banking Sector in India as of March 2026.
Right.
And the broad micro theme we're exploring is the health and evolution of Indian banks.
A very crucial theme, honestly.
Totally. I mean, imagine करो तुम्हारा पुराना पिगी बैंक अचानक से एक super smart AI vault बन जाए.
Right.
Basically, India का entire financial system वैसा ही transform हो रहा है right now.
It is.
And here is a surprising fact to start us off. For the 4th consecutive year, public sector banks have recorded massive profits.
Yeah.
So that's cool, na?
It is incredibly cool. And honestly, it's a monumental shift from where we were like a decade ago.
Right, exactly.
We are literally watching the financial arteries of a billion-plus population getting a complete structural and digital overhaul.
Yeah, exactly. So today, we are tracing the journey of a single rupee through this new system.
I love that.
Right. So our learning map for this deep dive covers 6 specific checkpoints.
Okay.
First, the macro health of our big banks. Second, how that money moves through our digital wallets under Payments Vision 2028.
Right, right.
Third, how credit reaches the rural heartlands through regional rural banks. Fourth, how shadow banks or NBFCs are getting a new self-regulatory organization.
Oh, that's a big one.
Yeah, it is. Fifth, the grassroots pooling of money via the National Cooperation Policy 2025. And finally, zooming all the way out to the corporate bond market, funding a massive infrastructure.
Okay.
It's a perfect sequence, so
Right.
Connect the dots with me.
I love that framing. I mean, it takes us from the mega vaults all the way down to a farmer's tractor loan and then back up to billion-dollar highways.
Exactly. Let's jump right into our first checkpoint. So the heading is the banking sector at a glance.
Right.
Simply put, banks are no longer bleeding money, they are stronger.
Yeah, much stronger.
Let's look at their current health checkup and their new digital avatars. Like, imagine an old, dusty government bank branch that was infamous for just pushing files.
Oh, we've all been there.
Right. But today, that exact same branch is deploying advanced tools like mulehunter.ai to track complex cyber frauds in real time.
That is the real story of modern Indian banking, dekho. To set the context, the ecosystem today consists of 12 public sector banks or PSBs,
Okay.
21 private sector banks, and 44 foreign banks.
Wow, that's a lot.
Yeah, and like you mentioned, by FY 2025-26, PSBs have improved their profitability for the 4th year in a row.
So how did this happen, Matlav? What is the core logic behind this sudden boom in health?
It comes down to asset quality, mostly. The bad loans have shrunk significantly.
Okay.
So the gross NPA, non-performing asset ratio, has declined to just 1.93%.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, and the net NPA has dropped to a tiny 0.39% as of March 2026.
That's crazy low.
Exactly. Plus their capital to risk weighted assets ratio, or CARAR, has reached 16.6%.
Okay, let's break that down for the everyday economy. CARA is basically a financial shock absorber, right?
Yeah, you could say that.
It means if a bunch of loans default tomorrow, the bank has enough of its own capital buffer to absorb the hit without collapsing.
Exactly, right?
But wait, अगर NPS कम हो रहे हैं, तो क्या हम banking crisis से पूरी तरह safe हैं?
Well, not exactly. This is a crucial nuance, dekho.
Okay.
A drop in NPAs sometimes just means banks have written off the bad loans from their active books to clean up their balance sheets.
Ah, I see.
It doesn't necessarily mean they recovered all that lost money. So write-offs or slippages abhi bhi hidden risks hain, yaad rakhna.
Right. Makes sense. Another thing that happened in the background was structural consolidation. Like 10 PSBs were merged into 4 mega banks to create scale.
Yeah, that was huge.
And RBI got more powers under the Banking Regulation Act to supersede bank boards if governance fails.
Yes, and we saw the prompt corrective action or PCA framework, strictly enforcing discipline on weak banks.
Right.
But despite these structural fixes, challenges remain. Governance issues are still a major bottleneck.
Oh, really?
Yeah. PSBs still suffer from a lack of autonomy and heavy government interference.
So from a UPSC Mains perspective, this governance issue in PSBs is a classic debate. Why does government interference still exist if it hurts efficiency?
Kyunki dekho, the government plays a dual role here.
Right.
On one hand, they're the welfare provider, pushing banks to execute social schemes and financial inclusion.
Okay.
On the other hand, they're the majority shareholder, expecting high commercial profits.
Ah, so it's a conflict?
Exactly. Balancing welfare with pure profit is fundamentally difficult.
Yeah, that makes sense. Aside from governance, there's also the massive digital shift. We mentioned UPI and mulehunter.ai.
Right.
But digital frauds are becoming the new nightmare, right? Like in 2025 alone, there were around 28 lakh cyber fraud cases amounting to roughly 22,931 crores.
It's terrifying, honestly.
Yeah. So AI tools like mulehunter.ai fraud रोकने में कितने effective हैं?
Right now, they are mostly reactive. They catch the pattern after or during the fraud.
Oh,
To be truly proactive, we need real-time behavioral monitoring. Samjha?
right.
We need AI that stops the transaction before the money even leaves the account, based on user behavior anomalies.
That would be amazing.
Then beyond tech, the regulatory environment itself is a total maze.
Oh, yeah. There is so much regulatory overlap between RBI, SEBI and IRDI when banks sell mutual funds or insurance. Regulatory overlap को real time में कैसे fix करें?
Well, if we look at the Narasimhan Committee 2 recommendations, the solution is structural collaboration.
Okay.
We need interagency collaboration committees to streamline oversight so banks aren't answering to 3 different bosses for one product.
Right. Speaking of committees for the way forward, the PJ Nayak Committee recommendations are always cited for PSB or autonomy.
Yes, very important.
But practically, PJ Nayak Committee का results-driven approach ground reality में कैसा दिखता है?
Absolutely. It changes things. The core idea is linking compensation to performance.
Okay.
If an executive's salary is directly linked to the bank's profitability and NPA reduction, their entire incentive structure shifts from pushing files to generating actual value.
That is a fascinating shift in incentives.
So before we move on, if you're making notes, pause and practice saying, the aggregate CARR of public sector banks improved to 16.6%, indicating robust financial health.
That is an excellent, high-scoring metric to memorize.
Yeah.
In short, this idea shows how merging banks and adopting tech directly connects to higher profitability and resilience in our public sector banks.
Precisely.
Okay, let's transition directly to our next topic. The banks are healthy, but how do we actually move our money around every single day?
Through our phones.
Exactly. So our next topic name is Payments Vision 2028. And the broad micro theme is the future of India's digital wallet.
A very relevant topic.
तुम दिन में कितनी बार QR कोड स्कैन करते हो? थोड़ा सोच लो. India alone processes nearly 50% of all global real-time digital payments.
It is a staggering statistic, honestly. We literally leaped right over the credit card generation.
Yeah, we went from a cash-heavy society to a cashless superpower. Think about a roadside chaiwala.
Right.
He receives payments instantly via UPI for a 10 rupee tea without needing a fancy expensive POS swipe machine.
Exactly.
This is the JAM trinity in action.
Exactly.
JAM being Jan Dhan, Aadhaar, Mobile. And to manage this beast, RBI unveiled its Payments Vision 2028.
Right.
But as background, this ecosystem didn't appear out of thin air.
Yes.
It started back in 2004 with RTGS for large transfers.
Okay.
Then the DPSS was formed in 2005, leading to the creation of NPCI.
Right.
But the real game changer was the PSS Act of 2007.
Right.
Because that act gave RBI the statutory authority to regulate all electronic payments. So, what is the core logic driving this massive growth today?
Well, there were a few factors.
We have transformative platforms like UPI, but it's not just consumer payments. What about businesses?
That's where market expansion platforms come in, like PPIs and DREADs for MSMEs.
By the way, guys, speaking of trust and growth, if you're having a eureka moment right now and finding this deep dive super helpful for your prep or just your general knowledge, hit that subscribe button, leave a like, and share this in your study groups. It really helps.
Absolutely. So, getting back to DREADs,
Right, so from a UPSC point of view, JAM Trinity ने MSMEs को कैसे empower किया?
by creating a digital footprint. Dekho, in a pure cash economy, a small business has no verifiable record of their daily income.
Right.
But with digital payments, they generate data. Platforms like DREADs use this data footprint to get their invoices discounted, making it incredibly easy to access formal credit. Cash leaves no trail, but digital creates trust.
That's a great point. But let's talk about the challenges because massive scale brings massive vulnerabilities.
Oh, definitely.
One huge issue is the imbalanced fraud liability framework. Currently, if a phishing scam happens, almost the entire burden of liability falls on the bank or the issuer. Imbalanced fraud liability framework कैसे बदलना चाहिए?
Logically speaking, yes, it needs to change. The responsibility should be shared proportionally between the customer, the third-party app provider, and the bank.
Right.
That is what RBI needs to balance out in the coming years.
Another massive vulnerability is what I call the app duopoly. Right now, just 2 third-party apps process the vast majority of UPI transactions in India. App duopoly से too big to fail risk कैसे create होता है?
Because it creates a systemic risk. Imagine a highway where 80% of the country's traffic is forced into just 2 lanes.
Oh, wow.
If the servers of those 2 specific apps go down due to a glitch or a cyber attack, the daily retail trade of the entire economy literally freezes.
That is terrifying, actually. We also have cross-border transaction complexities. Like we're trying to take UPI global. Cross-border UPI transactions में actual legal hurdles क्या हैं?
It is a clash of regulatory jurisdictions, basically.
Okay.
Every country has different anti-money laundering laws and data localization rules. Syncing India's real-time system with another country's traditional clearing system across different time zones is legally and technically exhausting.
Makes sense. And finally, there is the digital divide. financial literacy in rural areas and among the elderly is still low. Elderly population में digital literacy gap को कैसे bridge करे?
Through hyper-local innovation, voice-based UPI is a huge step, along with vernacular user interfaces.
Right.
You have to make the technology speak their local language and respond to their voice, rather than forcing them to navigate complex menus. Samjhe?
Brilliant. So, if you're taking notes, pause and practice saying, the app duopoly in UPI transactions creates a systemic too big to fail risk.
A very powerful phrase for any analysis of our digital infrastructure.
In short, this ecosystem is massive, but app duopoly or fraud liabilities को fix करना ज़रूरी है.
Spot on.
Okay, moving right along, we understand the digital urban push, but in deep rural areas where smartphone internet is still patchy, वहाँ credit कौन दे रहा है?
Good question.
Let's move to our third topic. The topic name is Regional Rural Banks or RRBs.
Right.
And the broad micro theme is Financial Lifeline of Rural India. Golden Jubilee time यार 1975 से लेकर 2025 तक 50 साल से RRBs गांव-गांव में बैंकिंग का पिलर बने हुए हैं.
They're a fascinating hybrid institution, honestly.
Yeah.
They were specifically designed to combine the local feel of a cooperative with the professionalism of a commercial bank.
Exactly. Like picture a marginal farmer who needs money for a tractor. A traditional big city commercial bank might reject him because his collateral isn't standard.
Right.
But he walks into his local RRB and he gets a priority sector loan directly because that bank exists purely to serve him.
Yeah. As background, RRBs were established in 1975 on the recommendation of the Narasimham Committee.
Okay.
Their shareholding structure is very unique, which makes them different from normal banks.
How so?
It is fixed at 50% owned by the central government, 15% by the respective state government, and 35% by a sponsoring commercial bank.
Oh, wow.
NABARD supervises them, but RBI regulates them.
That is a lot of cooks in the kitchen.
It is.
Their core logic and target clients are very clear, though, like marginal farmers and rural artisans. In fact, they're mandated to direct 75% of their total credit into priority sector lending, or PSL.
Exactly.
Today, after lots of amalgamations, we have 28 RRBs covering 730 districts. Their total business crossed 12 lakh crore rupees, and their gross NPAs are at a 13-year low of 5.4%.
Their significance is undeniable, dekho. They hold 18.5% of all PM Jan Dhan Yojana accounts and manage 16.9% of the PM Kisan scheme funds.
That's huge.
70% of their credit goes straight into agriculture. But their core challenge right now is the underutilization of deposits.
Wait, let me push back on this. They are collecting savings and deposits from rural folks, but instead of lending that money back to farmers, they're investing it heavily in safe government securities, or GSECs. Why are RRBs investing in government securities instead of giving loans to farmers?
Basically, NPS के डर से वो safe bet खेल रहे हैं. Agricultural lending is inherently risky.
Right.
It depends on monsoons and crop yields.
Right.
So, to keep their balance sheets clean and avoid losses, avoiding core mandate, उनका risk appetite shrink हो गया है.
Another challenge for RRBs is that mandate itself. UPSC Mains के लिए बताओ, 75% PSL target RRBs की profitability को कैसे दबाता है?
It severely compresses their margins. Micro loans को service करने का operational cost high होता है.
Right.
It takes almost the same amount of paperwork to process a 50,000 rupee loan as it does a 50 lakh rupee loan, but the interest earned is tiny.
Yeah, that makes sense. And what about that complex ownership structure? State government का 15% stake RRB functioning को कितना influence करता है?
बहुत ज़्यादा. Dual control से branch expansion और hiring decisions slow हो जाते हैं. You need consensus across state governments, the central government, and the sponsor bank.
To solve these inefficiencies, the government has been pushing for amalgamation. The Dr. V.S. Vyas Committee of 2001 started this, and now the goal is one state, one RRB. Amalgamation से actual efficiency कैसे आती है?
Economies of scale मिलता है. If you merge 4 small rural banks into one large state-level RRB, tech infrastructure deploy करना सस्ता पड़ता है per branch.
There is also the new Viability Plan 2.0 for 2025-28. वायबिलिटी प्लान 2.0 आरआरबीज को लॉन्ग टर्म सस्टेन कैसे करेगा?
By enforcing financial discipline, CARR maintenance, or technology upgrade, they need core banking solutions to compete with commercial banks.
Got it. Now, pause and practice saying RRBs must balance their 75% priority sector lending mandate with operational viability.
A perfect summary of their core dilemma.
In short, RRBs रूरल बैकबोन है, पर उन्हें रूरल क्रेडिट में वापस अग्रेसिवली इन्वेस्ट करना होगा.
Exactly.
ओके, सो आरआरबीज गांव को संभाल रहे हैं, पर अर्बन और सेमी अर्बन एरियाज में जहां बैंक्स का रिस्क एपेटाइट खत्म हो जाता है, वहां कौन आता है?
The shadow banks.
नॉन बैंकिंग फाइनेंशियल कंपनीज. एंड नाउ दे हैव अ न्यू बॉस. Our next topic name is Self-Regulatory Organization for NBFCs.
Right.
And the broad micro theme is making shadow banks more accountable. Imagine class का सबसे notorious बच्चा अब खुद क्लास का monitor बन जाए और discipline लाए.
That's a great analogy.
Right. The SRO concept for NBFCs is exactly doing that.
It is. NBFCs have traditionally been a very loosely monitored sector compared to commercial banks.
Let's explain this. An SRO is essentially an industry body created to self-regulate and monitor NBFCs.
Right.
This reduces the direct micromanagement burden on the RBI while ensuring rules are followed. Take a small self-employed entrepreneur. A big bank rejects his loan because he lacks a formal credit history.
Okay.
An NBFC steps in and funds his business. Under this new system, that NBFC will have to follow the ethical business practices laid down by the SRO.
As an introduction, the RBI recently granted official SRO status to the Finance Industry Development Council, or FIDC, specifically for NBFCs.
Okay.
As background, remember that NBFCs are registered under the Companies Act, not the Banking Regulation Act.
Right.
The biggest difference, they cannot accept demand deposits like your everyday savings accounts, and they are outside the traditional payment system. But the sector is massive, with over 9,000 NBFCs operating today.
So the core logic here is guided by RBI's Omnibus Framework 2024. The SRO's objective is the betterment and advancement of the sector, addressing critical industry concerns natively.
Right?
But NBFCs banks को complement कैसे करते हैं without demand deposits?
मार्केट से फंड्स उठाकर नीचे लेंडिंग में स्पेशलाइज करके जहां बैंक्स नहीं आते, लाइक कमर्शियल ट्रक फाइनेंसिंग, माइक्रो फाइनेंस और कंज्यूमर ड्यूरेबल्स.
इंटरेस्टिंग. सो एसआरओ का मॉडल आरबीआई के डायरेक्ट रेगुलेशन से बेटर क्यों माना जा रहा है?
क्योंकि इंडस्ट्री एक्सपर्ट्स ग्राउंड रियलिटीज बेटर समझते हैं. फॉर फास्टर रूल अडेप्टेशन, an SRO can recognize new market risks much faster than waiting for official RBI gazettes.
One major issue with NBFCs has been aggressive loan recovery. We constantly hear horror stories. SROs harsh loan recovery practices को कैसे रोकेंगे?
Strict code of conduct बनाकर और defaulting NBFCs को penalize करके. They can revoke their good standing, which hurts their ability to raise funds.
Another massive part of the NBFC sector are infrastructure finance companies or IFCs. Infrastructure finance companies का economic growth में direct role क्या है?
वो long gestation projects जैसे highways के लिए crucial long-term capital देते हैं. Banks struggle with these because of asset-liability mismatch.
But let's be critical for a second. UPSC आंसर राइटिंग में SRO की limitation क्या लिख सकते हैं?
Conflict of interest. खुद के मेंबर्स को इंडिपेंडेंटली मॉनिटर करना मुश्किल होता है. The SRO has to prove it isn't just a lobbying club protecting its own.
That's a great critical perspective. Now pause and practice saying, an SRO bridges the gap between regulatory compliance and industry growth for NBFCs.
Excellent phrasing.
In short, SRO NBFCs को एक self-disciplined और robust shadow banking system बनाने में help करेगा.
It brings much needed maturity to the sector.
We've talked about private shadow banks. But finance का एक और मॉडल है जो purely grassroots से उठता है, neither fully private nor government, but by the people. Let's decode cooperatives.
Yes.
Our next topic name is National Cooperation Policy or NCP 2025.
Okay.
And the broad micro theme is revitalizing the cooperative movement. Here's a wild stat. इंडिया में 8.44 लाख cooperatives हैं, जिसमें 30 करोड़ से ज़्यादा members हैं.
वाओ, मतलब ग्लोबल कोऑपरेटिव्स का 1/4 हिस्सा सिर्फ इंडिया में है.
सहकार से समृद्धि.
It is a massive network, but it has historically been plagued by severe inefficiencies. देखो,
Which brings us to the explanation of NCP 2025. This policy aims to pull cooperatives out of old school political interference and transform them into professional, tech-enabled and economically self-reliant businesses.
right.
Imagine a village where farmers pool resources to create a model cooperative village. They digitize their land and crop data onto an agri-stack and sell their organic produce directly on the ONDC platform, completely bypassing the middleman.
That is the ultimate vision. As an introduction, this is only the second major policy for the cooperative sector since 2002.
Wow, it's been a while.
Yeah. The background aim is to position cooperation not just as a survival mechanism, but as a primary instrument of economic development for future generations.
The core logic rests on several strategic pillars. First, legislative reforms, primarily the complete digitalization of registrar offices.
Right.
Then, financial empowerment by strengthening the three-tier structure, PACS at the village level, DCCB and SCB.
Yes, and we are building a business ecosystem around the model cooperative village concept.
Okay,
To ensure future readiness, they're creating a national cooperative stack and integrating with ONDC and GEM.
that's huge.
Furthermore, the policy mandates inclusivity through gender representation and sectoral diversification into modern fields like renewable energy.
The vision is beautiful, but the challenges are dark. Almost 24.8% of cooperative units loss में है और 16.6% non-functional है.
It's sad.
Weak governance is the biggest disease here. The PMC bank fraud is a prime example of political elites dominating the boards. PMC bank fraud के बाद public trust टूट गया है. NCP 2025 इसको कैसे फिक्स करेगा?
Real-time auditing or registrar offices के complete digitalization के through. It makes it nearly impossible for corrupt boards to hide bad books.
Okay. And model cooperative village का concept ground level पर कैसे काम करता है?
Household-focused approach से जहां हर family multiple cooperative streams like dairy और honey से जुड़ी होती है, it multiplies their income sources.
We mentioned integrating the cooperative stack with the agri-stack. Agri-stack और cooperative stack के integration से farmers को exactly क्या फायदा होगा?
Data analytics से उन्हें exact time पर credit और market trends मिलेंगे, समझे? It replaces guesswork with data science.
And political dominance को हटाने के लिए policy में क्या explicit rule है?
Model bylaws for transparent elections or mandatory women representation on the managing boards.
From a broader UPSC perspective, cooperatives inequality को कैसे counteract करते हैं?
By pooling resources, small producers मिलकर large corporate buyers से better bargain कर सकते हैं. There is pure economic strength in numbers.
Beautifully explained. So pause and practice saying, NCP 2025 aims to transform the three-tier cooperative structure into tech-driven, self-reliant units.
A vital point for rural governance answers.
In short, cooperatives old-school village politics से निकलकर modern tech startups जैसा बनने वाले हैं.
A much needed evolution.
Okay, let's transition from the grassroots all the way up to the macro-level economy. जो बड़े bridges और airports बन रहे हैं, उनका billion-dollar funding कहाँ से आता है?
The bond market.
Exactly. Here comes our final topic name. Corporate bond market in India at a glance. And our broad micro theme is the hidden engine of big infrastructure.
This is literally the missing engine of India's economic growth.
इंडिया की इकोनॉमी रॉकेट की तरह ग्रो कर रही है, बट क्या तुम्हें पता है हमारा कॉर्पोरेट बॉन्ड मार्केट जीडीपी का सिर्फ 15-16% है. Compare that to South Korea at 79% or China at 38%. We have a massive amount of catching up to do.
We really do. As a quick background, corporate bonds debt securities हैं जहां investor को regular interest और maturity पर principal मिलता है.
Right.
Instead of going to a bank, a company issues bonds to the public or large investors.
Exactly. For example, imagine a massive energy giant wants to build a mega solar park. Instead of putting immense loan pressure on a single bank, the company issues green bonds directly into the market to raise that capital.
Exactly.
Currently, India's corporate bond market is approximately rupees 53.6 trillion, growing at a 12% CAGR.
The core logic of why we need this market is profound, Dekho. Its biggest significance is reducing bank dependence. This protects banks from accumulating massive NPAs.
And it solves a major structural issue for banks, right? यूपीएससी जीएस3 के लिए कॉर्पोरेट बॉन्ड मार्केट बैंक्स के स्ट्रक्चरल इशू को कैसे सॉल्व करता है?
Asset liability mismatch को रोकता है. Think about how a bank works. They take short-term retail deposits from you and me. That is their liability.
ओके
If they use that short-term money to give a 20-year long-term loan for a highway project, that's a dangerous mismatch.
ओह आई सी.
Bond markets fix this because bonds are naturally designed for long-term financing.
That makes perfect sense. Another benefit is efficient monetary policy transmission. Monetary policy transmission bond market में बैंक से फास्ट क्यों होता है?
क्योंकि बॉन्ड yields डायरेक्ट रियल टाइम मार्केट ट्रेडिंग से चेंज होते हैं बिना बैंक की पॉलिसी मीटिंग के लाके.
We also hear about risk transfer. Credit default swaps essentially market में क्या करते हैं?
ये बेसिकली डिफॉल्ट रिस्क के अगेंस्ट एक इंश्योरेंस प्रोवाइड करते हैं, गिविंग इन्वेस्टर्स कॉन्फिडेंस टू इन्वेस्ट हेवीली.
But the structural barriers holding this market back are severe. We have regulatory overlap between SEBI, RBI, and MCA.
Yeah.
We have extensive disclosure requirements. But the craziest barrier is the credit rating concentration. Almost 94% of all bond issuances go only to the ultra-safe AAA and AA rated companies.
प्लस पेंशन फंड्स को सिर्फ AAA या AAA बॉन्ड्स में इन्वेस्ट करने की रिस्ट्रिक्शन क्यों है?
To protect public retirement money from high-risk defaults. But इससे market depth रुक जाती है. Growing mid-tier companies are starved of capital.
To fix this, there are initiatives like SEBI's revamped information repository and RBI's Retail Direct. But the real game changer is Niti Aayog's three-phase strategy.
Right?
Phase 1 focuses on standardizing disclosures. Phase 2 aims to reform the IBC waterfall and NCLT capacity. But Phase 3 is mind-blowing. नीति आयोग के फेज 3 में ब्लॉकचेन इनेबल्ड सेटलमेंट से क्या रेवोल्यूशनरी चेंज आएगा? स्मार्ट कॉन्ट्रैक्ट्स के थ्रू इंस्टेंट, ट्रांसपेरेंट और टैम्पर प्रूफ सेटलमेंट्स होंगे. जीरो मिडलमैन, डिले. इट फुली ऑटोमेट्स द फाइनेंशियल हैंडशेक.
Wow. Now pause and practice saying. Deepening the corporate bond market is critical to reducing asset liability mismatch in Indian banks.
A powerful definitive statement.
Ah.
In short, big infra needs big money और वो पैसा बैंक लोन से नहीं डीप कॉर्पोरेट बॉन्ड मार्केट से आएगा.
That perfectly ties our entire financial journey together.
Phew. What a journey it was. Time for our final recap. Let's bullet point the incredible evolution we just discussed.
Let's do it.
First, the banking sector. PSB strong CARR और dropping NPS के साथ resilient हो गए हैं despite digital frauds.
Absolutely.
Second, payments vision 2028. UPI ने revolution ला दिया है, but we need to tackle app duopoly and cyber security.
Very important. Third, regional rural banks. अपने golden jubilee पर है, focus should be back on rural priority lending rather than just safe GSECs.
Right.
Fourth, NBFCs and SROs. FIDC के SRO बनने से shadow banking sector में disciplined self-regulation आएगा.
Yes, it will.
Fifth, NCP 5 2025. Cooperatives को politically free, tech-enabled और ONDC GEM integrated business बनाना है.
A huge transformation.
And finally, corporate bonds. Infra funding का future है, provided हम नीति आयोग की 3-phase strategy से structural barriers हटाएं.
A very comprehensive map of India's financial future.
Now I want to leave you with a provocative thought. सोचो जरा, अगर फ्यूचर में मूल्यहंटर.ai जैसे टूल्स और ब्लॉकचेन सेटलमेंट एक रियल टाइम ऑटोमेटेड फाइनेंशियल सिस्टम बना दे, तो क्या हमें ट्रेडिशनल बैंक्स और रेगुलेटर्स की बिल्कुल जरूरत पड़ेगी या कोड ही लॉ बन जाएगा? Keep pondering on that. Keep learning.
You are
Keep
buying
diving
a barrel of crude oil.
Okay.
पहले वो $100 का था और तुम्हें रफली 8,500 पे करने पड़ते थे.
Right.
आज भी ग्लोबल मार्केट में वो $100 का ही है, बट तुम 9,600 पे कर रहे हो. लाइक सेम ऑयल, सेम डॉलर प्राइस, पर तुम्हारे पॉकेट से एक्स्ट्रा 1,100 रुपए निकल गए.
It's crazy.
आई मीन ऐसा क्यों?
It's basically a massive invisible tax on your daily life. And it's driven by things happening thousands of miles away.
एग्जैक्टली. वेलकम टू द कॉम्प्लेक्स वर्ल्ड ऑफ ग्लोबल ट्रेड, जहां एक करेंसी का गिरना या लाइक एक इंटरनेशनल टैक्स का आना तुम्हारी डेली लाइफ और हमारी कंट्री की इकोनॉमी को कंप्लीटली हिला सकता है.
बिल्कुल.
आज हम ना इसी एक्सटर्नल सेक्टर के वेब को डिकोड करेंगे, समझे?
Yeah.
ये डीप डाइव यूपीएससी जीएस पेपर 3 के लिए एब्सोल्यूट गोल्ड माइन है।
For sure.
इंडिया एंड वर्ल्ड ट्रेड ऑर्गेनाइजेशन, फिर ओशन सस्टेनेबिलिटी पर डब्ल्यूटीओ अग्रीमेंट ऑन फिशरीज सब्सिडीज देखेंगे। उसके बाद वील जंप इनटू करेंसी पावर लाइक इंटरनेशनलाइजेशन ऑफ द रुपी और फिर depreciation of Indian rupee.
Right.
And after that, we'll explore how governments are fighting back against tax havens with the global minimum tax.
Ooh, nice.
Yeah. And then how we are boosting our exports with the export promotion mission, the details of foreign direct investment or FDI, and finally, free trade agreements.
It is going to be intense, but I promise it will completely change how you read the news या फिर अपने UPSC Mains answers लिखते हो. So, let's jump right in.
Let's do it.
Our very first focus. Topic name, India and World Trade Organization.
Okay. Broad micro theme, evolution, successes, and future strategy of India at the WTO. Basically, navigating the global trade referee. So, what exactly is the WTO?
So, think of the WTO as this single global forum for trade rules.
Acha.
It replaced the old GATT, the General Agreement on Tariffs and Trade back in 1995.
Right, right.
Basically, ये ensure करता है कि countries के बीच जो trade है ना, वो smoothly और बिना किसी discrimination के हो.
Okay, let's make this real. Imagine तुम एक छोटा टेक स्टार्टअप हो इंडिया में। 1990 से पहले अपना सॉफ्टवेयर बाहर बेचना ना like a nightmare था।
Oh yeah.
टैक्सेस, रेड टेप, बट WTO के आने के बाद और ट्रेड लिबरलाइज होने के बाद इंडिया का सॉफ्टवेयर सर्विसेज एक्सपोर्ट्स लिटरली रॉकेट की तरह शूट अप हुआ।
It was huge.
आज हम एक ग्लोबल आईटी जायंट है एंड इट्स ऑल थैंक्स टू दोज ओपन ट्रेड बॉर्डर्स, है ना?
Spot on. To understand why this matters today, you have to look at the background.
ओके,
So the WTO was established after the massive 1986 to 94 Uruguay round.
राइट।
It brought in new pillars like GATS for services, TRIPS for intellectual property, and a much-needed dispute settlement mechanism.
ओके।
Right now, we are technically in the Doha round, which started in 2001.
Wait, 2001?
Yeah, but honestly, it has been totally stalled since 2008 over subsidies. They tried to revive it with the Bali and Nairobi packages, but it's tough.
So checking out the core logic here, India has had some crazy successes. I mean, our exports almost doubled in less than a decade.
Yeah.
And our pharmaceutical exports, they went from under 600 million in 1995 to billions today. Like we supply 20% of the world's generic medicines.
That's a massive flex.
I know. Plus, labor-intensive sectors में employment generation हुआ, FDI inflows आए. But honestly, the future feels super tricky right now.
It is tricky. The factors affecting the future are shifting rapidly. First, we have newer areas like e-commerce that didn't even exist back then.
Right.
Second, global economic dynamics completely change ho gaye. Third, we are literally watching an emerging trade war between China and the US.
Oh, yeah.
And fourth, the WTO appellate body has recently become completely dysfunctional. So countries are panicking and moving towards regional trading blocs like RCEP.
Wow. Okay. So how do we safeguard our interests? I'm looking at our notes, and it says India needs to institutionally link national goals with global goals.
Exactly.
Like Atmanirbhar Bharat ke under, we have to balance self-sufficiency with our comparative advantage in labor-intensive sectors. We need to build geopolitical capital and shape e-commerce rules proactively.
Right. Instead of abandoning the WTO for regional blocs, we need to push for systemic reform to ensure non-discrimination.
Okay, let's do some quick cross-questioning here because I really want to nail down the UPSC relevance. First question. Wait, if everyone is forming regional blocs like RCEP, why do we even care about the WTO anymore?
क्योंकि regional blocs ना nature में exclusionary होते हैं.
Acha?
The WTO ensures global non-discrimination. For a developing nation like India, the WTO acts as a shield against unequal bilateral pressures from economic giants.
That makes sense. Okay, second question. You mentioned the appellate body is dysfunctional. What is the actual danger there?
Without a functioning appellate body, disputes just won't get resolved. Powerful nations like the US or China will just dictate terms. और India के पास कोई international legal recourse नहीं बचेगा.
That is scary. Okay, third question. Why is the pharma sector constantly highlighted as this massive WTO success story for India?
Because when the TRIPS agreement on intellectual property came in, everyone thought it would kill our cheap medicines.
Right.
Instead, India smartly balanced IP laws with public health and ended up capturing 20% of the global supply of generic medicines.
I love that. Fourth question. Doesn't our Atmanirbhar Bharat policy directly conflict with open WTO rules?
It definitely creates friction, which is why we must balance self-sufficiency with our comparative advantage. The goal shouldn't be just restricting imports, but rather making our own exports hyper-competitive globally.
Got it. Last question on this. Why is e-commerce called a newel area in WTO talks?
Because back in 1995, when the rules were written, digital trade basically didn't exist. Today, the global economy is highly digital, and India needs to proactively shape these new rules before they are forced upon us.
Okay, students, if you're making notes, here is a quick mental check. Pause and practice saying this out loud. Practice saying, India supports WTO reform over fragmented trading blocks to ensure non-discrimination.
In short, the WTO made India's IT and pharma sectors global, but now we must navigate trade wars and push for systematic reforms.
Perfect. Now, speaking of WTO rules, they don't just affect software and pills, they affect our oceans too. That brings us to our second topic name.
WTO Agreement on Fisheries Subsidies.
Yes.
Broad micro theme. Balancing ocean sustainability with traditional fishermen's livelihoods, basically saving the oceans.
Simply put, this is the very first WTO agreement that explicitly focuses on environmental sustainability.
Okay.
Its main goal is to stop harmful financial support, meaning subsidies that lead to overfishing.
Okay.
Picture this. Imagine एक बड़ा इंडस्ट्रियल शिप जिसमें मैसिव नेट्स हैं, उनको अपनी गवर्नमेंट से डीप सी फिशिंग के लिए सस्ता फ्यूल मिलता है।
Right.
वो आकर सारी मछलियां पकड़ लेते हैं और वही केरला या गुजरात का एक लोकल फिशरमैन अपनी छोटी सी बोट लेकर जाता है और खाली हाथ लौट आता है। ये अग्रीमेंट उस बड़े शिप की अनफेयर सब्सिडी को रोकने के लिए है ना?
Exactly. And the background is terrifying.
Yeah.
Our oceans are literally emptying out. Currently, 35.5% of global fish stocks are overfished.
Wow.
To stop this, the MC12 summit in Geneva in 2022 adopted this historic agreement. It aligns perfectly with SDG 14.6 to eliminate harmful subsidies,
Harmful like what?
like those that cause overcapacity and IUU fishing. Over 260 million लोगों की livelihood इस पे depend करती है.
Let's break down the core logic. The key provisions explicitly prohibit subsidies for IUU fishing, overfished stocks, and unregulated fishing on the high seas. And yaad rakhna, just the top 5 subsidizers, China, the EU, the US, South Korea, and Japan.
हाँ,
They account for 58% of all global fisheries subsidies.
it's massive.
Yeah.
And to help poorer nations adapt, there is special and differential treatment, or SNDT.
Okay.
Developing nations and LDCs get a 2-year transition period. There is also a fully operational voluntary WTO fish fund for technical assistance.
But here is where the geopolitics gets crazy. India ने अब तक इसको ratify नहीं किया है. क्यों? Because India is globally one of the lowest subsidizers.
Exactly.
हमारी fishing small scale, sustainable और traditional है. So India strongly advocates for common but differentiated responsibilities, or CBDR. We actually proposed a 25-year moratorium for distant water fishing nations.
Yeah, we call their overcapacity and overfishing approach totally flawed because it ignores per capita subsidies and the massive population of our small fishers.
So what are the implementation issues for developing countries?
We have capacity constraints, massive data gaps, high seas enforcement challenges, and intense financial dependence where abruptly withdrawing subsidies would literally devastate our small fishing communities.
This has a massive real-world impact. Let's do our UPSC cross-questioning. First up, if this agreement is so amazing for the environment, why on earth is India refusing to ratify it right now?
क्योंकि a blanket ban will unfairly punish our traditional fishers. हमारी per capita subsidy is incredibly low compared to the industrialized fleets of those top 5 nations. We didn't cause the problem, so we shouldn't bear the heaviest burden.
Fair point. Okay, second question. You mentioned IOU fishing earlier. What is that technically?
It stands for illegal, unreported and unregulated fishing. ये वो giant industrial fleets हैं जो बिना किसी रूल को फॉलो किए ओशंस को ruthlessly exploit करते हैं.
Third question. How exactly does CBDR apply to fish?
CBDR means common but differentiated responsibilities. Yes, saving the ocean is everyone's common responsibility. But those who historically did the most damage must take the first and biggest actions.
Makes total sense. Fourth question. What is the actual purpose of that WTO fish fund you mentioned?
ये developing nations और LDCs को financially और technically support करता है ताकि वो अपने legal frameworks और enforcement capacity को इस new agreement के standard तक upgrade कर सकें.
Okay, last question here. India's bold demand for a 25-year moratorium. Who was that targeted at?
Distant water fishing nations. These are countries that leave their own coastal waters to do massive industrial fishing in other oceans, way outside their own exclusive economic zones.
Got it. Okay, guys, lock this concept in. Pause and practice saying India advocates CBDR in fisheries to protect artisanal fishers from undue compliance burdens.
In short, stopping global overfishing is essential, but India is holding its ground to protect its small-scale fishermen under the principle of equity.
Yeah, just a quick pause here. If making these complex connections is giving you those aha moments for your studies or just for your own knowledge, make sure you subscribe.
Definitely.
Drop a like and enable notifications so you never miss these deep dives. Okay, back into the matrix. Let's link that unfair global power dynamic to our money. Topic name: Internationalization of the rupee.
Right.
Broad micro theme: elevating INR to a globally accepted currency for trade.
By definition, internationalization means using the Indian rupee for cross-border transactions like trade, investments, and holding reserves instead of just using it domestically inside India.
Right.
सोचो इंडिया ने UAE से क्रूड ऑयल खरीदा. नॉर्मली हमें US डॉलर्स अरेंज करके पे करना पड़ता है.
हाँ.
अगर डॉलर मार्केट में महंगा हो गया तो हमारा इंपोर्ट बिल ऑटोमेटिकली बढ़ जाता है.
Yeah.
पर अगर हम UAE के साथ डील कर लें कि हम उन्हें रुपी में पे करेंगे और वो हमसे रुपी में ही गुड्स खरीदेंगे तो डॉलर का टेंशन ही खत्म. That's rupee internationalization.
Exactly. The background is that right now, the US dollar is the absolute king of global trade. But this over-reliance makes our economy super vulnerable to forex shocks. That's why the RBI is strategically pushing for this shift.
Let's dig into the core logic. The benefits are massive. It shields us from forex shocks and imported inflation.
Yeah, it limits exchange rate risks, which lowers the cost of doing business. It makes deficit financing easier, and it drops the requirement to hoard massive forex reserves. But there are serious challenges, right?
Absolutely. The biggest one is the Triffin dilemma,
Okay.
which means balancing local monetary stability with the global demand for your currency. Then we have restricted convertibility.
Right.
The INR is fully convertible in the current account, but only partially in the capital account, which limits its global appeal. Also, if you open up fund flows, you increase the risk of external shocks and financial volatility.
Still, we are taking some heavy-hitting initiatives. We've internationalized UPI in places like Singapore, France, and the UAE. We've signed MOUs for local currency settlements. We are opening special Vostro rupee accounts or SVRAs, bilateral currency swaps. Sri Lanka even made the INR a designated foreign currency. Plus, we are issuing rupee-denominated masala bonds.
The way forward involves getting the INR included in the Continuous Linked Settlement, or CLS system.
Okay.
We need to expand local currency settlements and heavily strengthen our financial markets by harmonizing KYC norms and getting Indian bonds onto global indices. The ultimate dream, getting the INR into the IMF's special drawing rights basket.
This stuff is fascinating for macroeconomics. Let's do the questions. First, you mentioned the Triffin dilemma. What exactly is that catch-22?
When your currency becomes truly global, the rest of the world needs lots of it to trade.
Right.
So supply them with that liquidity, you basically have to run massive trade deficits, which can end up destabilizing your own domestic economy. That's the Triffin dilemma.
That is wild. Second question.
Why is capital account convertibility such a big roadblock for us?
Because global investors only want to hold a currency if they can freely invest it in any asset and withdraw it without any government restrictions. India doesn't allow full capital account convertibility yet, so investors hesitate.
Okay, third question. What exactly do these special Vostro rupee accounts or SVRAs do?
ये फॉरेन बैंक्स को इंडियन बैंक्स में रुपी अकाउंट खोलने की परमिशन देते हैं. So if Russia wants to trade with India, वो directly इस SVRA के थ्रू रुपी में settle कर सकते हैं without ever touching the US dollar.
Brilliant. Fourth question. And masala bonds? Who takes the risk there?
Masala bonds are rupee-denominated bonds issued in foreign markets. The beauty of it is that the currency risk falls entirely on the foreign investor, not the Indian entity issuing the bond.
Nice flex. Finally, fifth question. What changes if the rupee gets into the Continuous Linked Settlement or CLS?
CLS is the global premier system for settling foreign currency transactions. If the INR is in it, cross-border trades become seamless, lightning fast, and far less risky, which massively boosts global trust.
Okay, students, visualize this and practice saying. Internationalizing INR reduces forex vulnerability, but requires balancing the Triffin dilemma.
In short, promoting the rupee globally cuts our dollar dependency and forex risks, but demands opening up our financial markets very carefully.
Now, what happens when we are dependent on the dollar and things go wrong? That leads us straight into our next topic. Topic name, depreciation of Indian rupee.
Right.
Broad micro theme, the causes and structural impacts of the falling rupee value.
Depreciation simply means the value of the Indian rupee falls compared to the US dollar. If $1 used to cost 80 rupees and now it costs 96 rupees, that is depreciation. The rupee became weaker.
सोचो तुम एक आईफोन इंपोर्ट कर रहे हो. फोन $1000 का है. जब डॉलर 80 का था तो तुम्हें 80,000 देने थे.
हाँ.
जब डॉलर 96 पे पहुंच गया, वही फोन अब 96,000 का हो गया. तुम्हारे लिए इंपोर्ट महंगा हो गया, जबकि एप्पल ने फोन का प्राइस बढ़ाया ही नहीं.
The background to this is that the rupee's value is decided by market forces, supply and demand. When more dollars are leaving India than coming in, the rupee naturally weakens.
Let's check the core logic. First, a widening trade deficit. We demand lots of gold and electronics while our exports soften. Second, capital outflows. Foreign portfolio investors or FPIs pulling their money out. Third, rising import costs due to global conflicts. Fourth, speculative investment. Importers panic buying dollars. And fifth, outbound tourism. Indians are traveling abroad like crazy post-pandemic, dumping rupees to buy foreign currency.
The negative impacts are severe. The biggest is imported inflation.
Right?
Since we import 85% of our crude oil, a $100 barrel jumps from 8,500 to 9,600. This increases the government subsidy burden, makes overseas debt more expensive, widens our current account deficit, and actually shrinks our GDP when measured in dollar terms.
But there are a few silver linings, right? Like export competitiveness, our goods instantly become cheaper for foreign buyers.
True.
NRI sending remittances get more rupees. And to fix the slide, the RBI uses monetary policy, like selling forex reserves or hiking interest rates. Meanwhile, the government uses fiscal policy to reduce import dependency. Let's dig deeper with questions. First, why do FPIs suddenly pull their money out of India?
Jab advanced economies like the US raise their interest rates, FPIs realize they can get risk-free high returns back home. So they pull their capital out of emerging markets like India and shift it to the US.
Ah, okay. Second question. But wait, can't the RBI just continuously sell dollars from its reserves to stop the rupee from falling?
नहीं यार, क्योंकि RBI के पास forex reserves finite हैं. They intervene to stop extreme, chaotic volatility, but they cannot reverse a fundamental long-term market trend.
That makes sense. Third question. Which sector faces the absolute biggest threat from this imported inflation?
Transport and logistics, because fuel gets instantly more expensive, which creates a massive ripple effect, increasing the price of every vegetable, grain, and daily product that gets transported across the country.
Fourth question. But wait, I don't get this. If exports become cheaper when the rupee falls, Shouldn't we be making a massive profit overall?
In theory, yes, but practically our major import bills like oil and gold are highly inelastic. हम oil खरीदना बंद नहीं कर सकते. So the massive financial loss on our import bill completely overshadows the slight gain we make on exports.
Ouch.
Fifth question.
And how does speculative investment make the currency fall even faster?
It becomes a self-fulfilling prophecy. अगर importers को लगता है कल रुपए और गिरेगा, वो पैनिक में आज ही aggressive dollar buying शुरू कर देते हैं. This sudden spike in demand for dollars automatically crashes the rupee further.
Mind blown. All right, time to lock it in, pause and practicing. Depreciation of INR fuels imported inflation but simultaneously increases India's export competitiveness.
In short, a weak rupee makes inelastic imports like oil super expensive, leading to inflation, even though it gives a slight edge to our exporters.
Okay, so if a weak rupee is hurting the economy, the government needs to make sure it's collecting every single rupee of tax it's owed to keep things running.
Absolutely.
But how do you do that when massive tech companies hide their money? That brings us to our next topic. Topic name: Global Minimum Tax.
Right.
Broad micro theme: preventing multinational companies from dodging taxes globally.
Also known as cracking down on tax havens. The Global Minimum Tax, or GMT, is an international agreement ensuring that massive multinational companies must pay a minimum of 15% corporate tax, no matter where on earth they operate.
Imagine एक बड़ी डिजिटल कंपनी है जो इंडिया में करोड़ों कमाती है, पर ऑन पेपर अपना हेडक्वार्टर बर्म्यूडा में दिखाती है जहां 0% टैक्स है.
Yep.
इंडिया को 1 रुपया टैक्स नहीं मिलता. अब जीएमटी के आने से वो कंपनी कहीं भी छुपे, उसको कम से कम 15% टैक्स देना ही पड़ेगा. The global race to the bottom is officially over.
Exactly. For decades, large corporates exploited these loopholes. The OECD and G20 created the inclusive framework on BEPS, base erosion and profit shifting, to change this forever.
Okay.
The GMT is built on the Global Anti-Base Erosion, or GLOBE rules, placing an absolute floor under tax competition.
The core logic has 5 key components in its package. First, simplification measures to make compliance easier.
Right.
Second, tax incentive alignment. Third, safe harbors for qualifying MNEs. Fourth, a level playing field stocktake process. And critically, fifth, domestic minimum tax protection to safeguard the tax base of developing countries.
The significance is mind-boggling. It stops profit shifting and is estimated to generate $150 billion in new tax revenues globally every year. This levels the playing field for smaller domestic companies and finally taxes modern digital business models.
Let's cross-question this. First question, what exactly is this BEPS thing?
BEPS stands for Base Erosion and Profit Shifting. Basically, companies use legal accounting tricks to artificially shift their profits from high-tax countries to low-tax countries. This literally erodes the tax base of the country where the actual economic activity happened.
Okay. Second question. So if the GMT is 15%, but a tax haven only charges 10%, who collects that remaining 5%?
Under the new GLOBE rules, the company's home country or parent jurisdiction can step in and collect that remaining 5% as a top-up tax. So the incentive to move to a tax haven is completely destroyed.
Third question. Why is domestic minimum tax protection specifically highlighted for developing nations like us?
ताकि टैक्स कलेक्ट करने का पहला हक उस कंट्री का हो जहां एक्चुअल इकोनॉमिक एक्टिविटी और प्रोडक्शन हुई है, लाइक इंडिया, और वो पैसा पेरेंट कंपनी की रिच डेवलप्ड कंट्री के पास ना चला जाए.
Fourth question. How does this help our local MSMEs?
Our MSMEs can't afford fancy lawyers to set up shell companies in Bermuda, so they were paying full taxes while global giants paid zero. Now that the giants are forced to pay a 15% minimum, the playing field is finally leveled.
Fifth question. Why did digitization make taxing these companies so hard in the first place?
Historically, you taxed a company based on the physical location of its factory or office. But today, a tech giant can sell billions in software or ads globally without a single physical office in the buyer's country, making it incredibly hard to pin down where the value was actually created.
Brilliant stuff. Okay, let's lock this in. Pause and practice saying. Practice saying. The global minimum tax curbs BEPS by enforcing a 15% baseline corporate tax worldwide.
In short,
The 15% GMT ensures tech giants and multinationals finally pay their fair share of taxes, stopping the drain of wealth to tax havens.
Now, if we are securing our tax base globally, we also need to push our products globally. Topic name.
Export Promotion Mission.
Okay.
Broad micro-theme. Overhauling India's export strategy to boost global competitiveness.
The Export Promotion Mission, or EPM, is a centralized digital and policy framework designed to give Indian exporters, especially our MSMEs, both financial and structural support to dominate the global market.
सोचो तेलंगाना का एक हल्दी एक्सपोर्टर है। उसे पहले कस्टम्स, लॉजिस्टिक्स, क्योंकि नियरेस्ट पोर्ट 700 किलोमीटर दूर है और क्वालिटी स्टैंडर्ड्स क्लियर करने में बहुत पैसे और टाइम वेस्ट करना पड़ता था।
Right.
ईपीएम उनको अफोर्डेबल ट्रेड फाइनेंस, लॉजिस्टिक्स सपोर्ट और इंटरनेशनल ब्रांडिंग हेल्प देता है अंडर वन सिंगल अम्ब्रेला।
Exports are genuinely the backbone of the economy, providing 45 million jobs and making up 21% of GDP in FY25. We exported $825.3 billion total. But here is the catch.
What?
Our share of total global trade is still just 2.5%. We need to grow.
Okay, looking at the core logic, the EPM architecture has two main sub-schemes. First, Niryat Protsahan for financial support like affordable trade finance.
Right.
Second, Niryat Disha for non-financial support like market readiness, compliance, and branding. MSMEs are the heroes here, making up 45% of our exports, but the challenges are brutal.
Yeah.
Logistics are a nightmare with Red Sea disruptions. Strict quality standards like the European Green Deal are hurting Punjab's textiles. Trade barriers are rising, and geopolitical tensions leave states like Haryana vulnerable to external shocks.
The government's counter-strategy involves the Foreign Trade Policy 2023, ROSCTL for tax reimbursements, export facilitation centers, turning districts into export hubs, and leveraging the Export Preparedness Index.
Okay.
Going forward, we need to negotiate better FTAs, promote high-value R&D services, unlock e-commerce exports with separate customs codes, and build a unified national trade network.
Time to dig in with questions. First question. What is the exact difference between Niryat Protsahan and Niryat Disha?
Protsahan is all about the money, providing direct financial support, cheap credit, and affordable loans. Disha is all about the structure, helping with branding, quality checks, compliance, and warehouses.
Second question. How exactly is the European Green Deal threatening Punjab's textile mills?
The Green Deal imposes incredibly strict environmental and carbon emission standards. अगर पंजाब के mills वो norms meet नहीं करते, उनके products यूरोप में outright ban हो जाएंगे, cutting off a massive market.
Third question. What is the grand vision behind the districts as export hubs concept?
It's about grassroots micro-level economic growth. हर district का अपना unique product होता है. उस एक product को globally push करके हम ground up level पे एक massive export ecosystem बना रहे हैं.
Fourth question. Why are exporters begging for separate customs codes for e-commerce?
क्योंकि e-commerce parcels bulk shipping container से बिल्कुल अलग होते हैं. Separate fast-track codes will drastically speed up their customs clearance, which is vital for our MSMEs to compete on delivery times globally.
Fifth question. And how will the National Trade Network, the NTN, change the game?
Right now, an exporter has to run between customs, DGFT, and banks on different portals. NTN will unify everything onto a single digital dashboard, killing the red tape and reducing transaction costs.
Love it. Okay, practice time. Pause and practice saying. Practice saying, the Export Promotion Mission integrates financial and compliance support to enhance India's 2.5% share in global exports.
In short, EPM tackles India's deep export bottlenecks, from high logistics costs to strict European quality standards, to push our global trade footprint.
Now, to produce those massive exports, we need serious money and tech. Topic name, Foreign Direct Investment or FDI.
Right.
Broad micro-theme, the influx, roadblocks, and regulatory reforms of foreign capital in India.
FDI simply means when a foreign entity directly invests money to set up or buy a major stake in an Indian business, bringing in long-term capital and advanced technology.
तुमने देखा होगा कैसे अचानक बहुत सारी फॉरेन टेक कंपनीज ने इंडिया में अपने मैसिव डेटा सेंटर्स और R&D लैब्स सेटअप किए। वो सब FDI हैं। इससे ना सिर्फ डॉलर्स आए बल्कि हजारों लोकल इंजीनियर्स को टॉप टियर जॉब्स मिली और कटिंग एज टेक ट्रांसफर हुआ।
By December 2025, India's cumulative FDI hit a staggering $1.14 trillion.
वाओ।
The top states attracting this are Maharashtra, Karnataka, and Gujarat. Interestingly, our top source nations are Singapore, Mauritius, and the US, heavily concentrated in computer software and hardware and the services sector.
But the core logic shows massive roadblocks. Complex regulations and policy uncertainty are huge red flags. Remember the Vodafone retrospective taxation saga?
Oh yeah?
It created years of legal mess. Then there are institutional deficiencies like the Flipkart case that actually caused India to lose GSP trade benefits with the US. Plus, FDI is highly concentrated in just a few states, and our intellectual property regime is still viewed suspiciously.
To counter this, India has aggressively liberalized FDI policy, moving more sectors to the automatic route.
Okay.
We are boosting domestic capacity with Make in India and PLI schemes, rolling out the National Single Window System, and setting up project development cells to fast-track investments.
Makes sense.
Moving forward, we have to improve our infrastructure, upskill our workforce, adopt a Baba Kalyani Committee suggestion for separate SEZ rules, and crucially, streamline our legal dispute resolution mechanisms and update our bilateral investment treaties.
Questions time. First question. Let's revisit that Vodafone retrospective tax case. Why did that damage India's image so badly?
Kyunki the government changed a tax rule and then demanded money from a backdate. इस policy uncertainty से foreign investors बुरी तरह डर गए, thinking that investing in India is too legally risky if the rules can change retroactively.
Second question. Why is FDI so heavily concentrated in just Maharashtra, Karnataka, and Gujarat?
Because foreign investors don't want to start from zero. In states में mature business ecosystems, massive ports, logistics infra, और skilled workforce पहले से ready हैं.
Third question. What was the main takeaway from the Baba Kalyani Committee regarding SEZs?
They pointed out that we currently treat all special economic zones the same. They strongly suggested that services and manufacturing need entirely separate SEZ rules because their space, operations, and capital requirements are completely different.
Fourth question. How does the National Single Window System help a foreign investor?
It gives them one unified digital platform where they can get all this central and state-level regulatory clearances in one go, entirely bypassing the notorious Indian red tape.
I have to ask the fifth question. Why is Mauritius a top FDI source? Are there just a lot of billionaires living on that island?
नहीं यार, this happens because of round-tripping and favorable tax treaties. Basically, investors send their money on a vacation to Mauritius and then route it back into India, disguised as foreign investment just to avoid paying certain capital gains taxes.
Wow, the loopholes. Okay, pause and practice saying. Enhancing FDI requires policy certainty, robust dispute resolution, and updating bilateral investment treaties.
In short, India is pulling in massive FDI. But to sustain it, we need to fix our slow dispute resolution mechanisms and stop unpredictable policy flip-flops.
And finally, to protect all this domestic growth while trading globally, we need solid rules of engagement. Topic name: Free Trade Agreements or FTAs.
All right?
Broad micro-theme: navigating 21st century trade pacts while protecting domestic industries.
Port taxes, tariffs, and other barriers to supercharge their bilateral trade.
सोचो, इंडिया ने यूएई के साथ सीपा साइन किया। पहले इंडियन ज्वेलरी पर यूएई में 5% इंपोर्ट ड्यूटी लगती थी, अब वो 0% हो गए। हमारे ज्वेलर्स का एक्सपोर्ट बूम हो गया।
Right.
बट देयर इज अ मैसिव कैच। उसी एफटीए के थ्रू जब सस्ते ड्यूटी फ्री इलेक्ट्रॉनिक्स वहां से हमारे मार्केट में आने लगे तो हमारे लोकल मैन्युफैक्चरर्स परेशान हो गए। दैट्स द double-edged sword of FTAs.
Absolutely. The background here is that with the WTO struggling, the world is heavily pivoting to bilateral FTAs. And these are no longer just simple tariff cuts. They are holistic economic partnerships covering everything from services and digital trade to labor and environmental standards.
Looking at the core logic, FTAs are incredibly significant for correcting trade deficits. Although we have to be careful. Our trade deficit with ASEAN skyrocketed from $10 billion in 2017 to $44 billion in 2023 despite an FTA.
Crazy.
FTAs also act as a geopolitical hedge against protectionism and help diversify supply chains. But the negotiations are a battlefield. Western nations push non-tariff issues, demanding strict labor and IP commitments. We face an imbalance in value addition, exporting raw materials and importing expensive finished goods.
Yes.
We have massive fights over rules of origin to prevent third countries like China from abusing the system. And we have to fiercely protect sensitive sectors like agriculture and dairy.
The way forward requires deep domestic reforms to improve our logistics. We must have continuous industry consultations so we don't repeat the ASEAN deficit disaster.
Exactly.
We need to leverage our core strength, services like IT and healthcare, to offset merchandise deficits. And we must aggressively review and update our older FTAs with ASEAN, Japan, and Korea.
Final round of questions. First question. How did our trade deficit with ASEAN actually worsen after signing an FTA with them?
क्योंकि उनकी मैन्युफैक्चरिंग एफिशिएंसी और लॉजिस्टिक्स हमारे से ज़्यादा कंपेटिटिव थी, तो उनके सस्ते इंपोर्ट्स ने हमारे मार्केट्स को फ्लड कर दिया। मीनवाइल, उन्होंने स्नीकी नॉन-टैरिफ बैरियर्स लगाकर हमारे एक्सपोर्ट्स को लिमिट कर दिया।
Second question. That brings up rules of origin. Why are these rules so critical, especially regarding China?
Let's say we have a zero-tariff FTA with the UAE. China could ship its cheap goods to the UAE, slap a made-in-UAE sticker on them, and dump them into India tax-free. Strict rules of origin demand that a certain percentage of manufacturing must happen in the partner country to prevent this fraud.
Third question. Why does India always exclude the dairy sector when negotiating deals with the EU or New Zealand?
Because European and Kiwi dairy farms are massive, highly mechanized, and heavily subsidized by their governments. अगर उनका मिल्क जीरो ड्यूटी पे यहाँ आया, तो इंडिया के मिलियंस ऑफ स्मॉल मार्जिनलाइज्ड डेयरी फार्मर्स पूरी तरह से बर्बाद हो जाएंगे।
Fourth question. How do these new holistic economic partnerships like CEPA differ from our old FTAs?
पुराने डील्स प्योरली फिजिकल गुड्स के इंपोर्ट टैक्स कट पे फोकस करते थे। Modern CEPAs are massive rule books that include binding commitments on services trade, investment protection, intellectual property rights, and even digital data flows.
Fifth question. Why do our negotiators push so hard for the services sector, like IT and healthcare during these talks?
क्योंकि services हमारी actual global superpower है. We always run a deficit in physical merchandise trade. So we demand easy visas and professional mobility for our tech and healthcare workers to balance the overall economic scales.
Incredible. Okay, last one for the notes. Pause and practice saying. Practice saying. Modern FTAs require strict rules of origin to prevent third-party circumvention and protect sensitive domestic sectors.
In short, FTAs offer incredible global market access, but they require ruthless negotiations to protect our farmers and prevent indirect dumping by non-partner countries.
What a massive, mind-expanding deep dive today. Let's do a super quick final recap of our overarching theme. India's integration with the global economy demands resilient, competitive, and strategic external sector policies.
So we started with WTO and fisheries. We are fighting for non-discriminatory trade rules and defending our traditional fishermen using the principle of common but differentiated responsibilities.
Then, rupee internationalization and depreciation. Pushing the INR globally cuts our dangerous dollar dependency, which is vital because a depreciating rupee causes massive imported inflation, especially for our oil.
Next was the global minimum tax. The new 15% standardized tax finally puts an end to corporate giants shifting their profits to zero tax havens.
Then export promotion and FDI. The EPM unifies our fractured export strategy, while policy clarity and fast dispute resolution are non-negotiable if we want to sustain our $1.14 trillion FDI inflows.
And finally, FTAs. We're playing the new game of holistic trade deals, but we must strictly enforce rules of origin and fiercely safeguard sensitive sectors like dairy.
It all connects perfectly back to that barrel of oil you mentioned at the very start. Every single element of the external sector feeds into the other.
Exactly. Everything is connected.
So here is a final thought to leave you with. If a single policy change in a tax haven halfway across the world can dictate how much you pay for your smartphone or your petrol here in India, are domestic borders even real anymore when it comes to the economy? Thoda soch lo. Keep exploring, stay curious, and we'll catch you on the next
produces 25% of the world's milk.
Oh yeah, it's a massive number.
Like literally a quarter of all global milk. But at the exact same time, our food waste is so insanely high that it could feed 1/3 of India's poor.
Which is just tragic.
It is, yeah? Welcome to the deep dive. Today, we are decoding this exact paradox. I mean, my mission here is to take all these heavy reports and research papers and turn them into, well-informed insights for your UPSC prep.
Exactly. We are looking at the entire agricultural sector today, peeling it back layer by layer. Because reading the data is one thing, but understanding the why behind the data is how you actually write a good GS Mains answer.
So here's our learning map for today, guys. We are going to cover everything, like starting with the value of output, grain storage, agri-inputs, the PPV and FR Act, PACs, the new PM Dhan Dhanya scheme, ENAM, pulses, integrated farming, and finally, we'll wrap up with the blue economy.
It's a packed journey.
Very packed. So let's jump straight in. First topic on the map is the report on value of output from agriculture and allied sectors, plus the basic animal husbandry statistics.
Right.
The broad micro theme here is basically doing a decadal growth analysis of agriculture and animal husbandry. And honestly, looking at the notes, the data blew my mind. Like gross value added or GVA of agriculture has jumped almost 225% in the last decade.
It's massive. But here is where we need to be really precise for the exam. GVA grew by 225% at current prices.
Okay.
But if we look at the gross value of output, the GVO, at constant prices, it only grew by 44.6%.
Wait, current prices matlab inflation is included, right?
Exactly, huh? So the real volume growth is that 54.6% figure. But looking closer at the output, UP is absolutely dominating in cereals. Paddy and wheat still hold a massive 85% share.
Right.
But the real story is the shift. The crop sector is now 54.1% of the total output.
Meaning allied sectors are totally catching up.
Yes, like floriculture has doubled to 28.1 thousand crores.
Oh, wow.
And I see MPs topping the condiments and spices chart with a 19.2% share. I always thought of MP as just, the wheat and soybean heartland. Is this crop diversification actually working on the ground? Absolutely. MP historically relied on those traditional cereals. But topping the spices chart indicates a deliberate, highly successful shift towards high-value, export-oriented agriculture. It's textbook diversification.
Okay, so if I'm writing a GS3 answer on growth parameters, how do I actually use this massive gap between the 225% GVA and the 54.6% GVO?
You use it to highlight the real versus nominal growth paradox. You explain that while income looks inflated due to current prices, the physical output growth is steady, but much lower. It shows maturity in the sector.
Acha. Samjhe. Guys, pause the audio and practice saying this line for your mains. Agriculture GVA grew by 225% at current prices, while GVO grew by 54.6% at constant prices. Practice that.
It's a great data point to memorize.
Air dropped to 50.2%. Is climate change like drying up our lakes or something?
Partially, yes. Extreme weather plus overexploitation of groundwater and shrinking of inland water bodies severely impact inland output. This is allowing marine growth to overtake it.
And marine fishing growing, that directly ties into the blue economy, right?
Spot on. Marine fishing is a direct input for the blue economy. It optimizes ocean potential, boosts export earnings, and creates coastal employment.
Okay, one more thing on the crops. Floriculture doubled. If I get a question on doubling farmers' income, can I just drop floriculture in there?
Definitely. Floriculture is high-value horticulture. Moving from traditional cereals to cash crops like flours is a proven high ROI strategy for income multiplication.
इन शॉर्ट डेटा दिखाता है कि एग्रीकल्चर अब सिर्फ गेहूं चावल तक लिमिटेड नहीं है. Allied sectors are the new game changers, which brings us to the animal husbandry statistics.
Right, the 2025 starts.
Yeah, we are the world's largest milk producer. UP is top in milk, AP is second in the world for eggs, and West Bengal is fourth globally in meat.
And don't forget wool, where Rajasthan holds a massive 47.85% share.
Let's unpack this. Milk production being number one, how does that specifically fit into a rural poverty alleviation argument?
Because milk is liquid cash, literally.
Oh, true.
It provides daily income to small and marginal farmers, so it acts as a natural insurance against crop failure, which directly prevents extreme poverty.
Speaking of corporatization, the data says commercial poultry has an 84.49% share. That sounds like a gold mine for MSMEs, hai na?
It is. It proves poultry is highly structured now. MSMEs can tap into this entire value chain: cold storage, feed manufacturing, processed food packaging.
But why is wool so heavily concentrated in just Rajasthan and Jammu Kashmir?
Agroclimatic zones. Arid and semi-arid regions historically support sheep rearing because the sparse vegetation just isn't suitable for heavy water-intensive agriculture.
Makes sense. And West Bengal topping meat production. Is that just export or local dietary habits?
It's a mix, but heavily driven by regional dietary preferences, a massive domestic market, and porous borders that facilitate localized trade.
Say, so in a climate-resilient agriculture answer, how do I position animal husbandry?
Animals are mobile. They are far less vulnerable to sudden weather shocks than standing crops. They are the ultimate buffer when droughts or floods wipe out the fields.
Brilliant. Guys, practice saying the top states. UP for milk, AP for eggs, WB for meat. In short, animal husbandry is mainstream economy now, not just a side business.
Exactly.
Let's pivot to our second topic, grain storage system in India. The broad micro theme here is the urgent need for scientific storage for food security.
Right.
So we grew a record 353.96 million tons of grain, but the World Bank says our wastage could feed a third of India's poor. That is just shocking.
It's a massive logistics failure. Without scientific storage, farmers face distressed sales and the entire PDS system suffers.
So government क्या कर रही है?
They are pushing schemes like the Agriculture Infrastructure Fund or AIF, Agricultural Marketing Infrastructure, PM Kisan Sampada Yojana, and crucially, the world's largest grain storage plan in the cooperative sector at the PACS level.
But wait, how do I link AIF and PMKSY together in a GS3 food processing answer? They sound kind of similar.
Think of them as a relay race. AIF provides the funding for the back end.
Like the physical silos.
Exactly, the physical silos and warehouses. Then PMKSY takes that securely stored produce and funds the forward processing into finished goods.
Ah, okay. Let's practice that, guys. Agriculture Infrastructure Fund supports post-harvest logistics. But there's a huge regional imbalance in storage, right? Punjab and Haryana have all the godowns. How does that mess up the PDS?
Because eastern states lack storage. Grains literally have to travel from Punjab to Bihar.
Oh, man.
Yeah, this increases transit losses, spikes logistics costs, and makes the entire PDS incredibly inefficient.
And at the rural level, farmers are still using mud and bamboo structures. In the era of climate change, that sounds like a disaster.
It is. Rising temperatures and erratic humidity turn these non-rodent-proof structures into breeding grounds for accelerated fungal growth and massive spoilage.
So the solution is this massive storage plan at the PAX level. Why the cooperative sector though? Why not just build big FCI godowns?
Because cooperatives represent the grassroots. Integrating storage with cooperatives democratizes the infrastructure. And localized storage stops distressed sales. The farmer doesn't have to hire a truck to a distant mandi. They store it locally and wait for the price to peak.
In short, उगाना काफी नहीं है, उसे बचाना और सही टाइम पर बेचना is the real economy.
Right.
Moving to the way forward in this chunk, the CAG report from 2023 and the Shanta Kumar committee from 2014 recommended phasing out CAP, like those open storages, and bringing in private sector silos and the negotiable warehouse receipt or NWR system.
Yes.
How does this NWR system actually help in doubling farmers' income?
NWR allows a farmer to store their grain in a registered warehouse and get a digital receipt.
Okay.
They can then use that receipt as collateral to get an instant bank loan. They get liquid cash immediately without selling their crop at rock-bottom harvest prices.
That is genius. But why is phasing out cap open storage so critical for food security?
Open storage exposes our emergency buffer stocks to extreme weather and pests. If we lose our buffer to a bad monsoon, our national food security literally collapses.
But if we bring in private sector participation for silos, isn't there a risk? How do we critically evaluate that for GS3?
You argue that private silos bring modern tech and efficiency, which is great, but they require robust government regulation to ensure that state food security isn't monopolized by a few private corporate players.
Exactly. And the CAG report pushing for real-time digital tracking, does that actually stop PDS leaks?
Yes, it eliminates ghost beneficiaries and tracks pilferage points from the FCI godown all the way down to the fair price shop.
Quick tip, guys, if you have a GS2 governance question, quote the CAG report to show accountability. Practice saying, Shanta Kumar Committee recommended NWR system. In short, open storage को खत्म करके digital and private investment लाना ही future है.
Moving on.
Yes, let's move to topic 3, agricultural inputs at a glance. Our broad theme is the challenges and policy solutions around pesticides, mechanization, and fertilizers.
This is a critical one.
Yeah, here's a crazy hook. The ideal NPK ratio, like nitrogen, phosphorus, potassium, for soil is 4.2.1. But because of massive subsidies, we are just dumping urea into the ground.
It's destroying soil health. We have huge issues with bad quality pesticides, zero optimum application, and small farms that can't even use big machinery.
Right.
The government is trying to fix this with the Insecticides Act, the Submission on Agricultural Mechanization, or SAMM, and Paramparagat Krishi Vikas Yojana.
Okay, let's break this down. In sustainable agriculture answers, how do we use IPM, Integrated Pest Management?
IPM relies on biopesticides and natural predators rather than heavy chemicals. It directly protects soil microorganisms and water tables. That is the core tenet of sustainability.
But what about the unregulated price of chemical pesticides? Does that directly link to farmer suicides and distress?
Absolutely. High input costs push farmers into debt traps. If a crop fails, the exorbitant, unregulated cost of pesticides is often the direct catalyst for severe financial distress.
Tragic. And on mechanization, why is small farm size the biggest hurdle for that?
Because heavy machinery is capital intensive. A tractor needs space to turn. On farms smaller than 2 hectares, buying and operating big machines is just economically unviable.
So what's the solution for hilly topography where you can't even drive a big tractor?
Custom hiring centers, CHSEs. Farmers can rent smaller, hill-adapted power tillers on an hourly basis. It completely removes the massive capital expenditure burden.
I love that. Also, the Land Conservation Department gives a 90% subsidy on women-friendly equipment. How does this tie into the feminization of agriculture?
With men migrating to cities, women are running the farms. Ergonomically designed, subsidized tools reduce physical drudgery. It empowers the female workforce directly.
Practice saying submission on agricultural mechanization promotes custom hiring centers. In short, सही pesticide और custom hiring से ही छोटे किसानों का भला होगा.
Definitely.
But wait, let's talk about the fertilizer sector. India is the second largest consumer, but we import 95% of our phosphate and 100% of our potash. That is a massive strategic weakness.
It's a huge burden. The subsidy is over 10% of central expenditure. We rely on obsolete tech, like 27 plants are over 25 years old.
Wow.
And the environmental impact is huge. The government has launched One Nation, One Fertilizer under the Bharat brand and PMKSK centers.
But the real game changer is nano fertilizers.
Wow. Nano fertilizers से पूरी import dependency खत्म हो सकती है. So that's cool, ना? यार, अगर आपको भी ऐसे ही aha moments पसंद आ रहे हैं, तो अभी सब्सक्राइब करो और नोटिफिकेशन ऑन कर लो ताकि कोई भी डीप डाइव मिस ना हो।
It really is an aha moment.
Seriously though, how does the fertilizer subsidy burden impact our fiscal deficit for GS3?
Eating up more than 10% of central expenditure means funds are diverted from capital infrastructure, like irrigation. Rationalizing this subsidy is absolute key to fiscal consolidation.
And this 95% import of rock phosphate, how vulnerable does that make us geopolitically?
Highly, we import from places that can be volatile. Any global conflict instantly spikes our input costs, threatening domestic food security.
Does the one nation, one fertilizer, the Bharat brand, actually help the supply chain?
Yes, it stops companies from doing cross-country logistics just to market their specific brand. Standardizing reduces freight subsidies and ensures uniform quality control.
If I'm writing about Agriculture 4.0, can I link nano-fertilizers with PLI drones?
That's the perfect example. Nano-urea sprayed via PLI-backed drones combines precision farming with bio-nanotech. High-tech, minimal waste.
And PM-KSK centers, Pradhan Mantri Kisan Samriddhi Kendras, are they just fertilizer shops now?
No, they are one-stop solutions. They provide soil testing, seed, and advisory, shifting the model from just product selling to actual knowledge sharing.
Practice saying, India is 100% dependent on imports for potash. In short, fertilizer sector को subsidy के बोझ से निकालकर nanotech की तरफ ले जाना है.
Exactly.
Moving to topic 4, the Protection of Plant Varieties and Farmers' Rights Act, or PPV and FR Act 2001. Broad theme is balancing breeder rights with farmer rights on seeds.
Right.
Hook for this one. Can a massive corporate company sue an Indian farmer just for saving and replanting their branded seeds? The answer is in this 2001 Act.
This act is a response to the WTO's TRIPS agreement. It created a sui generis system. It requires new varieties to meet DUS criteria: distinctiveness, uniformity, and stability.
Okay.
But crucially, it protects farmers' rights alongside breeders' and researchers' rights, and includes a national gene fund for benefit sharing.
Okay, I keep reading the term sui generis system. What does that actually mean for an IPR answer?
Sui generis just means unique. Instead of strict Western patents, India created a unique hybrid system that respects a corporate breeder's IP but fiercely protects the traditional farmer's right to save and resource seeds.
But why is the DUS criteria so hard for small farmers to meet if they want to register a seed?
Because DUS requires scientifically rigorous clinical uniformity. Traditional indigenous varieties are naturally diverse and resilient, making this strict laboratory uniformity very hard for a traditional farmer to prove.
Got it. So if a corporate uses a traditional village seed to make a commercial hybrid, how does the National Gene Fund help in benefit sharing?
The profit share from that commercial hybrid goes directly into the gene fund, which is then used to financially reward and support that specific farming community.
That's awesome. But critically, does this act actually stop big firms from monopolization?
Yes. Section 39 explicitly allows farmers to save, use, sow, and even share protected varieties. They just can't sell them in branded commercial packaging. This single clause stops absolute corporate monopoly.
And does this prevent the loss of our traditional knowledge?
Exactly. It officially registers traditional seeds, legally recognizing local farmers as the rightful conservers of that biodiversity.
Pause and practice saying DUS stands for distinctiveness, uniformity and stability. In short, ये एक्ट एक ढाल है जो कॉर्पोरेट्स के इनोवेशन और किसानों के ट्रेडिशनल राइट्स को बैलेंस करता है.
Moving to the next pillar.
Yes, topic 5. Primary Agricultural Credit Societies or PACs. Broad theme is the transformation of agricultural credit at the grassroots level. When a village farmer needs a loan right now, they don't go to the RBI or a big bank, they go to their village PACS.
Right. They are the last mile credit link. PACS provide 41% of all KCC loans, and 95% of those go to small and marginal farmers.
Wow.
But they suffer from dual regulation. Multi-state PACS are under the union list, while single-state PACS are regulated by the state list.
Dual control, that always causes governance issues, है ना?
Exactly.
It creates regulatory overlap, delays in compliance, and political friction between state registrars and central authorities.
But why are PACs so much more important for a small and marginal farmer than commercial banks?
Proximity and trust? PACS members are literally your village neighbors. This peer-to-peer structure eliminates the intimidating bureaucratic paperwork that scares farmers away from commercial banks.
Makes sense.
So if we link PACS with GRAMs, Grameen Agriculture Markets, how does that improve the supply chain?
If a PAC's warehouse is physically linked to a gram, credit and storage happen at the exact same point. It turns a simple loan center into a complete agribusiness hub.
Do they just give short-term credit, or do they have a role in input services too?
Distribute seeds, fertilizers, and act as an all-in-one input resource center.
Practice saying PSES acts as a last-mile link between borrowers and higher financing institutions.
But we need to look at their issues too.
Yeah, PSES are in bad shape. High NPAs, no internet, lack of trained staff, and massive political interference. Plus, they are mostly concentrated in western and southern states.
True.
The government is pushing an ERP digitization project and the National Cooperation Policy 2025. How exactly does political interference push them into the NPA trap?
Local politicians push for loan waivers or crony lending to secure vote banks. This destroys the repayment culture and NPAs just skyrocket.
And this regional disparity, like being strong only in Maharashtra and Gujarat, how does that impact all of India's agriculture?
It means farmers in eastern India lack institutional credit access, forcing them towards highly exploitative local moneylenders, which suppresses overall national productivity.
Will this ERP-based national software actually increase transparency?
Huge time. ERP standardizes accounting in real time across India. Fudging local physical ledgers becomes impossible, which cuts corruption overnight.
What about making them multi-purpose service centers under the new model bylaws?
It creates diversified income streams. Earning from warehousing or custom hiring buffers the PACs against loan defaults, improving their financial health.
And linking to GS2 social justice, the National Cooperation Policy mandates women and weaker sections representation.
Yes, shifting them from token representation to actual financial decision-making empowerment.
Information से पैक्स की political बीमारी और NPAs दोनों का इलाज हो रहा है.
It's a much-needed cleanup.
Okay, let's roll into topic 6. PM Dhan Dhanya Krishi Yojana or PMDDKY.
A very big one.
Yeah. The broad theme here is the mega merger of 36 agricultural schemes into one umbrella. Imagine, PM Kisan, crop insurance, and irrigation all under one massive 1.44 lakh crore umbrella.
It's a 6-year plan targeting 1.7 crore small and marginal farmers. And they are specifically zeroing in on 100 underperforming districts with yields less than 3.5 tons per hectare.
Okay.
And the NCDC, National Cooperative Development Corporation, plays a huge role here in financing.
Wait, 36 schemes merged? How does this solve the governance or implementation deficit we always talk about in GS?
Siloed ministries cause overlapping efforts and insane red tape. A single umbrella means single-point accountability, streamlined funding, and much faster delivery to the farmer.
But why focus on just 100 underperforming districts? Shouldn't a mega scheme be pan-India?
This is targeted policy making. Instead of a diluted, one-size-fits-all approach, injecting capital precisely where yields are lowest gives you the highest marginal return on investment.
And they have district Dhan Dhanya Samitis led by collectors? Does that strengthen decentralized planning?
Top-down policies often fail in agriculture. The collector knows the local terrain. These samitis tailor the scheme to the district's specific soil and water reality.
What's the role of the NCDC here?
The NCDC acts as the institutional financial engine, providing the loans and grants to empower local cooperatives to execute these projects. Definitely.
Practice saying PMDDKY consolidates 36 schemes for holistic agricultural growth. But they are also doing key interventions like drip irrigation and global exposure, sending farmers to Israel and Japan. How does drip irrigation solve the crisis in the 52% of our land that is rain-fed, like Bundelkhand?
Drip irrigation maximizes per drop more crop.
It stretches incredibly limited water to ensure year-round farming instead of just seasonal reliance on the erratic monsoon.
And sending 500 farmers to Israel for drip tech or Netherlands for greenhouses, how do I write that in a capacity-building answer?
It shows a paradigm shift from just handing out basic subsidies to actual human capital investment. It creates global agri-tech ambassadors right at the village level.
They're also forming 10,000 women producer groups. How does this complement the SHG movement?
SHGs primarily focus on micro-savings. Women producer groups focus on enterprise. It upgrades women from micro-savers to active, large-scale market players.
And building village-level warehouses to stop that 20% tomato or mango spoilage, does that actually cool down food inflation for GS3?
Yes. Spoilage causes sudden supply shocks, which spikes prices in cities. Village cold storages stabilize supply chains, keeping retail food inflation naturally in check.
Finally, using the ENAM app for direct market access, the middlemen are removed and the economic impact is huge. Practice saying, global exposure to Israel for drip irrigation and Japan for precision farming. In short, ये योजना सिर्फ पैसा नहीं बांटती, किसानों को modern tech और global skills भी दे रही है.
Which is the need of the hour.
Speaking of ENAM, topic 7 is the National Agriculture Market or ENAM. Theme is One Nation, One Market, the digital revolution of agri-trading. A farmer in UP doesn't have to sell at throwaway prices locally, they can get bids from across the country.
ENAM just completed 10 years, implemented by the Small Farmers Agribusiness Consortium or SFAC. It now features AI-enabled quality assessment and is integrated with electronic negotiable warehouse receipts, the ENWR.
Okay, we talked about ENWR earlier. How does ENWR give a farmer instant liquidity?
You store your crop in an accredited warehouse, get a digital ENWR, pledge it online via ENAM to a bank, and get a loan instantly through RTGS or NEFT. No panic selling during a hardest price crash.
And SFAC? What is their critical role in ENAM implementation?
And ensure the tech platform actually works for the grassroots farmer.
But if I'm a buyer in Delhi, buying apples from Himachal online, how do I trust the quality?
AI-enabled quality assessment. AI removes human bias, giving objective digital grading for size, color, and moisture. This ensures absolute trust between strangers, which is great for technology and agri.
Has ENAM actually broken the monopoly of the local APMC mandis?
Yes, by creating a unified national license. The local cartel can't force low prices anymore, because the farmer can literally sell to a bidder 1,000 kilometers away.
Does this transparent price discovery reduce rural income inequality?
Massively. Small farmers usually get exploited by opaque local pricing. Real-time national prices mean a small farmer gets the exact same rate as a wealthy landlord.
Practicing ENAM is implemented by Small Farmers Agribusiness Consortium. In short, ENAM और ENWR ने मिलकर खेती को एक proper transparent e-commerce business बना दिया है.
Exactly.
Topic 8. Mission for Atmanirbharta in pulses and self-sufficiency in edible oils. Theme is Making India Self-Reliant. Hook, we are the world's largest producer and consumer of pulses, yet we import them. It's time to change this.
The focus is on tur, urad, and masoor, with 100% MSP procurement for 4 years, using a cluster-based approach backed by the Sathi portal.
Let's talk ecology. Why is cultivating pulses a boon for crop rotation and soil health?
Legumes are nitrogen-fixing. They pull atmospheric nitrogen and fix it directly into the soil. It drastically cuts the need for synthetic urea for the subsequent crop. A true ecological boon.
Sathi stands for seed authentication, traceability, and holistic inventory. How does traceability close the yield gap?
Fake seeds destroy yields. Traceability via the NIC portal ensures the farmer knows the exact genetic purity, guaranteeing robust germination.
Why guarantee 100% MSP procurement only for tur, urad, and masoor?
Because these are the highest imported varieties and highly prone to market volatility.
A short buying absolutely forces farmers to shift acreage towards them, reducing imports.
And the Bharat Dal initiative, does that control retail inflation?
Yes. When retail prices skyrocket, the government releases subsidized Bharat Dal directly to consumers, bypassing hoarders and instantly cooling inflation.
How is this mission different from old schemes like PMAS or NFSM?
Past schemes had procurement caps, like 25%. This new mission guarantees 100% procurement for 4 years. That absolute certainty is what changes farmer behavior.
Practicing, SATHI stands for Seed Authentication, Traceability and Holistic Inventory. In short, 100% खरीद की गारंटी से हम pulses में आत्मनिर्भर बनेंगे.
But we also have the edible oils part.
Yes, the massive edible oil import bill is draining our forex. We have the National Mission on Edible Oils, NMEO, custom duty raised to 16.5%, and viability gap payments for palm oil. How bad is this import for our current account deficit?
It strains foreign exchange heavily. It drains billions, dangerously inflating our CAD and weakening the rupee.
But promoting oil palm in the Northeast and Andamans, what are the ecological concerns?
Deforestation. Palm is incredibly water-heavy. Replacing native forests with monoculture palm plantations threatens those fragile island ecologies.
How does the viability gap payment, VGP, cover the risk for palm farmers?
Palm trees take years to yield fruit. VGP pays farmers during this gestation period, covering the massive risk of zero income in the initial years.
And the proposed seed pricing commission?
By fixing price ceilings, it prevents private agri-tech monopolies from exploiting farmers with exorbitant proprietary seed costs.
Finally, why raise the custom duty from 5.5 to 16.5%?
Cheap, dumped imports crush domestic prices. Raising the duty makes imported oil expensive, naturally incentivizing FMCGs to buy from Indian farmers.
Practice saying, National Mission on Edible Oils aims to reduce import dependency. In short, import duty बढ़ाकर और palm oil को support देकर हम अपना भारत oil खुद बनाएंगे.
Almost at the end now.
Topic 9. Integrated Farming Systems or IFS. Theme is integrating crops, livestock and fisheries on a single farm. Hook. If weather destroys the crop, how does a small farmer survive? The smartest solution is IFS.
89.4% of our farmers are small and marginal, owning less than 2 hectares. IFS integrates crops, horticulture, poultry, fishery, and apiary. It creates income and nutritional security and recycles nutrients.
Okay, how is IFS the core element of climate-smart agriculture answers?
IFS buffers against crop failure. If a drought kills the wheat, the farmer survives on the poultry and dairy. This built-in ecological diversity is the bedrock of climate resilience.
And resource efficiency. How does recycling on-farm nutrients cut input costs?
Cow dung becomes field manure, crop stubble becomes cattle feed, and poultry waste feeds the fish. You literally buy almost zero fertilizers or feed from outside.
Is IFS the best way to tackle rural malnutrition?
Absolutely. Monoculture only gives carbs. IFS puts milk, eggs, fish, and vegetables directly on the farmer's dinner table, ensuring nutritional security.
Why should IFS be mandatory instead of monoculture for small landholdings?
Because a 1-hectare farm growing only wheat cannot sustain a family. IFS maximizes yield and income per square inch, vertically and horizontally.
It's a natural insurance against market volatility too. Practicing integrated farming systems provide a buffer against crop failure. But IFS is capital intensive. You need sheds and ponds. The government is pushing the Viksit Krishi Sankalp Abhiyan and NMS Arad. How does Viksit Krishi bridge the lab-to-land gap?
Scientists make amazing models in labs, but there's a knowledge gap. This Abhiyan deploys scientists to the field to physically demonstrate these systems to farmers.
Though, is that a positive for GS3, rural employment?
Yes, it prevents disguised unemployment. Instead of sitting idle for months between crops, the family is profitably engaged year-round on their own land.
Why do we need location-specific models from ICAI-CRP?
You can't put a Kerala fish poultry model in dry Rajasthan. Models must be scientifically viable for specific agroclimatic zones.
And RKVY giving states flexibility makes sense since agriculture is a state subject. Practicing Viksit Krishi Sankalp Abhiyan bridges the lab-to-land gap. In short, knowledge or capital problem solve हो जाए तो IFS खेती का future है.
And our last topic.
Topic 10. Blue Economy. Theme is the sustainable economic use of India's massive coastline and ocean resources. Hook. 95% of India's trade by volume happens via the sea. असली इकोनॉमी तो पानी पर तैर रही है.
The Ministry of Earth Sciences has a roadmap to 2035. TERI defines it as exploring ocean potential for socio-economic dev, environmental sustainability, and national security. We have an 11,098-kilometer coastline and a 2.4 million square kilometers exclusive economic zone.
That AEZ is massive. How does it secure our energy and food?
The EEZ gives India sovereign rights over marine resources. It holds immense untapped potential for offshore wind energy, oil exploration, and deep-sea fishing for high-protein food.
Why did TERI include national security in an economic definition for GST?
Because an unsecured ocean allows piracy and strategic encirclement. Economic dominance of our ocean directly deters adversaries and secures critical sea lines of communication.
To double the blue economy's 4% GDP contribution, we're building the Vadhavan port in Maharashtra, the 13th major port. Why is it strategically important?
Vadhavan is a deep draft port. It can handle massive global megaships that currently bypass India, which will dramatically cut logistics costs and boost export volumes.
How does the Deep Ocean Mission link to sustainable growth?
It mines polymetallic nodules for green tech batteries from the ocean floor without destroying terrestrial forests.
But despite 95% trade by volume, are our minor ports optimized?
No, major ports are congested while minor ports lack connectivity. Optimizing them is the real game changer.
After seeing India has an exclusive economic zone of 2.4 million square kilometers. In short, blue economy सिर्फ मछली पकड़ना नहीं है. It's sustainability, trade, and national security.
What a session!
Wow, what a massive journey. Let's do a quick final recap. आज हमने agriculture, allied sectors और blue economy के हर dimension को UPSC के चश्मे से decode किया. Value of output and animal husbandry, massive GVA jumps and global dominance in milk, meat and eggs. Grain storage, AIF and cooperative PSCS, stopping wastage. Agri inputs, the nano-fertilizer revolution and mechanization. PPV and FR Act balancing breeder innovation with traditional farmer rights via DUS criteria. PAX, ERP, digitizing the backbone of rural credit.
And we also covered PM Dhan Dhanya Krishi Yojana, 36 schemes merged into one holistic powerhouse. ENAM, transparent digital trading, and ENWR, liquidity. Pulses and edible oils moving towards zero import dependency with 100% guaranteed procurement and Bharat Oil. IFS, the ultimate closed-loop survival model for small farmers. And Blue Economy, leveraging our 2.4 million square kilometer EEZ and Vadhavan port for the future.
यार, we covered a lot. Listeners, जाने से पहले इस पे थोड़ा सोच लो. Discuss the major challenges faced by India's agriculture and allied sectors in achieving sustainable productivity, farmer income growth, and food security. Examine the initiatives undertaken by the government. जब आप इस आंसर को फ्रेम करें, तो सोचना कि PMDDKY, ENAM, AIF और मिशन फॉर पल्सेस सिर्फ अलग-अलग स्कीम्स नहीं है, बल्कि इंडिया के रूरल डेवलपमेंट की एक बड़ी इंटरकनेक्टेड पजल के पीसेस हैं. कनेक्ट द डॉट्स. याद रखना, डॉट्स कनेक्ट करोगे तभी मार्क्स मिलेंगे.
Completely flips
See
its
you next
script.
time.
What if I told you that we are now the world's second largest mobile manufacturer? And our dependence on importing mobile phones has crashed to just 0.02%.
Oh wow, that is crazy.
Right, that 2024-25 statistic is completely mind-blowing. Basically, आज के इस deep dive में हम इंडिया के economic engine को fully decode करेंगे. We're talking about the massive shift from being a traditional agriculture economy to becoming an absolute global manufacturing powerhouse.
बिल्कुल.
So, are you ready for this knowledge ride?
Absolutely, today we are unpacking the entire industrial strategy of India. देखो, हम basically start करेंगे भव्या scheme से.
Okay.
Then we'll look at the complexities of the manufacturing sector in India. We'll understand the capital goods sector and analyze the PLI scheme.
Nice.
उसके बाद we'll cover textiles, the PMIITR scheme's 5F vision, semiconductor tech, the ECMS ecosystem, and then touch upon the Competition Commission of India.
That is a massive lineup.
I know, right? And finally, we will understand the evolution of special economic zones, or SEZs.
Awesome. So without any delay, let's jump right into our first major game changer. Our first topic name is 7.1 Bharat Audyogik Vikas Yojana, or BHAVYA.
Right.
And the broad micro theme here is future-ready industrial infrastructure. So just to define this simply, BHAVYA is a massive government scheme aimed at developing 100 investment-ready plug-and-play industrial parks.
Exactly. Think of it like renting a house, यार. तुम्हारे पास basically दो options होते हैं.
हाँ.
एक है raw apartment, जहाँ तुम्हें electricity, Wi-Fi, plumbing सब खुद setup करना है.
Right, which takes forever.
बिल्कुल. और दूसरा option is a plug-and-play furnished apartment. बस चाबी घुमाओ और रहना शुरू.
Oh, I love that analogy.
BHAVYA is giving industries that exact turnkey experience, so they don't waste years setting up basic infrastructure.
That makes so much sense. Let's look at the introduction and background here. The Union Cabinet just approved this with a massive allocation of 33,660 crore rupees.
Yeah, that's a huge budget.
Historically, acquiring land and setting up factories took years, right? Investors were desperately asking for ease of doing business.
Which brings us to the core logic. The Ministry of Commerce and Industry is the nodal ministry driving this. They are targeting 100 parks, each spanning 100 to 1,000 acres over the next 6 years.
Okay.
Implement kaun karega? It's being done by NICDC, which falls under DPIIT.
Got it. And what about the financial support?
So eligible projects, they get 1 crore rupees per acre, and private developers get support up to 50 lakh rupees per acre. This covers core infrastructure like roads, value-added infra like testing labs, and even social infra like worker housing.
Okay, looking at the real-world impact. मैं सोच रहा था, let's shift to a UPSC GS Mains Paper 3 perspective for a second. How exactly does BHAVYA help Tier 2 cities grow in terms of regional development?
Great point. Dekho, it creates cluster-based development. When suppliers and service providers co-locate in one massive park near a Tier 2 city, it massively boosts the local regional economies. Samjhe?
हाँ, मैं समझा. But wait, why is the government partnering with the private sector for this? I mean, why not just build it themselves?
Private developers bring execution speed and fresh capital. Giving them that 50 lakh per acre incentive basically de-risks their investment so they can build these parks efficiently.
Makes sense. One thing in the note stands out though, this no-dig environment. How is that relevant to the GS Paper 3 infrastructure segment?
मैं बताती हूँ. It means they are building underground utility corridors. So for maintenance, you don't have to break the roads repeatedly. All cables and pipes are in one tunnel, ensuring uninterrupted industrial operations.
That is incredibly smart. And how does aligning this with PM Gati Shakti actually help?
It directly reduces logistics costs. Multimodal connectivity means transit from the factory inside the park to the shipping port becomes entirely seamless.
So ultimately, क्या लगता है तुम्हें, will the scheme be able to absorb our demographic dividend and generate enough employment?
Absolutely, yaar. It is not just core manufacturing. Logistics, maintenance, and allied services inside these massive parks will create lakhs of direct and indirect jobs.
Love that. Now pause in practicing. BHAVYA focuses on plug-and-play parks with underground utility corridors.
Practice that, guys.
In short, this idea shows how ready-made infrastructure under BHAVYA connects to faster industrial growth and Atmanirbharta.
You know, this is a total eureka moment for our listeners.
Yeah.
When you connect dry policy concepts to real-world analogies like renting a house, UPSC preparation becomes so much easier, right?
Exactly. So if you guys are finding this deep dive valuable, hit subscribe, like the video, and enable notifications so you never miss an important insight. And you can also join us for detailed notes.
Awesome. Chalo, back to the strategy.
All right, moving forward, next topic name is 7.2, Manufacturing Sector in India.
Yes.
And the broad micro theme is two-track strategy for global value chains. Basically, India's strategy is now a double-engine approach,
Right.
building deep tech capabilities in sectors like semiconductors, while also creating mass jobs in labor-intensive sectors like textiles.
Let me give you a quick micro story for this.
Look at Apple here.
Okay. Assembling an iPhone actually yields the lowest profit margin. The real money is made at the two ends, R&D and design on one side and branding and marketing on the other. Economists call this the smiling curve.
The smiling curve.
Yeah, India no longer wants to be stuck at the bottom of the curve just doing assembly. We are actively trying to move up to those high-value ends.
Right. So, the introduction to this is the Union Budget 2026-27, proposing a two-track manufacturing strategy.
Exactly.
The background reality is that manufacturing currently makes up around 17% of our GDP. Our global share is just 3%, and it employs about 11.4% of the workforce.
The core logic here is a major shift from mere strategic autonomy to strategic indispensability.
Strategic indispensability, that's a heavy term.
Matlab, we want to become an irreplaceable part of global value chains or GVCs. We're also doing geo-economic hedging, which means localizing critical inputs like EV magnets.
But the real-world impact has serious challenges, na? Our R&D investment is just 0.64% of GDP compared to China's 2.5%.
Yeah, that's a huge gap.
Our services sector literally bypassed manufacturing, and labor productivity is quite low. Let's bring in the UPSC perspective here. How does achieving strategic indispensability actually leverage India's foreign policy in GS Paper 2?
Well, agar puri dunya Indian components पर depend होगी for their supply chains, India's leverage in global diplomatic negotiations automatically increases. Just look at Taiwan's geopolitical power because of their chips.
That makes total sense. And how should a student use this smiling curve concept in a GS Paper 3 economy answer?
You use it to explain value addition. It perfectly illustrates why transitioning from low-skill assembly to high-tech R&D is crucial for capturing better profit margins and boosting the GDP.
Okay, but wait. How did the imbalance between our manufacturing and services sectors create an unemployment crisis?
Because services like IT are highly productive but low employment. They don't need millions of workers. To absorb the massive labor force transitioning out of agriculture, manufacturing is the only viable shock absorber.
True. I notice a term here, disincentives to scale. Why wouldn't MSMEs want to scale up and grow bigger?
Because of strict labor laws and compliance taxes that kick in once a company reaches a certain size. MSMEs purposely stay small to avoid that, which means they lose out on economies of scale.
So why is it so important to revive these 200 legacy clusters for regional balance?
Because right now, the top 5 states hold 54% of manufacturing value. If we don't create localized jobs in Tier 2 and Tier 3 legacy clusters, we will face massive distress migration to major cities.
Very true. Now, pause and practice saying, India aims to move up the smiling curve to become strategically indispensable.
Got it?
In short, this idea shows how moving up the value chain connects to India's global indispensability.
But yet, to build this massive manufacturing sector, we need the actual machines to put inside those factories.
Which brings us to our next segment. The topic name is 7.2.1, Strengthening Capital Goods Sector.
Yes.
Broad macro theme is the foundational multiplier of the economy. The short definition is that capital goods are the heavy machinery and tools used to produce consumer goods.
For example, if you open a bakery, the commercial oven and the heavy-duty mixer you buy are your capital goods.
Right.
You can't bake a cake without an oven. Similarly, India cannot become a global manufacturing hub without manufacturing our own advanced industrial machinery.
Let's jump into the content discussion. As an introduction, Budget FY 2026-27 announced massive support here.
The background is that this sector contributes 1.9% to the GDP and the government just announced a 12.2 lakh crore rupees public capex.
The core logic is executed through several schemes. We're pushing construction equipment, offering tax exemptions for electronics manufacturing in bonded zones.
Okay.
We're exempting custom duty on lithium-ion cell machinery, and injecting 10,000 crore rupees specifically for container manufacturing.
But the real-world impact is tough. We have a 40% import dependence, low R&D, and a massive 24% tax disadvantage due to inverted duty structures. Let's talk UPSC strategy. Inverted duty structure is a classic GS3 tax reform issue. How does it actively hurt capital goods?
मैं समझाती हूँ. An inverted duty structure means the tax on imported raw materials is actually higher than the tax on a finished imported machine.
Oh, wow.
So, domestic manufacturing becomes more expensive than just importing the final product, samjhe?
That is completely counterproductive. What about the 10,000 crore allocation for container manufacturing? Why is that a game changer for logistics?
Because India wants export-led growth. Relying on foreign shipping containers is extremely expensive. Having our own containers reduces shipping costs and shields us from global supply chain shocks like the Red Sea crisis.
Makes sense. And how is our 40% import dependence on advanced machinery a risk to economic sovereignty?
Dekho, if critical sectors like defense or energy rely entirely on foreign machines, our entire system can be weaponized or paralyzed if global geopolitical relations sour. We become totally vulnerable.
Interesting. There is a mention of the Washington Accord here. How does a permanent membership in that help our engineers?
It is an elite global agreement that recognizes Indian engineering degrees worldwide, which basically promotes the smooth global mobility of our high-skilled labor.
Lastly, what is the specific significance of CPSE's setting up high-tech tool rooms?
Well, MSMEs usually cannot afford expensive R&D and precision testing labs.
Right.
These government-backed tool rooms provide that localized design support to small businesses.
That is brilliant. Now, pause and practice saying capital goods are the foundational multiplier for technological intensity.
Try saying it out loud.
In short, this idea shows how making our own machines connects to true self-reliance and reduced import costs. So we have the parks and we have the machines.
Huh.
But how do we physically motivate these massive global companies to manufacture here in India?
That is exactly where the magic wand of PLI comes in, na?
Yes, topic name is 7.2.2 Production Linked Incentive Scheme at a Glance, or PLI. Broad micro theme is incentivizing incremental sales.
Right.
The short definition is that PLI financially rewards companies for manufacturing in India and increasing their sales. Basically, make more, get more cash incentive.
Think of it like this. Imagine तुम्हारे parents तुमसे कहें कि for every 1% you score above 70% in your exams, they will give you 500 rupees.
I would study so hard.
Exactly. Your performance would instantly boost, right? PLI uses that exact financial trigger to scale up domestic manufacturing.
So the introduction here is a massive 1.97 lakh crore rupees outlay covering 14 strategic sectors. The background is that this was designed to drastically boost domestic capabilities.
The core logic has shown great significance. It attracted over $4 billion in FDI in electronics since 2020-21. Apple turned India into a global hub to utilize economies of scale.
That's huge.
In terms of import substitution, we saw 60% import reduction in telecom, and critical drugs like penicillin G potassium are finally being made locally again.
But the real-world impact isn't totally flawless. The MSME participation is limited, and there is a lot of criticism about jobless growth because it favors capital-heavy industries.
Yeah.
Plus, our Economic Complexity Index, or ECI, is stuck at rank 44. So from a UPSC GS3 employment perspective, how do we address this jobless growth criticism of the PLI scheme?
Critique is valid because PLI has mostly succeeded in capital-intensive sectors like electronics or semiconductors, which are highly automated. To fix this, we need to aggressively expand PLI into labor-heavy sectors like apparel and leather to generate mass employment.
And why is the domestic production of penicillin G so vital for our national health security?
During COVID-19, we realized that depending completely on China for active pharmaceutical ingredients or APIs is a massive risk. Localizing APIs is essential for our health autonomy.
You mentioned the Economic Complexity Index. What does being stuck at the 44th rank actually signify?
The ECI measures how technologically diverse and complex a country's exports are. Being stagnant means we are still not dominating the high-tech, diversified product markets globally. We need to upgrade our product complexity.
Got it. Why do MSMEs mostly get left out of this PLI ecosystem?
Because to claim the PLI incentive, the government requires a very high minimum investment threshold, which most small MSMEs simply cannot afford to put down.
How would linking the PLI disbursement to GST data solve operational issues?
It would completely eliminate bureaucratic delays. By linking it to GST, a company's incremental sales are automatically and transparently verified, making it a true single-window system.
Super efficient.
Right.
Now, pause in practice saying PLI links financial incentives to incremental sales, boosting economies of scale.
Awesome.
In short, this idea shows how rewarding production connects to integrating India into global supply chains. As we just discussed, PLI needs to reach labor-intensive sectors. So let's pivot to our second largest employment generator.
Let's do it.
Topic name is 7.2.3 Textile Sector in India. Broad micro theme is modernizing the traditional employment engine.
Right.
Simply put, the textiles industry is the entire ecosystem from spinning yarn to stitching final clothes, and it is a massive pillar of Indian jobs.
Think about the journey of a shirt. एक farmer cotton उगाता है, a spinner makes the yarn, a weaver makes the fabric, and a tailor stitches the shirt.
Yeah.
But in India, this happens in tiny fragmented units across different states. This fragmentation skyrockets logistics costs, making us lose to competitors like Bangladesh and Vietnam.
Looking at the introduction, Budget 2026-27 outlined fresh initiatives for textiles. The background is that it contributes about 2% to GDP, and almost 80% of the industry relies on MSMEs.
Which is huge.
We are actually top producers globally in cotton and jute.
The core logic focuses on the integrated program for textile sector, expanding mega textile parks and making the TR&DS platform mandatory for MSMEs. We're also pushing the Mahatma Gandhi Gram Swaraj initiative to link Khadi to global markets.
But the real-world impact is heavily challenged by fragmentation, cheap dumping from China, obsolete tech, and reliance on manual labor. Let's bring in the UPSC gross questions. Yaar, despite all our raw materials, how is Bangladesh beating India in textiles?
देखो, Bangladesh operates on a massive scale, has incredibly cheap labor, and most importantly, enjoys duty-free quota access to Western markets.
Oh, I see.
Our fragmented supply chain basically destroys our economies of scale.
How exactly does this fragmentation impact the supply chain?
When spinning happens in Gujarat, weaving in Maharashtra, and garmenting in Tamil Nadu, you add massive transport time and costs. Global fast fashion buyers simply will not wait for our slow turnaround times.
Why did the government make the TREADS platform mandatory for MSMEs? What's the economic logic there?
TREADS stands for Trade Receivables Discounting System. It solves liquidity issues for MSMEs by allowing them to cash in their unpaid corporate invoices early through banks, keeping their working capital flowing.
Very smart. Why is there such a massive push to shift toward man-made fibers or MMF?
Because 70% of the current global demand is for synthetic MMF, like polyester and sportswear. Meanwhile, 70% of India's production is still traditional cotton. We have to align with global consumer trends to boost exports.
How does the Kasturi Cotton Bharat initiative fit into GS3, agriculture and marketing?
It is a perfect case study of traceability and branding. By ensuring premium quality and branding Indian cotton globally, we bypass middlemen so farmers can demand a premium price on the international market.
So good. Now pause and practice saying, Indian textiles need to transition from fragmented units to integrated, tech-driven value chains.
Definitely practice that one.
In short, this idea shows how modernizing traditional textiles connects to mass employment and export competitiveness. To solve this exact fragmentation problem, the government introduced a masterstroke policy.
Let's unpack it.
Topic name is 7.2.3.1, Prime Minister, Mega Integrated Textile Region and Apparel Scheme, or PM Mitra.
Right.
Broad micro theme is
the 5F vision for textile integration. The short definition of PM Mitra is creating a massive megapark where everything from spinning thread to exporting the final shirt happens in one location to cut costs.
Imagine a mega mall for textiles. Instead of going to 5 different shops across the city, you go to one massive mall where spinning, weaving, dyeing, and garmenting are all under one single roof.
For the introduction, the PM recently laid the foundation stone for a PM Mitra Park in Dhar, Madhya Pradesh. The background is a 4,445 crore rupees outlay to launch these hubs.
The core logic is built entirely on the 5F vision: farm to fiber to factory to fashion to foreign.
The real-world impact targets attracting 70,000 crore rupees in investment and generating 20 lakh direct and indirect jobs. From a GS Paper 3 perspective, if there is a question on reducing logistics costs, how is PM Mitra relevant?
मैं बता रही हूँ, because integrating the entire value chain in one park brings the interstate transport time and trucking costs down to absolute zero. It maximizes efficiency.
How does the farm-to-foreign concept of the 5F vision guarantee value addition?
It stops us from just exporting cheap raw cotton and importing expensive finished shirts. By doing all the processing locally, the maximum dollar value is retained inside the Indian economy.
Will this world-class infrastructure really impact FDI?
Absolutely. Global brands like Zara or H&M prefer to invest directly in India when they are handed a ready, compliance-friendly ecosystem with plug-and-play facilities.
What about the environmental angle? Dyeing uses a lot of water.
In these mega parks, it is highly cost-effective to install massive common effluent treatment plants, or CETPs.
Okay.
This centrally treats the toxic water from all the dyeing units, drastically reducing pollution.
Will these parks actually stop rural distress migration to Tier 1 cities?
Yes, by creating 20 lakh concentrated jobs in these regional parks, rural youth can find high-quality factory employment in their home states instead of migrating to crowded metro slums.
Excellent. Now pause and practice saying, PM Mitra realizes the 5F vision by integrating the entire textile value chain in one location.
Keep practicing out loud.
In short, this idea shows how clustering operations under PM Mitra connects to globally competitive logistics. Moving from shirts and clothes, let's talk about the absolute brain behind the 21st century.
The most critical component of all.
Topic name is 7.4, Semiconductor. Broad micro theme is From Import Dependence to Tech Self-Reliance. Semiconductors, or chips, are the micro-components powering everything from your smartphone to advanced ballistic missiles.
Remember during COVID-19 when new cars were delayed by like 8 months?
Oh man, yeah.
There was no shortage of steel or plastic. It was just a shortage of one tiny silicon chip that literally halted the entire global auto industry. That is how critical they are.
The introduction here highlights that the PM inaugurated India's first semiconductor ATMP facility in Sanand, Gujarat.
Right.
The background reality is that our market will hit $100 billion by 2030, but currently we only meet 10% of that demand domestically.
The core logic is driven by the India Semiconductor Mission, or ISM. Budget 2026-27 announced ISM 2.0, focusing on 4 pillars: Fab Scheme, Display Fabs, ATMP, and the Design Linked Incentive, or DLI.
The real-world impact is visible in talent programs like C2CS and indigenous microprocessors like Dhruv64. Let's get into the UPSC cross questions. What exactly is an ATMP facility and how is it different from a fab?
In a fab, the actual chip is printed on a silicon wafer, which is immensely complex. ATMP stands for Assembly, Test, Marking, and Packaging.
Ah, okay.
It takes that raw chip and packages it into a usable format for electronic devices. It's the crucial final step.
Why are indigenous microprocessors like Dhruv64 so critical for national security?
Because imported chips can have hidden hardware trojans or surveillance bugs. For our defense systems and telecom infrastructure, having trusted, natively built chips is absolutely mandatory.
Why does the DLI scheme specifically fund design rather than just manufacturing?
Think back to the smiling curve.
The intellectual property, the actual design phase, holds the highest profit margin. DLI funds native startups to capture that high-value IP.
Is talent shortage actually a bottleneck in the semiconductor ecosystem?
Yes, fabricating chips requires highly specialized, precision engineering talent. That's why the government is updating university curriculums under C2CS to build that exact talent pipeline.
How does semiconductors link to strategic vulnerability in GS2, geopolitics?
The global supply chain is hyper-concentrated in places like Taiwan, US and China. If a geopolitical tension like the Taiwan crisis hits, India's digital economy could grind to a halt without deep self-reliance.
Wow, that is intense. Now, pause and practice saying India's semiconductor mission aims to build a robust ecosystem from design to ATMP packaging.
Very important point.
In short, this idea shows how localizing chip manufacturing connects to national security and digital autonomy.
Semiconductors are the brain, but what about the cameras, displays, and other parts? We need to zoom out slightly to the ECMS.
Let's do it. Topic name is 7.4.1 Electronics Components Manufacturing Scheme, or ECMS.
Yeah.
Broad micro theme is building a self-sustaining component ecosystem. Simply put, ECMS is a scheme that funds the domestic manufacturing of essential device components, like camera modules and displays.
Because if India is only assembling imported parts to make a phone, the country exporting the parts is making the real money. ECMS ensures the actual sub-assemblies are made in India too.
The introduction notes that Budget 2026-27 hiked the ECMS outlay to 40,000 crore rupees. The background is our desire to deeply integrate into global value chains, not just remain an assembly hub.
The core logic run by MeitY provides differentiated fiscal incentives based on a company's incremental turnover.
Looking at real-world impact, this targets things like multi-layer printed circuit boards, or PCBs, for 6 years. UPSC cross-question time. Which is more important for the economy? Assembling via PLI or component manufacturing via ECMS?
Dono. Assembling creates massive entry-level jobs quickly. But component manufacturing drives true deep value addition and aggressively cuts down our massive trade deficit.
Why is making multi-layer PCBs locally so vital for tech sovereignty?
A PCB is basically the nervous system of any electronic device. Localizing it shields our manufacturing sector from sudden global supply chain shocks.
Why did the government approve such a massive 40,000 crore rupee hike for this in the budget?
Because component ecosystems are incredibly capital intensive. To build economies of scale and compete with heavily established hubs like China, a massive initial capital push is simply required.
How does the one-year gestation period option provide relief to the industry?
Setting up high-tech precision plants takes time, yaar. The gestation period allows companies to fully operationalize their factories before the 6-year incentive clock starts ticking.
How will ECMS boost our integration into global value chains?
जब India quality components produce करेगा, तो global brands won't just assemble here, they will actively export Indian-made parts to their factories in other countries.
That is the ultimate goal. Now, pause and practice saying, ECMS incentivizes domestic production of sub-assemblies like PCBs and camera modules.
Awesome!
In short, this idea shows how making components locally connects to true value addition in electronics. With all this tech booming, who ensures these giant companies play fair and don't become massive monopolies?
Enter the regulator.
Topic name is 7.7 Competition Commission of India, or CCI. Broad micro theme is regulating the digital landscape.
Right.
The short definition is that the CCI is the market's umpire, ensuring massive companies don't abuse their power to crush smaller, innovative startups.
Imagine a scenario where only one telecom company survives and the rest go bankrupt. That single monopoly could easily hike internet prices to 1,000 rupees per GB.
That would be a nightmare.
Exactly. The CCI prevents these abusive monopolies from forming.
For the introduction,
Parliament recently tabled a report on the evolving role of the CCI in digital markets.
The background reality is that traditional competition laws are too slow for fast-paced digital economies.
The core logic involves expanding the CCI's role and discussing a digital competition bill to address anti-competitive practices immediately before they ruin the market. The real-world impact highlights jurisdictional overlaps with sectoral regulators like TRAI and DGCA. Let's talk UPSC specifics. Why are digital markets inherently winner-takes-all, creating a challenge for the CCI?
Because of massive network effects, the more people use a search engine or social app, the more data it gathers, making it infinitely more powerful and leading to unbreakable natural monopolies.
What is the concept of ex-ante versus ex-post regulation in the Digital Competition Bill?
Historically, the CCI acted ex post, meaning they investigated after the market damage was done. Digital markets move so fast that we need ex-ante regulation,
Which means
defining clear rules in advance of what is strictly illegal so startups don't get crushed instantly.
I see. Why is there conflict between sectoral regulators like TRAI and the CCI?
Overlapping jurisdictions, yaar. TRAI regulates specific telecom pricing, while CCI looks at broad monopoly behavior. Clear boundaries are needed so they don't clash during major telecom disputes.
How is user data used as a tool for market dominance?
Big tech platforms accumulate massive amounts of user data, which they then use to unfairly suppress rival products on their platforms. The CCI views this as a clear abuse of dominant position.
Why is a robust CCI an absolute lifeline for the Indian startup ecosystem?
Because without it, global tech giants could use their deep pockets to engage in predatory pricing, crushing our innovative local startups before they even launch.
So true. Now, pause and practicing, CCI must adapt to digital markets to prevent anti-competitive tech monopolies.
Keep it up, guys.
In short, this idea shows how strict competition regulation connects to a healthy, innovative economy. Regulatory checks are crucial. Now let's talk about the zones that operate almost like foreign territories to boost our exports.
Exactly. You guessed it.
Topic name is Special Economic Zones or SEZs. Broad micro-theme is From Export Engines to Inclusive Growth Hubs. By definition, an SEZ is a designated area within the country where economic and trade laws are much more business-friendly, aimed primarily at boosting exports.
Imagine an elite college campus with a 24/7 library, free canteen, and zero attendance rules strictly for students prepping for international exams. An SEZ is that exact frictionless premium campus for export industries.
The introduction shows India is deeply revamping its SEZ framework. The background is that the 2005 SEZ Act provided single-window clearances and tax benefits, attracting nearly 7.86 lakh crore rupees in investment.
The core logic is shifting now. New SEZs focus on high-value manufacturing like semiconductors. The government is also allowing dual-use land, so factories can sell to the domestic tariff area or DTA.
The real-world impact involves aligning SEZs with PLI schemes and PM Gati Shakti. Let's hit the final UPSC cross questions. Why wasn't the SEZ model in India as ultra-successful as China's in the early 2000s?
India created hundreds of tiny fragmented SEZs. China built massive city-scale SEZs like Shenzhen, which gave them incredible economies of scale and unstoppable cluster effects.
What is the economic justification for the government allowing dual-use land?
A lot of premium sales land was sitting totally idle because export orders fluctuate. Allowing that infrastructure to be used for domestic DTA production optimizes resources and meets local demand.
How does aligning the PLI scheme with SEZs create magic synergy?
Dekho, PLI gives direct financial cash incentives for manufacturing, while the SEZ provides world-class infrastructure and tax breaks. Combined, they make the ecosystem globally unbeatable.
How did WTO rules impact SEZ tax incentives?
The WTO strictly prohibits direct export subsidies to maintain fair global trade, so India had to revamp its SEZ laws to be WTO compliant. shifting the focus from pure tax holidays to providing world-class infrastructure.
And finally, how can a student use GFT City as an example in a GS Paper 3 financial services answer?
The GFT City is an SEZ and India's first international financial service center, or IFSC. It effectively attracts massive global capital and brings offshore financial transactions physically onshore into India.
Spot on. Now, pause and practice saying SEZs are evolving from export-only zones to integrated domestic and global manufacturing hubs.
Perfect.
In short, this idea shows how reforming SEZs connects to holistic employment and infrastructure synergy.
What an incredible deep dive, yaar. We covered so much ground today.
We really did. Let's wrap this up with a quick recap of today's mega themes.
Please do. Absolutely. Here is the summary of India's industrial and manufacturing blueprint. First, Bhavya scheme, future-ready, plug-and-play industrial parks for Atmanirbhar Bharat.
Right.
Second, manufacturing strategy, moving up the smiling curve from basic assembly to R&D and absolute strategic indispensability. Third, capital goods sector, the foundational multiplier, building native machines for our own factories.
Super important.
Fourth, PLI scheme, incentivizing incremental sales to integrate into elite global value chains. Fifth, textiles and PMITR, modernizing our massive traditional employment engine through the 5F vision and mega parks.
Love the 5F vision.
Sixth, semiconductor and ECMS, shifting aggressively from import dependence to tech self-reliance with native tech and local components.
Essential.
And finally, special economic zones, evolving from isolated export zones to inclusive, infrastructure-rich hubs integrated deeply with the domestic market.
Exactly. Remember, guys, these aren't just isolated schemes. They are the interconnected building blocks of an economic superpower. Now, here is your final provocative thought for the day.
Okay, let's hear it.
What if India successfully links all 100 Bhavya parks with dedicated semiconductor SEZs running on strict zero-carbon emission guidelines? How would that drastically change the global geopolitical supply chain in the next 10 years? Thoda soch lo. And we'll catch you in the next deep dive.
Imagine this,
Keep
out of
learning,
every
keep
100
questioning.
people in India, only about 3 or 4 have actual insurance coverage.
Oh, wow. Just 3 or 4.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, despite all our economic growth, our insurance penetration is literally stuck. Like, it's stuck at just 3.7% of GDP,
That is basically nothing.
right? Or दूसरी तरफ देखो, we can get groceries delivered in exactly 10 minutes.
Oh yeah, the Blinkit and Zepto crazy boom.
Haan, it's a crazy contrast, hai na? Today we are decoding how India is fixing its safety net while simultaneously racing at 100 kilometers per hour in the quick commerce space.
It's a massive shift.
बिल्कुल. So, ready? Let's unpack this.
Let's do it.
तो आज का plan क्या है? Basically, we have 2 massive topics. First, we'll do a complete teardown of the Sabka Bima Sabki Raksha Act 2025.
Right. The new law.
Yeah, we'll see why the insurance sector was struggling and how this new law is a total game changer.
Very important for the GS3 paper actually.
Exactly. Then we transition into the wild world of quick commerce, matlab Zepto, Blinkit and all that, और उसके hidden environmental and gig worker costs.
That's the dark side of convenience.
वही तो UPSC GS Mains के perspective से this is pure gold, समझे? So let's dive in.
Awesome. Where do we start?
We'll start with our first broad macro theme, revolutionizing India's safety net. And the topic is insurance sector in India.
Perfect.
So you can't really talk about insurance without knowing who runs the show, right?
Absolutely not.
So the backbone of this whole thing is IRDI. I mean, what are the basics here? Is it just a government office?
No, not just an office. If I had to give a short explanation, ILDI is the supreme regulatory authority.
Okay.
Their main job is making sure insurance companies don't cheat you. And, the market grows properly.
Oh, I see. So it's like a watchdog.
Exactly. Think of IRDI as the strict traffic police of the insurance highway.
Traffic police, I like that analogy.
Yeah.
They ensure no company overspeeds with risky products or crashes with your hard-earned premium money.
Makes total sense. But what is the background here? How did it even start?
So it was formed based on the Malhotra Committee recommendations.
Oh, Malhotra Committee.
Yes, and that is a crucial prelims fact. Yaad rakhna.
Right, noted.
Code logic-wise, it's a statutory body under the IRDA Act of 1999, operating directly under the Ministry of Finance.
Wait, statutory body, meaning it has its own law?
Ha, exactly. And its composition is very specific. It has exactly 10 members.
Just 10 for the whole country.
Yeah, 1 chairman, 5 full-time members, and 4 part-time members.
Oh, wow. That's quite a tight group.
It is. And their role includes policy formulation, licensing, and consumer protection. Without them, the market would just be the Wild West.
Right, total chaos. So in terms of real-world impact for UPSC context, regulatory bodies are vital for market stability, right?
Yeah.
IRDI ensures orderly growth.
Bilkul. That's exactly it.
Okay, guys, now pause and practice saying IRDAI is a 10-member statutory body formed on Malhotra Committee recommendations.
Great way to lock it in.
Yeah. So, mini recap for this chunk. In short, IRDAI is the ultimate watchdog and promoter of India's insurance sector.
Spot on.
So, if we have this powerful traffic police, why was India's insurance sector struggling so badly?
That is the million-dollar question. I mean, despite a massive population, we are severely underinsured.
Yeah, 3.7% is just sad. Why is that? What were the big roadblocks?
There were massive structural, financial, and regulatory hurdles holding back insurance from reaching every Indian.
Like what? Give me an example.
Okay, imagine a local cooperative in a village. They want to start a micro health insurance for farmers.
Okay, sounds like a great initiative.
It is. But then the government rules say, first, show me 100 crore rupees in the bank.
Wait, what? 100 crore for a village cooperative?
Exactly. Obviously, they can't start. That's what we call a capital constraint.
That is just ridiculous. So the rule was literally stopping access.
Haan yaar. Let's look at the core logic, covering the raw facts strictly in order. First, as you mentioned, low penetration. Just 3.7% of GDP.
Right.
Second, capital constraints. That high minimum capital restricted small players and cooperatives from entering rural areas.
Makes sense. What else?
Third is limited foreign capital and reinsurance. We had very strict FDI limits
Okay.
and very high net-owned fund norms for foreign reinsurers. This basically choked the capital flow into the country.
So no money from outside and no small players inside. Perfect recipe for disaster.
Bilkul. Fourth was weak regulatory oversight,
Earlier, IRDI actually had limited powers.
which led to governance lapses.
Really?
I thought they were the strict traffic police.
They were, but they didn't have enough teeth back then.
Fifth is financial literacy and mis-selling.
Oh, I've heard about this. Agents selling weird policies to old people.
Exactly. There was very low trust because agents often missold products just for high commissions.
That's so unethical.
Sixth is the product innovation gap. Boring, rigid products that just don't fit modern needs.
Right, like no cyber insurance or climate change stuff.
Exactly. Seventh, the public sector constraints. Government insurers were bleeding money,
Like how much are we talking about?
around 26,000 crore rupees in losses.
Which seriously, 26,000 crore. Oh my God.
Yeah, they lacked a level playing field and were totally overexposed to health insurance. And finally, eighth, emerging risks. Pandemics, climate change, they needed new types of coverage, which we just didn't have.
This is a crazy list of problems. From a real-world impact perspective, for UPSC GS3, this clearly shows structural bottlenecks in financial inclusion.
Without a doubt. Basically, the system was too rigid, too poor, and too outdated.
Guys, here's where it gets really interesting. Before we drop the ultimate solution to all these problems, if you are finding this breakdown helpful for your notes, fatafat subscribe kar lo, like daba do, and turn on notifications.
Yeah, please do.
We do these deep dives daily. So that's cool now. Okay, back to the solution.
Let's do it.
Let's do a practice cue first. Now pause and practice saying, Capital constraints and a 3.7% penetration rate are core bottlenecks.
Very important keyword there, capital constraints.
So a quick mini recap. In short, high capital rules, public sector losses, and mis-selling created a massive trust and access deficit.
Exactly.
So how do we fix it?
That brings us to chunk 3, the game changer, the Sabka Bima Sabki Raksha Act, 2025. What is this exactly?
In short, it is a massive legislative reform amending the Insurance Act 1938, the LIC Act 1956, and the IRDA Act 1999. Oh, wow. So they bundled pre-old laws and just modernized them.
Yes. The goal is to pump money, flexibility, and strictness into the sector. It's like opening the floodgates.
Give me a real-life example of how this helps.
Well, by allowing 100% foreign money, suddenly global giants can bring billions of dollars and advanced technology right into the Indian market.
Okay, that sounds huge. Let's break down the core logic of this act. Again, strictly in order.
Sure. First, it boosts capital. Remember that crazy 100 crore minimum capital rule for cooperatives?
Yeah, the one stopping the village micro-insurance?
It removes that completely. Huge for rural reach.
Oh, wow. That is actually amazing.
Second, foreign investment. 100% FDI is now allowed, up from 74%. This brings massive capital to stabilize those bleeding public insurers.
Nice. What about the third point?
Third is reinsurance. It lowers the net owned fund requirement for foreign reinsurers from 5,000 crore to just 1,000 crore.
Okay, so that increases the risk-sharing capacity in the market.
Exactly. Fourth, it eases regulatory burden. The share transfer approval threshold is increased from 1% to 5%, which means a lot less red tape.
Less red tape is always good.
Fifth, it promotes innovation. It extends SEZ and IFSC exemptions so insurers can experiment with flexible rules.
Very cool. And what about the customers, the ones getting missold policies?
That's point 6, policyholder protection. It creates a policyholder's education and protection fund to fight mis-selling and boost financial literacy.
That is much needed. And what about IRDI? Do they get more power?
Yes, point 7, enhances IRDI power. IRDI can now supersede boards, control salaries, and inspect middlemen. Real teeth.
Wow, supersede boards? That's serious.
It is. And finally, 8th, LIC autonomy. LIC gets the freedom to open zonal offices and align with foreign compliance without waiting for government nods.
So the real-world impact here directly answers the UPSC GS3 prompt on reforms for financial inclusion and consumer protection.
Exactly. This act shifts India from a restrictive regime to a growth-oriented, consumer-first insurance hub.
Okay, wait. Let's unpack this with some cross questions. I have a few doubts from a UPSC Mains perspective.
Go for it.
First, 100% FDI से sovereignty या domestic market control का issue नहीं आएगा. I mean, giving full control to foreign entities.
It's a valid concern, and risks do exist. But you have to look at the severe 26,000 crore public sector losses. Foreign capital is now a necessity for survival and financial stability, not just a luxury.
Fair point. Second question, why specifically target cooperative societies by removing the 100 crore limit? Thoda soch lo, what's the strategy there?
The strategy is grassroots penetration. Cooperatives have deep local networks. Removing that barrier allows hyperlocal, affordable micro-insurance to flourish in rural India, where big corporates won't go.
Makes sense. Third, UPSC GS Mains perspective se, how does the policyholders fund actually translate to better financial inclusion?
Because inclusion isn't just about access, it's about trust. The fund tackles financial illiteracy and mis-selling. Those were the exact things that historically drove rural people away from insurance.
Oh, right. Trust is the key. Fourth question, what about LIC? They already dominate. Why give them more autonomy now?
Because to compete globally and actually utilize those IFSC and SEZ rules, LIC needs operational agility. They can't be waiting for parliamentary approvals for basic expansion anymore.
True. Last question on this topic. If IRDAI can now supersede boards, doesn't that make them too powerful? Like a dictator?
Not really. Remember, weak regulatory oversight was a core challenge. to fix severe governance lapses. IRDAI needs these draconian powers as a strong deterrent against corporate fraud.
Okay, that clarifies a lot. So guys, pause and practice saying. The 2025 Act enables 100% FDI and empowers IRDI to supersede non-compliant boards.
Excellent practice point.
So, mini recap. In short, the 2025 Act removes capital barriers, invites 100% foreign investment, and gives IRDI absolute power to protect consumers.
Perfect summary.
So, we've secured the long-term future with insurance. Samjhe? But what about the present?
The need rectification.
Exactly. What about the things we want right this very second? Let's pivot from long-term security to extreme short-term convenience. We are diving into quick commerce.
This is such a fascinating shift in consumer behavior.
It really is. So, broad microtheme here is the 10-minute delivery boom.
Right.
Topic name, quick commerce in India at a glance.
Right.
So, chunk 1. What is quick commerce and why is it exploding? I mean, how do we define it?
In short, it's the instantaneous delivery of goods and services, strictly within an hour or less. Usually, it's just 10 to 15 minutes.
10 minutes is just wild.
It is. Here's a real-life example. You are making chai and you realize adrak, matlab ginger, is missing.
Oh, hate when that happens.
Right. So you order it on Zepto and it arrives before your water even boils. That is quick commerce.
That literally happened to me last week. It's revolutionizing retail. So what's the background here? How big is this market?
It's massive. The market is growing at 75 to 100% year-on-year.
Wow.
Yeah, it's expected to hit $5 billion by 2025 and a staggering $9.94 billion by 2029. The dominant players are Zepto, Blinkit, and Swiggy Instamart.
Okay, so why is it exploding? What is the core logic or the drivers behind this?
There are 5 main drivers. First, internet and smartphones. High penetration allows shopping anywhere, anytime.
Obviously, we are always on our phones.
Second is social media. Instagram and YouTube influencer marketing targets massive audiences instantly. You see a recipe, you want the ingredients right now.
Oh, totally guilty of that.
Third is consumer behavior. Gen Z and millennials are super tech-savvy and they prioritize convenience and speed over literally everything else.
Yeah, we have zero patience, I admit it.
Fourth, and this is huge, for UPSC favorable government initiatives. Digital public infrastructure like UPI, BharatNet, RuPay, and ONDC make seamless digital payments possible.
Oh, wait. Without UPI, you'd be fumbling for change at the door. And the 10-minute model would fail.
Exactly. UPI is the backbone. And finally, fifth, tech advancements. AI algorithms, automation, and warehouse robotics predict demand perfectly.
So they know I want adrak before I even open the app.
Pretty much. The real-world impact is that it revolutionizes the service economy, but it also disrupts traditional supply chains.
So to conclude, it's a perfect storm of tech, youth demographics, and digital payment infrastructure.
Perfectly summarized.
Okay, guys, pause and practice saying UPI and ONDC are massive government enablers for the $5 billion Q-commerce market.
Good one.
So, mini recap. In short, quick commerce is booming because of Gen Z demand, AI tech, and flawless digital payment systems like UPI.
But yeah, speed thrills, but it also kills.
Oh, that brings us to chunk 2, the hidden costs of 10-minute delivery. What are we defining here?
Basically, the negative impacts on society, environment, and workers caused by this obsession with instant gratification.
Yeah, I've seen some scary stuff on the roads, like a 19-year-old delivery partner rushing through a red light in the pouring rain just because the algorithm is counting down from 10 minutes.
Exactly. That is the dark side. Regulators and society are finally starting to push back against this 10-minute promise.
Let's discuss the core logic here, the consequences, and strictly followed by the solutions.
Okay, let's start with the consequences. First, instant gratification. There is a demographic change towards impulsive, frequent buying.
Yeah, bad for savings.
Second, gig worker, social security. Those 10-minute promises cause severe road safety issues and unethical pressure on delivery partners.
It's basically exploitation. What else?
Third, environmental sustainability.
Increased motorbikes on the road equals massive congestion and much higher greenhouse gas emissions, increasing the carbon footprint.
Because they're doing single item deliveries instead of bulk.
Exactly. And fourth, other impacts like health implications because of easy junk food access and a massive negative impact on traditional kirana stores.
Oh, the local mom and pop shops are getting crushed.
So how do we strike a balance? What are the solutions?
5 solutions here. First, a social security net. We need rigid safety standards, mandatory insurance for gig workers, and prompt medical assistance.
Absolutely mandatory. Second, strengthen hygiene. FSSI recently ordered e-commerce platforms to step up food safety protocols with strict warnings. Dark stores get very messy very fast.
Yeah, you pack an order in 90 seconds, you aren't checking for rats.
Exactly. Third, collaboration. They need to integrate with existing industries by partnering with local kirana stores for inventory, rather than destroying them.
Oh, that would be a win-win.
Fourth, regulatory intervention. We need strict data protection and labor rights for delivery personnel.
Right.
And fifth, environmental resilience. They must shift to EVs, use drones for short distances, and optimize routes by harmonizing addresses.
Wow. So the real-world impact here is highly relevant for UPSC GS3, covering gig economy, e-commerce rules, and environmental impact.
Yes, the conclusion is simple. We need regulations so that convenience doesn't come at the cost of human lives or the environment.
Let's do some cross-questioning on this, because UPSC loves these topics. First question. UPSC usually asks about the gig economy. How exactly does Q-commerce exploit the partner loophole to avoid social security?
Good question. They classify gig workers as independent contractors, not employees. Because of that specific legal loophole, companies dodge minimum wage, PF, and health insurance obligations.
That is so sneaky. Okay, second question. Can government platforms like ONDC actually help kirana stores survive this Zepto-Blinkit onslaught?
Yes, absolutely. ONDC democratizes e-commerce by allowing kiranas to list their inventory locally without paying massive 30% commissions to those big aggregator apps.
Oh, that's brilliant. Third question. Let's talk environment. Aren't two-wheeler deliveries less polluting than big delivery trucks?
You'd think so, but it's a volume issue. Instead of one truck delivering 50 items on one route, you have 50 separate bikes making individual trips. This leads to hyperlocal congestion and cumulative higher emissions, unless they switch strictly to EVs.
Ah, volume. That makes total sense. Fourth question. FSSI directed strict action for hygiene. But practically, how do you monitor food safety when a warehouse packs an order in 90 seconds?
That is exactly the regulatory challenge. You can't do manual checks. It requires automated safety checks, AI monitoring via cameras in warehouses, and random FSSI audits.
AI checking hygiene. Wow. Last question. From a policy standpoint, how do we strike the balance? Should the government just ban 10-minute promises to protect labor rights?
No, outright bans rarely work. Instead, regulations should ensure algorithms don't penalize drivers for traffic delays, and companies must bear liability for accidents caused by their time pressure metrics.
Hold the companies liable. I like that. All right, practice Q. Pause and practice saying, balancing Q-commerce requires mandatory gig worker insurance and transitioning to EV fleets.
Keep those keywords in mind.
So mini recap time. In short, while Q-commerce is convenient, it desperately needs labor regulations, EV integrations, and kirana collaborations to be sustainable.
Spot on.
What an intense session, yaar. Let's lock this into our memory. Today's broad micro-themes were revolutionizing India's safety net and the 10-minute delivery boom.
Huge topics.
Let's get the core takeaways. Over to you.
Okay. First, the Sabka Bima Sabki Raksha Act 2025 is a structural overhaul. It removes the 100 crore capital barrier for co-ops, allows 100% FDI, and lowers reinsurance requirements.
Awesome.
Second, IRDAI has been given absolute teeth to supersede boards and manage a new policyholders protection fund to kill mis-selling and boost that 3.7% penetration rate.
Love it.
And the quick commerce side?
Third, quick commerce is exploding to a $5 billion market by 2025, completely driven by Gen Z, UPI, and AI.
But with a cost.
Yes.
Finally, to sustain Q-commerce, we urgently need a social security net for gig workers, FSSI hygiene protocols, and an environmental pivot to EVs and drones to offset the carbon footprint.
Exactly. A final thought for you to ponder before we go. As we build a highly insured society on one side and a hyper-fast consumer society on the other, will our regulatory bodies like IRDAI and labor ministries be able to evolve as fast as AI algorithms? थोड़ा सोच लो.
There is a scary but very real
Imagine
question.
this.
Catch you in the next
हमारे
deep
पास 79 crore आभा health IDs हैं under a massive digital system.
Ah,
I mean, they are just securely floating in the cloud.
right.
और दूसरी तरफ हमारी सड़कों पर हर साल around 1.77 लाख लोग अपनी जान गंवा देते हैं.
Oh God, yeah.
Just because of physical infrastructure failures.
Yeah.
Like, how crazy is this contrast? We can move data at the speed of light,
Uh-huh.
but our physical goods and, citizens are stuck in traffic or unsafe skies.
Ah.
So आज हम exactly इसी पर फोकस कर रहे हैं. हम इंडिया के कोर बैकबोन मतलब इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर को डीप डाइव करेंगे.
Right.
From skies to roads, from digital clouds to urban cities, everything is connected.
So that's cool, na? It's more than cool, yaar. It's actually the most critical balancing act of our generation. मैं तो हमेशा बोलती हूँ कि when you look at infrastructure as this invisible nervous system of a country, you start to see how digital networks and physical concrete have to work together.
Yeah, perfectly to run a developing nation.
Exactly.
तो आज हम exactly क्या कवर करने वाले हैं? हम स्टार्ट करेंगे डिजिटल पब्लिक इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर से, then we fly into the modified उड़ान स्कीम और एविएशन सेफ्टी. उसके बाद we'll decode पब्लिक प्राइवेट पैसा मतलब द पीपीपी फ्रेमवर्क. फिर आएंगे ग्राउंड रियलिटी पर विद रोड सेफ्टी और पीएमजीएसवाई विच इज रूरल रोड्स. एंड लास्ट में विल अनपैक द नेशनल लॉजिस्टिक्स पॉलिसी और नया अर्बन चैलेंज फंड. ये सब यूपीएससी जीएस मेंस पर्सपेक्टिव से बहुत क्रूशियल है, समझे? लेट्स अनपैक दिस.
Sounds perfect. Let's do it.
Great. So let's jump into topic 9.1, which is digital public infrastructure at a glance. And the broad micro theme here is digital systems driving modern societies.
Right.
Because, we've shifted from physical bridges to digital assets, right?
Yeah, basically, to put it simply, digital public infrastructure, or DPI, is a set of secure, interoperable digital systems. Think of things like Aadhaar and UPI.
Right.
They are designed to be open and inclusive to support the delivery of both public and private services. Basically, ये इंटरनेट का नया पब्लिक हाईवे है.
वही ना. A real life example for everyone listening. यार तुम्हारा ड्राइविंग लाइसेंस और मार्कशीट अब लिटरली क्लाउड पे सेफ है. On DigiLocker.
Exactly.
Along with 58.31 crore other users. That is DPI in action.
And the background of why this matters today is all about transparency and financial inclusion, especially in remote areas. The core logic relies on a few critical pillars. First, you have the Public Financial Management System, or PFMS, which tracks government funds in real time.
Okay.
Then you have the Ayushman Bharat Digital Mission, ABDM. That's exactly where those 79 crore ABHA IDs and 65 crore linked health records come from.
Wait, but if we are taking this global, with India Stack Global and the global DPI repository from our G20 presidency, isn't there a huge risk? Like, we are collecting all this data, but if you look at the DPDP Act 2023, doesn't strict privacy regulation directly contradict the government's need for massive data sets? Like, if I'm writing a GS paper to answer on governance, how do I structure that data governance trade-off?
Acha question hai. You structure it as a tightrope walk.
Okay.
On one side, the state needs data for targeted welfare and innovation. On the other side is the citizen's fundamental right to privacy. The DPDP Act acts as the regulatory framework balancing these two. It ensures data fiduciary accountability without stifling the digital economy. So it's about securing the data, not hoarding it.
Makes sense. But what about digital sovereignty? Is that just a geopolitical buzzword or what? How do we link local data protection to actual economic independence in an exam?
Or you link it directly to national security. Digital sovereignty means ensuring that when we adopt or export DPI solutions, our local data remains under our jurisdiction.
Right.
It prevents foreign surveillance
or global monopolies from controlling our public service delivery backbone.
Speaking of exporting, how does the Social Impact Fund, the SIF, actually project India's soft power in the global south? Because we are funding this, right?
Exactly. By funding DPI implementation in developing nations, India positions itself as a technological mentor rather than a traditional neo-colonial donor.
Ah, nice.
Yeah, we export open source empowerment, which builds immense diplomatic goodwill.
मैं सोच रहा था, I've also seen this framework being thrown around, Samaj, Sarkar, and Bazaar. It sounds a bit philosophical. How does that exactly fit into balancing societal and market interests?
मैं बताती हूँ. It's the perfect triad for an outcome-driven conclusion. Samaj is citizen welfare and privacy. Sarkar is regulation and service delivery. Bazaar is private sector innovation. A successful DPI ensures the Bazaar innovates without exploiting the Samaj, while the Sarkar acts as a fair referee.
That's a great way to put it. But here's the scary part. AI-powered threats. How can an AI threat to critical infrastructure cause a cascading failure? कोई real-world analogy बताओ.
Okay, so think of a smart power grid managed by DPI. If an AI-driven cyber attack learns the grid's adaptive defenses and shuts down a single node, the algorithmic load shifts to other nodes.
Right.
And it overwhelms them instantly. It's a digital domino effect where one breach takes down banking, healthcare, and transport simultaneously because they all run on the same shared digital highway.
That is wild, yaar. So everyone listening now, pause and practice saying DPI integrates Samaj, Sarkar, and Bazaar.
Yeah.
In short, DPI is how digital systems bring transparency, but privacy and AI threats requires strict data governance. Yaad rakhna.
Absolutely.
And speaking of infrastructure connecting people digitally,
Yes.
let's look at how we are physically connecting the remote, hilly, and island regions of India. Let's talk about the skies.
Yes.
Here's where it gets really interesting, yaar. By the way, अगर आपको ये detailed UPSC breakdowns पसंद आ रहे हैं, तो please make sure you subscribe to the podcast, like this episode, and enable notifications. हम रोज ऐसे deep dives लेते हैं, so you never miss out on your prep. Anyway, back to Udan.
Right.
Topic 9.2 is Regional Connectivity Scheme, Modified Udan. The broad micro-theme is democratizing aviation and regional connectivity.
Right. So Udan, which stands for Ude Desh Ka Aam Nagrik, is a central sector scheme by the Ministry of Civil Aviation. It basically makes flying affordable for the common citizen using a market-driven, financially supported model.
So imagine a small businessman from a Tier 3 city who can now fly to Mumbai for a meeting because of capped airfares and VGF subsidies. Life-changing, right?
Completely. It was conceptualized under NCAP 2016 and implemented by AAI. We've seen expansion from just 74 airports in 2014 to 159 in 2024.
Wow.
And the background here is the recent cabinet approval for RCS modified Udan for another 10 years from FY27 to FY36.
Okay, so the core logic here involves all these components, like 28,840 crore capex, 100 unserved airports, O&M support for around 441 aerodromes, and 200 modern helipads, which are 15 crore each. Plus this Atmanirbhar Bharat push, where they are using 2 HAL Dhruv and 2 HAL Dornier aircrafts, and the challenge mode implementation.
Yeah, it's massive.
But wait, expert यार, अगर GS Paper 3 infrastructure में VGF, मतलब Viability Gap Funding की utility रखनी हो, तो this 10-year timeline का क्या significance है?
So aviation markets in remote areas don't mature overnight. A decade-long VGF provides airlines with predictable financial buffering. It allows enough time for local passenger demand and regional economies to actually grow and make the route commercially viable on its own.
Okay, but let me challenge that. Out of 925 routes, 327 discontinue हो गए. How do we critically analyze Udan's sustainability in an exam?
That's a fair point. It's a classic case of supply-side push without adequate demand-side pull. The scheme built the physical infrastructure, but structural issues like aircraft leasing costs, maintenance supply chain disruptions, especially during COVID, and fundamentally low purchasing power in Tier 3 regions made sustained operations impossible once the initial subsidy ended.
Makes sense. And you mentioned challenge mode.
ये चैलेंज मोड इम्प्लीमेंटेशन एग्जैक्टली कॉम्पिटिटिव फेडरलिज्म को कैसे प्रमोट करता है?
So in challenge mode, states have to actually bid or compete to get the airport developed. They have to show they can provide land, security, or utility concessions faster than others.
Oh.
It forces states to proactively improve their own business environments to win the project.
Oh, nice. And HAL Dhruv और Dornier aircrafts का use आत्मनिर्भर भारत विजन को एविएशन सेक्टर में कैसे जस्टिफाई करता है?
It reduces our absolute reliance on foreign manufacturers like Boeing or Airbus for regional connectivity. By integrating indigenous aircraft into commercial fleets, we provide crucial operational data to HAL, which boosts our domestic aerospace manufacturing capabilities.
Okay, last thing on this. Passenger rights charter का absence एक major governance loophole क्यों है when we have 350 million plus passengers?
Because without statutory backing, under something like the Bharatiya Vayuyan Adhiniyam 2024, compensation for delays or baggage loss is left to the arbitrary policies of private airlines. A formal charter is essential for consumer protection and accountability.
Right. So now, pause and practice. Saying modified UDAN focuses on 10-year VGF and challenge mode implementation.
Yep.
In short, UDAN democratizes flights, but route sustainability and passenger rights remain major hurdles. समझे?
Exactly. But affordable flights are great, यार, लेकिन हवा में safety सबसे ऊपर आती है. That brings us to our next critical issue.
Which is?
Topic 9.2.1, Aviation Safety. And the broad micro theme is institutional frameworks and security in Indian skies, right? So aviation safety involves the regulatory bodies and protocols that ensure planes don't crash and airspace remains secure, aligning with ICAO's global standards.
And the real-life example here is tragic. Remember the recent Ahmedabad crash that resulted in 260 fatalities? And the AAIB preliminary report. ये दिखाता है कि एक छोटी सी safety lapse कितनी बड़ी tragedy बन सकती है.
Absolutely. The background shows why aviation safety needs a root cause analysis, overhaul. The Parliamentary Standing Committee raised huge concerns. They found 100 safety lapses in just one airline audit, and 377 out of 754 aircraft had recurring defects.
That is terrifying.
Yeah.
So the core logic involves our institutional framework. We have DGCA as the regulator, AARA for tariffs and standards, BCAS for security standards per the Chicago Convention and ICAO, and AAIB for accident investigations.
Right.
But experts ICAO के standards and the recent Delhi Declaration 2024 इसको international relations and transport safety के intersection पे कैसे use करें?
So adopting the Delhi Declaration shows our commitment to open skies. It signals to global investors and foreign airlines that Indian airspace is a reliable, compliant node in global supply chains. It boosts our geo-economic standing.
Acha. But manpower shortage in DGCA, which is at 53.8% vacant, and BCAS at 34.7%. इसको state capacity deficit का example बोल सकते हैं in GS paper 2.
100%. State capacity is the ability of a government to implement its policies. When your primary aviation regulator operates with over half its positions empty, the state lacks the literal human capital to enforce its own safety laws.
And there's also an imbalanced capital outlay, जो Parliamentary Committee ने flag किया है. Nearly 50% to DGCA. How does it affect our investigative resources like AIIB?
Well, if DGCA corners the funds, the AIB is left financially starved. They can't hire top-tier forensic experts or acquire modern crash reconstruction technology. Investigations get delayed, and the crucial root cause data needed to prevent the next crash is never fully synthesized.
Plus, अगर smog से flights disrupt हो रही हैं, तो instrument landing system मतलब ILS एक tech-based solution कैसे बनेगा for climate-resilient infrastructure?
Climate change and pollution mean visibility issues are structural now. ILS uses radio beams to guide aircraft down safely even in near-zero visibility. Upgrading all airports with ILS makes our infrastructure resilient against these environmental disruptions.
So there needs to be a time-bound mechanism for deficiency closure. ये GS paper for ethics and governance and accountability में as a case study कैसे लिखें?
You frame it around the ethical concept of duty of care. Leaving a known safety flaw open indefinitely is bureaucratic negligence.
A time-bound mechanism ensures that the moral responsibility of protecting passenger lives translates into immediate administrative action.
Got it. Now pause and practice saying institutional frameworks require balanced capital outlay and root cause analysis.
Perfect.
In short, aviation safety demands strict regulatory oversight, filled vacancies, and modern tech like ILS.
Yes, but you know skies need money and regulation. लेकिन government अकेले सब कुछ fund नहीं कर सकती. That's why we need private players. Let's unpack the PPP framework.
Topic 9.3 Public-Private Partnership, PPP, at a glance. The broad micro-theme is collaborating for public assets and services.
So a PPP is basically a contract between the government and a private entity to provide public assets or services. They share responsibilities and risks.
Right. Think of the new highways or airports. Government ज़मीन देती है, private company अपनी efficiency और पैसे से बनाती है, and both share the revenue. Win-win, right?
Exactly. The background is that the government alone can't build everything. The National Infrastructure Pipeline needs 111 lakh crores. We need private sector efficiency and finance to promote ease of doing business and push logistics cost below 10%.
Yeah. Let's look at the core logic.
Yeah.
There are several models like BOT,
Yeah.
Build, Operate, Transfer, BOO, Build, Own, Operate, BOT, Annuity, O&M Service Contract, EPC, Engineering, Procurement and Construction, and HAM, the Hybrid Annuity Model.
Yeah. HM is crucial.
Right, so GS3 में HAM को EPC और BOT के best features का combo क्यों माना जाता है?
Because under pure BOT, the private player takes all the traffic risk. If cars don't use the toll road, they go bankrupt. Under EPC, the government takes all the upfront financial burden. HAM solves this. It combines 40% EPC, where government pays upfront, and 60% BOT annuity, where government pays fixed amounts over time. It shields the private guy from traffic risk.
Makes sense. But long-term contract issues and dispute resolution mechanisms, infrastructure bottlenecks का सबसे बड़ा reason क्यों है?
Because these projects span 20 to 30 years. Economic cycles change. If a dispute arises and gets stuck in standard courts for a decade, billions in capital get frozen. This chilling effect deters private investors.
और inaccurate demand forecasting का private sector participation पर क्या cascading effect होता है?
If the government overestimates how many people will use a toll road, private players base their financial models on phantom revenues. When actual demand is lower, the project becomes an NPA for the banks, creating stress in the entire banking sector.
To fix this, the Vijay Khelkar committee recommended a service focus over fiscal gains. Answer writing में इसको कैसे frame करें?
Frame it as a shift from revenue maximization to citizen welfare. Instead of awarding a contract to the guy who promises the highest revenue share to the government, you prioritize whoever delivers the highest quality of public service over the project's life cycle.
वही ना, a national monetization pipeline NMP basically brownfield assets के through new greenfield projects को कैसे fund करता है?
It's like renting out your existing fully built house to pay for building a new one. The government leases out operating assets to private players. The upfront money is then reinvested into building brand new greenfield infrastructure.
Nice. So now pause and practice saying HAM combines 40% EPC and 60% BOT annuity.
Yes.
In short, PPP brings private efficiency and funds but requires strict risk management and independent regulators, याद रखना.
But उन roads पर लोग safe हैं क्या? Let's ground ourselves and look at road safety.
Topic 9.4 Road Safety in India at a glance. The broad micro-theme is Right to a Safe Commuting Environment.
Road safety encompasses the 4 E's: engineering, education, enforcement, and emergency care required to prevent road fatalities. The Supreme Court calls it part of Article 21, Right to Life.
Yeah, National Highways India के total road network का सिर्फ 2% है. But guess what? They account for nearly 30% of all fatalities. Overspeeding literally kills.
It's horrific. We saw a 15% rise in fatalities between 2010 and 2021, according to WHO. India accounts for 11% of global road fatalities.
In 2024, around 1.77 lakh people died, and 66% victims are youth between 18 to 34 years.
The core logic here is the measures taken. Multi-pronged 4E strategy, Motor Vehicles Act 2019 for stricter penalties, rectifying 4,000 plus black spots, and advanced vehicle safety like Bharat NCAP crash tests. Also, the National Road Safety Policy 2010 and Strategy 2018-2030.
Right.
But expert, यार, सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने
Right.
तो सेफ कम्यूटिंग को आर्टिकल 21 से जोड़ा है. How do we use this constitutional angle in a GS2 or essay paper?
You use it to elevate road safety from just an administrative issue to a fundamental human rights issue. By quoting Article 21, you argue the state has a constitutional obligation to design safer roads. Failure to do so is a violation of the right to life.
Okay. And looking at the 4E strategy, सबसे बड़ा implementation gap कहाँ है इंडिया में?
We have laws, but enforcement is weak. And post-crash response is terrible. 50% die due to delayed medical help.
Yeah, that weak post-crash response एक golden hour failure है. इसको trauma care infrastructure improvement से कैसे link करें?
The golden hour is that critical first 60 minutes. You link it by suggesting that future PPP highway contracts must mandate the creation of integrated trauma centers and dedicated ambulance corridors at regular intervals.
Right. And Bharat NCAP crash tests car manufacturers को globally competitive कैसे बनाएंगे?
By forcing domestic manufacturers to meet high safety ratings to sell locally, we automatically upgrade their engineering standard. When our cars match global norms, they become exportable to developed markets.
And finally, National Road Safety Board, NRSB, को fully operationalize करना एक systematic solution क्यों है compared to just increasing challans?
Because challans are reactive, the NRSP is proactive. It's an apex body that analyzes crash data nationwide and coordinates between ministries to create a holistic safe system approach, ensuring crashes don't result in fatalities.
Got it. Now pause and practice saying road safety requires the 4 E's and a safe system approach.
Yep.
In short, good roads are useless if they aren't safe. We need better enforcement, engineering, and immediate trauma care.
Absolutely. So highway se nikal kar aao, gaon ki taraf. Let's talk about the veins connecting rural India.
Yes. Topic 9.5, Pradhan Mantri Gram Sadak Yojana, PMGSY at a glance. Broad micro theme is rural connectivity as a driver of inclusive growth.
So PMGSY is a century-sponsored scheme by Modi to provide all-weather road connectivity to unconnected rural habitations.
सोचो एक फार्मर के बारे में जिसको अपनी सब्जी मार्केट तक पहुंचानी है. ऑल वेदर रोड नहीं थी तो सब्जी सड़ जाती थी. PMGRSY ने ट्रांसपोर्ट कॉस्ट रिड्यूस किया और बेटर प्राइस रियलाइजेशन दिया.
It's a huge socio-economic transformer that completes 25 years in 2025. It is monitored real-time via OMMAS, the Online Management, Monitoring and Accounting System.
The core logic involves its evolution. Phase 1 was unconnected areas. Phase 2 was strengthening. Phase 3, upgrading roads. And Phase 4 targets remaining unconnected areas linked with PMAJ or PM Janman for SC and tribal empowerment.
And they have completed 95% of sanctioned roads.
That's great. But PMGSY4 को PM Janman और PMAJ से link करना scheme convergence का excellent example कैसे है for GS2?
It shows interministerial synergy. Instead of working in silos, physical infrastructure is integrated with social justice initiatives. This ensures connectivity translates directly into healthcare access and economic upliftment for marginalized communities.
They're also using waste plastic and cold mix for full-depth reconstruction. Climate-resilient technologies like this, rural roads में GS3 environment में कैसे highlight करें?
You highlight it as a circular economy solution. It safely disposes of non-biodegradable waste while increasing the durability of rural roads against extreme weather events.
Right. But challenges भी हैं. The outdated 2011 census demographic baseline, ये policy making और targeted delivery को कैसे hamper कर रहा है?
because demographics have drastically changed. Using 2011 data means new expanding rural habitations like tolas and majras are statistically invisible to the government. This leads to lack of last-mile connectivity.
And left-wing extremism LWE areas में road delays actually security threat को कैसे बढ़ाते हैं?
Without roads, security forces can't mobilize quickly and development schemes can't reach locals. This isolation allows extremist groups to maintain control.
Lastly, OMMS का use for real-time monitoring e-governance का कौन सा core principle demonstrate करता है?
Transparency and accountability through digitization. By bringing fund utilization onto a public dashboard, it reduces information asymmetry.
Cool. Now pause and practicing PMGSY integrates rural connectivity with climate resilience and tribal empowerment.
Perfect.
In short, PMGSY is the lifeline of rural India, boosting agriculture, healthcare and social empowerment.
But rural roads बन गए, highways बन गए, पर इन सब पर सामान easily और सस्ते में कैसे move करेगा? Enter the macro picture. Logistics.
Topic 9.6 National Logistics Policy 2022. Broad micro theme is Transforming Logistics for a Competitive India.
While PM Gati Shakti handles the hard, fixed network planning, the NLP focuses on the soft infrastructure, process reforms, digitization, and skilling to make logistics cost efficient and resilient.
अभी इंडिया में logistics cost around 7.97% है. अगर हमें ग्लोबल मैन्युफैक्चरिंग हब बनना है, तो सामान भेजने का खर्चा कम करना पड़ेगा. Just like global benchmarks.
Exactly. The target is to reduce logistics cost by 2030 and get into the top 25 in the LPI by 2030. We are currently 38th.
The core logic involves the Comprehensive Logistics Action Plan, CLAP. We have Leads Index, ULIP, E-Logs Portal, and SMILE program with ADB.
Right.
But expert PM Gati Shakti और NLIP के बीच का हार्ड वर्सेस सॉफ्ट इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर सिनर्जी एग्जाम में फ्लो चार्ट बना के कैसे समझाएं?
You conceptualize a cycle. Hard infra builds the physical multi-modal parks and highways. Soft infra provides the digital platforms like ULIP to smoothly operate vehicles on that network. Together, they create a friction-free ecosystem.
Okay, but modal imbalance जहां रोड 71% और रेल सिर्फ 18% है, ये हमारे कार्बन फुटप्रिंट और लॉजिस्टिक्स कॉस्ट को कैसे इन्फ्लेट कर रहा है?
Roads are highly fuel-intensive and reliant on imported crude oil, which spikes emissions and costs. Shifting freight to rail, which handles bulk cheaper and is largely electrified, is essential for our net zero targets.
And Leads Index exactly cooperative and competitive federalism को कैसे promote करता है at state levels?
States compete to improve their logistics ecosystem to attract industries, which is competitive. But the center sharing the best practices across all states makes it cooperative.
Can we say ULIP, Unified Logistics Interface Platform, is a digital public infrastructure for freight movement?
Absolutely. It integrates APIs for over 30 systems and has 160 crore transactions. It democratizes data access for startups, fitting the exact definition of a DPI.
But 90% of this sector is unorganized. AI or PPPs like Rivigo का intervention कितना practical है rural areas में?
Highly practical if deployed as mobile solutions. A rural truck owner just needs a smartphone app powered by an AI backend that predicts optimal routes, reducing empty miles.
Awesome. Now, pause and practice saying NLP focuses on soft infrastructure through digitization and modal mix.
Yes.
In short, bringing down logistics cost is the ultimate key to making Indian exports and manufacturing globally competitive.
So we've connected the country both digitally and physically. But what about the cities driving this economic growth? Let's talk urban development.
Topic: Urban Challenge Fund and Credit Repayment Guarantee Subscheme, CRGSS. Broad micro theme is market-linked financing for urban development.
The Urban Challenge Fund is a 1 lakh crore initiative using market-linked, reform-driven financing for cities.
So अगर एक Tier 2 city को smart water system लगाना है, पर market से loan नहीं मिल रहा, तो CRGSS उन्हें central guarantee backup देगा, and UCF उनकी performance base पर fund देगा. It's like a seed fund for smart cities.
Exactly. The background is shifting towards outcome-oriented urban development. The UCA funding pattern requires 25% central, 50% market sources, and 25% state or UTs.
ओके, बट 50% फंड्स मार्केट से आने का मतलब है यूएलबीज को म्युनिसिपल बॉन्ड्स और क्रेडिट रेटिंग्स इंप्रूव करनी पड़ेंगी, राइट? इसको GS3 इकोनॉमी में कैसे फ्रेम करें?
You frame it as deepening the municipal bond market to enforce fiscal discipline. This financializes urban infrastructure and attracts institutional investors, reducing the fiscal burden on the center.
एंड टीयर 2 और टीयर 3 सिटीज के लिए CRGS का 7 करोड़ गारंटी मैकेनिज्म उनका मार्केट एक्सक्लूजन कैसे खत्म करेगा?
Small cities are seen as high risk by banks. A 7 crore central guarantee or 70% of the loan acts as a safety net, giving banks the confidence to lend to these smaller ULBs.
रिफॉर्म लिंक डिस्पर्समेंट, अर्बन गवर्नेंस, अकाउंटेबिलिटी और 74th अमेंडमेंट एम्पावरमेंट में कैसे हेल्प करेगा?
The 74th Amendment aimed to financially empower ULBs. By linking funds to reforms, the USSE forces ULBs to build internal capacity and become genuinely self-governing institutions.
Wait, but AMRUT और SBM funded projects को USCF से exclude करना duplication of funds ensure करता है, पर क्या इससे complex project integration में issue आएगा?
It could. A smart road funded by USSEF needs integrated drainage funded by AMRUT. The challenge is to logically segment project proposals without sacrificing integrated physical design.
An outcome-based approach और challenge-based selection cities के बीच healthy competition कैसे create करते हैं?
It shifts the mindset from entitlement to merit. Cities know they aren't guaranteed funds just based on population, so it sparks a race to the top among municipal commissioners.
Love that. Now pause and practice saying UCF leverages market-linked financing and reform-based disbursements.
Perfect.
In short, Urban Challenge Fund forces cities to perform and reform to get funds, pushing sustainable urbanization.
That was a massive breakdown.
What a massive deep dive, yaar. Let's quickly log this into our memory. First, DPI, digital systems driving modern societies through PFMS, ABDM and balancing Samaj Sarkar Bazar.
Right.
Second, modified Yudan, democratizing aviation with a 10-year VGF but needs root sustainability.
Third,
Aviation safety. Institutional frameworks need balanced budgets and strict root cause analysis by DGCA and AIIB.
definitely.
Fourth, PPP framework. Collaborating for efficiency via HAM, demanding independent regulators like Kelka suggested.
Fifth,
Road safety. Right to a safe commute via 4Es and the safe system approach.
yes.
Logistics policy. Transforming soft infra like ULIP to fix modal imbalances and lower costs. And finally, Urban Challenge Fund, market-linked reform-driven financing with CRGSH for future-ready cities.
It all ties together perfectly.
Think about this final provocative thought here. As India builds world-class digital highways and massive physical infrastructure, are we investing enough in the human infrastructure to maintain and secure it all? एक बार थोड़ा सोच लो. Keep learning, keep questioning,
तुम्हारे
and we'll
पास
see you
दुनिया
in
के
the next deep
बेस्ट
dive.
स्मार्टफोन फैक्ट्री का ब्लूप्रिंट है,
Okay.
पर बैटरी बनाने के लिए एक छोटा सा कंपोनेंट किसी और कंट्री से इंपोर्ट करना पड़ता है,
Right.
और अगर उन्होंने अचानक सप्लाई रोक दी तो
Boom.
एग्जैक्टली बूम, प्रोडक्शन जीरो. आई मीन आज का डीप डाइव बेसिकली इसी बारे में है. लेट्स अनपैक दिस यार. टॉपिक नेम है सेल्फ रिलायंस इन मिनरल्स एंड मेटल्स.
Yeah, the mining sector status और आत्मनिर्भर भारत roadmap.
वही ना, मतलब India produces 95 minerals, yet we are 100% dependent on imports for things like lithium और cobalt. क्यों भाई? So आज हम 5 major topics cover करेंगे. First, self-reliance in minerals और उसके challenges. Second, MMDR Amendment Act 2025 के game-changing laws. Third, critical minerals recycling scheme, जिसे हम urban mining भी कहते हैं.
Yeah, that's a big one.
Strategic Petroleum Reserves. पूरा UPSC GS Mains syllabus एकदम sort हो जाएगा. So stay tuned, याद रखना.
बिल्कुल. I mean, it's a massive lineup.
It is. So let's jump into the first chunk. Status of self-sufficiency and import dependence. Basically, India's current position in mineral production.
Yeah.
हम iron ore में चैंपियन हैं, but critical minerals में बिल्कुल जीरो. Think of a mining sector like a massive cricket team.
Okay, I like this analogy.
जहां हमारे पास टॉप बैट्समैन तो हैं, लाइक बल्क मिनरल्स, पर एक भी फास्ट बॉलर नहीं है, मतलब क्रिटिकल मिनरल्स।
That is literally the perfect way to put it.
देखो यार, माइनिंग सेक्टर का रियलिटी चेक बहुत जरूरी है। अगर हम ग्लोबल स्टैंडिंग देखें तो इंडिया इज सेकंड इन क्रूड स्टील, प्राइमरी एल्यूमिनियम और रिफाइंड लेड।
Okay. Third in slab, zinc और chromite. और फोर्थ इन आयरन ओर और ग्रेफाइट। ये वर्ल्ड मिनरल प्रोडक्शन 2018-2022 का डेटा है।
Wow, we are literally in the top 5 for so many things.
Exactly. We produce 95 minerals, 4 fuel, 10 metallic, 23 non-metallic, 3 atomic और 55 minor minerals.
That's a huge profile.
It is. But here's the catch. इस सब के बावजूद GDP contribution सिर्फ 2% है।
Wait, really? 2%?
या सिर्फ 2%, जबकि इफ यू लुक एट ऑस्ट्रेलिया उनका 12% है, कनाडा का 6% है। वी रियली नीड टू कैच अप, समझे?
I mean, if India is producing 95 minerals, हमारा GDP contribution सिर्फ 2% क्यों है? Compared to Australia's 12. What are we doing wrong?
इट्स मोस्टली ऑपरेशनल डिलेज और टेक्नोलॉजी का गैप। जमीन से ब्लॉक एलोकेट होने से लेकर एक्चुअल ऑपरेशन शुरू होने में यहाँ 5 से 14.5 साल लग जाते हैं।
14.5 years.
या environmental clearances, forest clearances, the regulatory red tape, plus only 15% एरिया एक्सप्लोर हुआ है। हमारे पास डीप सीटेड माइनिंग की टेक नहीं है। इसीलिए 486 ब्लॉक्स में से सिर्फ 63 ऑपरेशनल है।
Oh man, that explains it. I mean, private sector का 61.4% contribution है 2023-24 में। उन पे कितना प्रेशर आता होगा इन रेगुलेटरी फ्रेमवर्क्स का?
बिल्कुल। एंड देन देयर इज द सेल्फ सफिशिएंसी पैराडॉक्स।
राइट।
आयरन ओर में हम 100% सेल्फ सफिशिएंट है, क्रोमाइट 95%, लाइमस्टोन 93%, पर क्रिटिकल मिनरल्स लाइक लिथियम, कोबाल्ट, निकल, नायोबियम, गैलियम के लिए हम 100% डिपेंडेंट है।
100%, that's scary. UPSC Mains context में, like 100% self-sufficient in iron ore, but 100% dependent on lithium. इस पैराडॉक्स का इकोनॉमी पे क्या रिस्क है?
इट्स अ मैसिव रिस्क, क्योंकि दुनिया ट्रेडिशनल मैन्युफैक्चरिंग से क्लीन एनर्जी और टेक की तरफ शिफ्ट हो रही है। आयरन ओर आपको ब्रिजेस और बिल्डिंग्स देगा, पर लिथियम और कोबाल्ट आपको इलेक्ट्रिक व्हीकल्स, सेमीकंडक्टर्स और फ्यूचर टेक देंगे।
राइट।
अगर लिथियम नहीं है तो ईवीज नहीं बनेंगे। प्लस द जियोग्राफिकल कॉन्सेंट्रेशन रिस्क इज इनसेन। China controls like 90% of rare earth element processing.
Will it? 90%? ये geographical concentration geopolitically कैसे risk create करता है? I mean, is it worse than oil?
Oh, absolutely. ये completely supply chain weaponization है। अगर China processing रोक दे तो purely advanced defense systems, communication, space tech सब रुक जाएगा।
That is terrifying.
Yeah. हमें refined copper में भी 40% reliance है imports पे। हालांकि कच्छ कॉपर लिमिटेड जैसे नए प्लांट्स होप दे रहे हैं।
कच्छ कॉपर लिमिटेड, ये प्लांट्स क्या सच में 40% इंपोर्ट रिलायंस ऑन रिफाइंड कॉपर को फिक्स कर देंगे?
Well, they boost our domestic refining capacity massively, so yeah, they will reduce that reliance over time.
So that's cool ना? बल्क मिनरल्स में स्ट्रॉन्ग, पर फ्यूचरिस्टिक टेक के मिनरल्स में टोटली वल्नरेबल। So now pause and practice saying, India is 100% dependent on imports for lithium and cobalt, limiting our EV ambitions. Practice that.
Good practice point.
In short, हम बल्क मिनरल्स में स्ट्रॉन्ग है, बट क्रिटिकल मिनरल्स और स्लो रेगुलेशंस हमें पीछे खींच रहे हैं, which brings us to policy initiatives and recommendations.
Right. The solutions.
Yeah. गवर्नमेंट ने क्या स्टेप्स लिए हैं सेल्फ रिलायंस बढ़ाने के लिए? इट्स लाइक एक स्टूडेंट एग्जाम से पहले मल्टीपल रिसोर्सेज और स्ट्रैटेजी बनाता हो ना, वैसे ही गवर्नमेंट एक्ट्स और ग्लोबल पार्टनरशिप्स यूज कर रही है।
Exactly. इंपोर्ट डिपेंडेंस को काउंटर करने के लिए गवर्नमेंट फुल एक्शन मोड में है। उन्होंने स्पेशली कुछ मेजर पॉलिसीज लॉन्च की हैं।
लाइक व्हाट?
वेल, MMDR अमेंडमेंट एक्ट, जिसमें ऑक्शंस हैं, नेशनल क्रिटिकल मिनरल मिशन या NCMM, जो 2025 में लॉन्च हो रहा है, और एक बहुत इंटरेस्टिंग चीज है काबिल।
काबिल? व्हाट्स दैट?
ये स्ट्रेटेजिक एक्विजिशंस करता है अब्रॉड, जैसे अर्जेंटीना और चिली में लिथियम और कोबाल्ट ब्लॉक्स अक्वायर करना।
ओह वाओ, काबिल का अर्जेंटीना और चिली में एसिड्स एक्वायर करना लॉन्ग टर्म एनर्जी सिक्योरिटी के लिए कितना इंपॉर्टेंट है?
इट्स एक्सट्रीमली इंपॉर्टेंट।
आप ग्लोबली सोर्स पे ही रॉ मटेरियल लॉक कर रहे हो, bypassing other supply chains. Then there's the Offshore Mining Act 2023. First 13 blocks 2024 में दिए गए.
राइट
Plus, international cooperation. हमने US-led Mineral Security Partnership या MSP ज्वाइन किया 2023 में.
MSP ज्वाइन करने से इंडिया को एग्जैक्टली क्या डिप्लोमेटिक लेवरेज मिलेगा?
Basically, it gives us an alternative to China-dominated supply chains. You get to collaborate with friendly nations for tech and intelligence sharing.
मेक सेंस। और बजट का क्या सीन था? आई रिमेंबर रीडिंग समथिंग अबाउट इंपोर्ट ड्यूटीज।
Yes, fiscal measures. 2024-25 बजट में 25 critical minerals पे import duty zero कर दी गई.
वेट, जीरो यूपीएससी पॉइंट ऑफ व्यू से 25 क्रिटिकल मिनरल्स से इंपोर्ट ड्यूटी हटाना काउंटर इंट्यूटिव नहीं है फॉर मेक इन इंडिया? आई मीन, पीपल विल जस्ट इंपोर्ट इंस्टेड ऑफ फाइंडिंग देम हियर।
Surface level पे लगता है, पर actual में it supports domestic refining.
ओह,
रॉ मटेरियल सस्ता आएगा तो इंडिया में फाइनल प्रोडक्ट मैन्युफैक्चरिंग और रिफाइनिंग बूस्ट होगी, विच इज द होल पॉइंट ऑफ मेक इन इंडिया.
गॉट इट।
एंड गवर्नमेंट ने रिकमेंडेशंस भी दी हैं, लाइक इंटरमिनिस्ट्रियल मॉनिटरिंग, पेनल्टीज फॉर डिलेज, रिवॉर्ड्स फॉर स्पीड, अर्बन माइनिंग और सर्कुलर इकोनॉमी पे फोकस, R&D यूजिंग AI and ML फॉर टारगेटिंग डीप मिनरल्स.
अर्बन माइनिंग,
हाँ,
जिसमें ई वेस्ट रिसाइकिल करते हैं।
एग्जैक्टली. उसके लिए 1500 करोड़ का इंसेंटिव है फॉर EV एंड ई-वेस्ट.
1500 करोड़ इंसेंटिव सर्कुलर इकोनॉमी को कैसे स्केल करेगा?
It basically kickstarts a waste to wealth conversion on an industrial level. And lastly, upskilling. CSR funds को AI and automation upskilling के लिए यूज करना.
CSR फंड्स को AI अपस्किलिंग के लिए मैंडेट करना कितना प्रैक्टिकल है माइनिंग सेक्टर में?
It's the only way to bridge the tech gap for deep-seated mining, honestly.
Amazing. Now, practicing Kabul targets strategic overseas acquisitions, while NCMM builds domestic frameworks.
Yeah, say it out loud.
In short, legal reforms, overseas assets और zero import duties हमारी आत्मनिर्भर भारत strategy का core हैं. So that's cool, ना? We know the problems in the broad policies, but laws को literally कैसे change किया गया है? Let's transition to our second topic, the exact legislative changes. Topic 10.2, Mines and Minerals Development and Regulation Amendment Act 2025. Broad micro theme is legislative reforms for critical minerals.
The MMDR Act.
Right. Let's unpack this. अगर तुम्हारे घर के नीचे गोल्ड मिले तो रूल अलग है, पर अगर कोबाल्ट मिले तो रूल अलग. That was basically the past. नए MMDR Act 2025 ने गेम रूल्स ही चेंज कर दिए हैं. Think of this like upgrading from a basic trading app to a pro stock exchange. सब कुछ ट्रांसपेरेंट और फास्ट.
It is a literal game changer for miners. पुराने लॉज बहुत रिस्ट्रिक्टिव थे.
कैसे?
ओके, तो MMDR 2025 में कुछ कोर चेंजेस हैं. फर्स्ट इज NMEDT. ये पुराने NMET को रिप्लेस करता है. नाउ इट कैन यूज फंड्स जो कि 3% ऑफ रॉयल्टी तक बढ़ा दिए गए हैं इनसाइड एंड आउटसाइड इंडिया, लाइक ऑफशोर एरियाज. 8,700 करोड़ प्लान्ड है नेक्स्ट 5 साल के लिए अंडर NCMM.
वो NMEDT फंड का आउटसाइड इंडिया यूज करने का प्रोविजन हमारी फॉरेन पॉलिसी से कैसे लिंक्ड है?
वेल, इट enables फंडिंग फॉर ग्लोबल स्ट्रेटेजिक एसेट्स. हम डायरेक्टली फॉरेन एक्सप्लोरेशन में पैसा लगा सकते हैं.
That is smart.
या सेकेंड बिग चेंज, इंक्लूजन ऑफ अदर मिनरल्स. अगर एक लेसी को अपनी एग्जिस्टिंग लीज में नया क्रिटिकल मिनरल मिलता है, जैसे कॉपर के साथ कोबाल्ट मिल गया,
Okay.
तो पहले उन्हें एक्स्ट्रा पेमेंट करनी पड़ती थी या न्यू क्लियरेंस लेनी पड़ती थी.
Red tape.
अब वो बिना एक्स्ट्रा पेमेंट के उसे ऐड कर सकते हैं.
Wait. Existing lease में बिना एक्स्ट्रा पेमेंट के क्रिटिकल मिनरल्स ऐड करने देना रेवेन्यू लॉस नहीं है गवर्नमेंट का?
नॉट एट ऑल, बिकॉज बिना इस रूल के कंपनीज उस क्रिटिकल मिनरल को बस वेस्ट समझकर फेंक देती थी.
Oh.
तो अब कम से कम वो एक्सट्रैक्ट तो होगा. इट इंसेंटिवाइजेस एक्सट्रैक्शन. थर्ड चेंजेस कंटिग्यूअस एरिया एक्सटेंशन.
What's that?
माइनिंग लीज के लिए 10% और कंपोजिट लीज के लिए 30% एक्सटेंशन दिया गया है वन टाइम फॉर डीप सीटेड मिनरल्स.
So UPSC आंसर राइटिंग में कंटिजियस एरिया एक्सटेंशन का डीप सीटेड मिनरल्स के लिए क्या इकोनॉमिक रैशनैलिटी देंगे हम?
सिंपल. डीप माइनिंग बहुत एक्सपेंसिव होती है. टू मेक इट इकोनॉमिकली वायबल यू नीड इकोनॉमीज ऑफ स्केल. उसके लिए लार्जर कंटिजियस एरिया चाहिए होता है.
Makes total sense.
Fourth is mineral exchanges. Authority सेटअप की जाएगी to regulate electronic trading platforms.
Mineral exchanges set up करने से monopolistic pricing कैसे tackle होगी? Like how does it help?
इलेक्ट्रॉनिक प्लेटफॉर्म्स पे सब ट्रांसपेरेंट होता है, बिड्स और ऑफर्स पब्लिक होते हैं, तो कोई एक बड़ी कंपनी प्राइस मैनिपुलेट नहीं कर सकती, फेयर मार्केट प्राइसिंग आती है.
Love that.
एंड फाइनली कैप्टिव माइंस लिमिट रिमूव्ड. पहले कैप्टिव माइंस अपनी फैक्ट्री के लिए मिनरल यूज करने के बाद बचा हुआ मिनरल सिर्फ 50% तक ओपन मार्केट में बेच सकते थे, अब 100% अलाउड है.
Nice. Captive mines की 50% सेल लिमिट हटाने से मार्केट सप्लाई पे क्या इमीडिएट इम्पैक्ट आएगा?
It massively increases raw material availability in the market. Supply बढ़ेगी तो prices stabilize होंगे.
Brilliant. Now, pause and practice saying. The MMDR 2025 Act establishes mineral exchanges for transparent pricing.
Very important point to remember.
In short, law changes mean more funds, flexible leases, transparent markets, or zero limits on captive mine sales.
Yup.
Here's where it gets really interesting यार. अगर तुम्हें ये रियल वर्ल्ड कनेक्शंस यूपीएससी के लिए डायरेक्टली समझ आ रहे हैं तो एक सेकंड निकाल के सब्सक्राइब जरूर कर लो. Hit that like button and join our community for detailed notes. हम ऐसे ही कॉम्प्लेक्स टॉपिक्स को डीमिस्टिफाई करते रहेंगे. थोड़ा सोच लो. It's a free resource.
Absolutely do it.
Now, importance of critical or strategic minerals. Why are these specific 30 minerals making the whole world crazy? It's like the spice trade of the 16th century. जिस कंट्री के पास स्पाइसेस थे, उसने दुनिया पे रूल किया. आज वो स्पाइस लिथियम और सिलिकॉन है.
100%. These minerals define the future of technology and power. Global shift green energy और digital economies की तरफ है. And China controls 60 to 70% of rare earth production and 80 to 90% of processing capacity.
China's 80 to 90% processing monopoly. Is it a bigger threat than OPEC's oil monopoly in the 70s?
Way bigger. Oil just affected energy. ये मिनरल्स आपकी एनर्जी, डिफेंस, कम्युनिकेशंस और टेक साइमल्टेनियसली कंट्रोल करते हैं. क्लीन एनर्जी गोल्स इनके बिना इम्पॉसिबल है, लाइक सिलिकॉन, टेल्यूरियम, इंडियम, गैलियम फॉर पीवी सेल्स.
And wind turbines too, right?
Yes, डिस्प्रोजियम एंड नियोडीमियम.
डिस्प्रोसियम और नियोडिमियम जैसे रेयर अर्थ्स विंड टर्बाइन्स के लिए क्यों नॉन नेगोशिएबल हैं?
क्योंकि ये परमानेंट मैग्नेट्स बनाने के लिए एसेंशियल है. इनके बिना टर्बाइन इलेक्ट्रिसिटी इफिशिएंटली जनरेट ही नहीं कर सकती.
Wow. And then this electric mobility. Lithium, nickel, cobalt for Li-ion batteries. This is crucial for the National Electric Mobility Mission Plan, right? NMP.
Yes.
अगर NMP फेल हुआ due to battery shortages, तो climate goals पे क्या domino effect होगा?
Basically, a massive setback in reducing carbon emissions. हमारा ट्रांसपोर्ट सेक्टर डीकार्बनाइज ही नहीं हो पाएगा.
Yeah. And national security and digital sovereignty की भी बात है. Silicon for microchips, cobalt for memory and logic devices. UPSC context में digital sovereignty और cobalt supply chain security को कैसे लिंक करेंगे हम?
Easy. Hardware independence is a prerequisite for data security. अगर हार्डवेयर किसी और का है तो आपका डेटा सिक्योर नहीं है.
समझे. And lastly, accelerating SDG gains, attracting investments, creating jobs. Chile का एक example था ना, SDG 1 और 3 के लिए.
Yes, Chile used their copper revenues for poverty reduction, which is SDG 1, and health, which is SDG 3. It's a great case study.
SDG 103 से minerals का direct relation, that Chile model is a perfect answer writing material. Practicing. Critical minerals are the bedrock of India's digital sovereignty and clean energy transition.
So true.
In short, critical minerals बस tech के लिए नहीं, national security और SDGs achieve करने के लिए absolute necessity हैं. Since we mentioned how rare and important these minerals are, extracting them from the earth isn't the only way. पता है, हमारे पुराने phones में भी एक खजाना छुपा है.
Oh yeah, the urban mines.
Exactly. Let's shift to our third topic, recycling. Topic 10.2.1, Incentive Scheme for the Promotion of Critical Mineral Recycling. Broad micro theme is urban mining and e-waste recovery.
This is such a cool topic.
I know, right? पता है तुम्हारे पुराने लैपटॉप और डेड EV बैटरीज एक माइन का काम कर सकते हैं. Urban mining is the new gold rush here. Government is literally paying companies to extract minerals from trash. Let's see how this 1,500 crore incentive scheme works. कबाड़ी वाला 2.0.
लिटरली कबाड़ी वाला 2.0.
Imagine high-tech labs extracting pure lithium from a dumped electric scooter battery. Ministry of Mines ने detailed guidelines issue किए हैं.
Yeah, this is a part of the National Critical Mineral Mission. The aim is to incentivize recycling capacity development for separation and extraction within India. इसका tenure 6 years का है. Financial year 2025-26 to 2030-31 तक.
केवल 6 साल का टेन्योर क्यों रखा गया है स्कीम का?
क्योंकि ये सीड मनी है to provide immediate catalyst funding to kickstart a self-sustaining ecosystem. बाद में market forces take over कर लेंगी.
Awesome. And feedstock क्या है इसका? E-waste, lithium ion battery या LIB scrap और catalytic converters from end-of-life vehicles. UPSC GS3 में कैटालिटिक कन्वर्टर्स को एज अ फीडस्टॉक मेंशन करना क्यों इंपॉर्टेंट है?
क्योंकि वो हाईलाइट करता है रिकवरी ऑफ प्रेशियस प्लैटिनम ग्रुप मेटल्स ऑटो वेस्ट से. इट्स हाईली वैल्यूएबल.
आई सी. और ये कितने मिनरल्स कवर करता है?
27 क्रिटिकल मिनरल्स. एंटिमनी, कैडमियम, कोबाल्ट, गैलियम, ग्राफाइट, लिथियम, निकल, नायोबियम और बाकी रेयर अर्थ एलिमेंट्स. पर यूरेनियम और थोरियम को एक्सक्लूड किया गया है.
यूरेनियम और थोरियम को 27 मिनरल्स की लिस्ट से एक्सक्लूड क्यों किया गया है?
सिंपल. दे फॉल अंडर स्ट्रिक्ट एटॉमिक एनर्जी रेगुलेशंस. वो जनरल रिसाइकलिंग का पार्ट नहीं हो सकते.
मेक सेंस. वैसे इस स्कीम को स्पेसिफिकली एनसीएमएम के अंदर क्यों रखा गया है इंस्टेड ऑफ एनवायरनमेंट मिनिस्ट्री? ई वेस्ट तो उनका डिपार्टमेंट लगता है.
क्योंकि अब इसे रिसोर्स जनरेशन की तरफ व्यू किया जा रहा है, नॉट जस्ट वेस्ट मैनेजमेंट. वेस्ट इज नाउ अ स्ट्रेटेजिक एसेट. मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ माइंस ने टोटल 30 क्रिटिकल मिनरल्स आइडेंटिफाई किए थे, जिसमें से 24 पार्ट डी फर्स्ट शेड्यूल ऑफ एमएमडीआर एक्ट में है.
24 मिनरल्स एमएनडीआर फर्स्ट शेड्यूल में होने का लीगल सिग्निफिकेंस क्या है?
It means the central government gets regulatory priority over them.
Got it. Now pause and practice saying urban mining recovers vital elements like cobalt from LIB scrap, promoting a circular economy.
Excellent point.
In short, government 6 साल तक e-waste और battery scrap से 27 minerals निकालने के लिए incentives दे रही है. So significance क्या है इस recycling का? एक न्यू माइन ओपन करने में 10 साल लगते हैं और फॉरेस्ट क्लियर होते हैं. रिसाइकलिंग लैब एक वेयरहाउस में 6 महीने में सेटअप हो सकती है.
Exactly. Environment और economy दोनों का win-win है. The infrastructure part promotes R3 and R4 level recycling of LIB scrap.
Wait, R3 और R4 level recycling of LIB scrap exactly होता क्या है?
It refers to deep chemical और metallurgical extraction. मतलब आप सिर्फ बैटरी को फिजिकल डिसमेंटल नहीं कर रहे, आप केमिकल्स यूज करके प्योर मेटल वापस निकाल रहे हो. The target is 270 किलोटन एनुअल कैपेसिटी.
270 किलोटन.
Yes, जिससे रफली 40 किलोटन प्योर क्रिटिकल मिनरल्स मिलेंगे.
वाओ. और इंपोर्ट्स का क्या सीन है? इंपोर्ट्स ऑफ जस्ट 4 मिनरल्स लिथियम, कोबाल्ट, निकल और कॉपर costed 34,800 crore rupees in FY 23-24.
Huge drain on forex.
Recycling capacity 270 kilotons होने से इंडिया का 34,800 करोड़ का इंपोर्ट बिल कितना रिड्यूस हो सकता है?
Significantly.
क्योंकि वो 40 kilotons of pure minerals हमें डोमेस्टिकली मिल जाएंगे.
Plus, it bypasses China's export restrictions on REs and magnets.
यूपीएससी पर्सपेक्टिव से जियोपॉलिटिकल रिस्क मिटिगेशन में अर्बन माइनिंग को एज अ सॉफ्ट पावर कैसे यूज कर सकते हैं?
By becoming a regional hub for processing global e-waste, हम आसपास के देशों का ई-वेस्ट प्रोसेस करके उन्हें मिनरल सप्लाई कर सकते हैं.
दैट इज नेक्स्ट लेवल स्ट्रेटजी.
ये स्कीम फॉर्मलाइजेशन भी ला रही है ना?
या envisages 8,000 crore investment और 70,000 direct and indirect jobs.
वाह. और इंपोर्ट्स का क्या सीन है? इंपोर्ट ऑफ जस्ट 4 मिनरल्स लिथियम, कोबाल्ट, निकल और कॉपर costed 34,800 crore rupees in FY 23-24.
Huge drain on forex.
Recycling capacity 270 kilotons होने से इंडिया का 34,800 करोड़ का इंपोर्ट बिल कितना रिड्यूस हो सकता है?
Significantly. क्योंकि वो 40 किलो टन्स ऑफ प्योर मिनरल्स हमें डोमेस्टिकली मिल जाएंगे।
Plus,
It bypasses China's export restrictions on REs and magnets.
यूपीएससी पर्सपेक्टिव से जियोपॉलिटिकल रिस्क मिटिगेशन में अर्बन माइनिंग को एज अ सॉफ्ट पावर कैसे यूज कर सकते हैं?
By becoming a regional hub for processing global e-waste, हम आसपास के देशों का ई-वेस्ट प्रोसेस करके उन्हें मिनरल सप्लाई कर सकते हैं।
दैट इज नेक्स्ट लेवल स्ट्रैटेजी।
ये स्कीम फॉर्मलाइजेशन भी ला रही है ना?
या envisages 8,000 crore इन्वेस्टमेंट और 70,000 डायरेक्ट एंड इनडायरेक्ट जॉब्स। अगर 8,000 करोड़ की इन्वेस्टमेंट आएगी तो इससे एमएसएमई सेक्टर को क्या फायदा होगा?
Well, the collection and pre-processing networks जो गांव-गांव, शहर-शहर वेस्ट उठाएंगे, वो largely MSMEs ही होंगे।
So jobs ही jobs? And environmental pollution from new mines versus chemical recycling, which is actually safer?
Chemical recycling is much safer. It has a much smaller controllable footprint compared to open-cast mining.
Perfect.
Correct.
Practice saying, recycling critical minerals saves forex reserves and mitigates geopolitical supply risks.
Very concise.
In short, urban mining, पैसे, environment और foreign dependencies तीनों को बचाती है. So we covered solid minerals, ground के ऊपर और नीचे. But what about energy that flows?
The deep waters.
Yes. Let's travel to the deep waters of the Andaman coast for our next massive topic. Topic 10.3, Discovery of Natural Gas in Andaman Basin. Broad micro theme is hydrocarbon resources and gas-based economy.
This was huge news.
Massive. Okay, get this. Sri Vijayapuram के कोस्ट से सिर्फ 17 किलोमीटर दूर, deep under the ocean, हमें natural gas का एक massive reserve मिला है. It's like searching your old jeans and finding 2,000 rupees. But in this case, the jeans are the Andaman tectonic plates and the money is millions of tons of energy.
That's one way to put it. Ministry of Petroleum and Natural Gas announced this major find at the Sri Vijayapuram 2 well.
Right. And currently, हम अपना huge chunk of LNG, Qatar, US और UAE से import करते हैं. So local discoveries are golden.
Estimate करती है कि अंडमान निकोबार बेसिन में अराउंड 371 mmTOE का पोटेंशियल है।
MMTOE मतलब million metric tons of oil equivalent. That's a lot. 371 mmTOE का एस्टिमेट इकोनॉमिकली कितना सिग्निफिकेंट है इंडिया की करंट एनर्जी हंगर के लिए?
इट रिप्रेजेंट्स years of domestic supply अगर हम इसे फुल्ली एक्सट्रैक्ट कर लें, और ये सब हुआ बिकॉज ऑफ द जियोलॉजी।
Right, the tectonic setting, boundary of Indian and Burmese plates. वहाँ पे stratigraphic traps create हुए हैं. UPSC GS1 geography के हिसाब से stratigraphic traps exactly hydrocarbons को कैसे accumulate करते हैं at tectonic boundaries.
So basically जब टेक्टोनिक प्लेट्स शिफ्ट होती हैं, रॉक्स टिल्ट एंड फोल्ड हो जाते हैं. ये नेचुरल जियोलॉजिकल कंटेनर्स क्रिएट करते हैं और इम्पर्मिएबल रॉक्स गैस को ऊपर एस्केप नहीं होने देते.
Like a Tupperware container holding the gas inside.
Yeah, exactly. And currently, domestic production meets only roughly 50% of demand. Rest is imported.
तो कतार और UAE पे हमारी LNG डिपेंडेंसी को ये अंडमान डिस्कवरी कैसे मिटिगेट करेगी?
It acts as direct import substitution. Plus, it acts as a price buffer against global market shocks.
True. और बंगाल अराकॉन सेडिमेंट्री सिस्टम जिसका ये पार्ट है, वहाँ और क्या पोटेंशियल हो सकता है अपार्ट फ्रॉम गैस?
We could potentially find crude oil and gas hydrates there as well.
बट डीप सी ड्रिलिंग 17 किलोमीटर फ्रॉम शोलाइन का इन्वायरमेंटल रिस्क मरीन इकोलॉजी पे क्या होगा?
It's definitely risky. Requires strict environmental impact assessments, या EIA. But deep water extraction technology has advanced significantly to prevent spills.
Okay, that's reassuring. Now pause and practice saying, tectonic shifts between the Indian and Burmese plates created stratigraphic traps in the Andaman Basin.
Nice geography integration there.
In short, Andaman की specific tectonic geology ने natural gas का huge reserve बनाया है, offering a massive domestic energy source. This leads to the vision of a gas-based economy and policy initiatives.
Yup, Vision 2030.
Andaman Discovery directly fuels this, switching from a smoking chulha to a clean PNG stove, but on a national level for transport and industries. Natural gas, mainly methane, is the perfect transition fuel towards renewables. Target is to increase natural gas share in energy mix to 15% by 2030.
Which is currently only 6.2% as of 2025.
15% टारगेट बाय 2030 अचीव करना रियलिस्टिकली कितना पॉसिबल है व्हेन वी आर स्टक एट 6.2%?
It's aggressive, but with policy shifts and domestic fines, like Andaman, it is plausible.
नेचुरल गैस को ट्रांजिशन फ्यूल क्यों बोलते हैं? रिन्यूएबल्स पे डायरेक्ट जंप करने के बजाय?
Because wind or solar intermittent होते हैं. Gas provides stable baseload power, and decarbonization point of view से it lowers emissions by 15 to 20% versus petrol and reduces PM, NOx, SOx.
PM is particulate matter. और इकोनॉमिक वायबिलिटी भी तो है. LNG has a clear total cost of ownership या TCO advantage over diesel for heavy duty long haul trucking.
Absolutely.
UPSC GS
Cools down overall retail inflation.
makes total sense. What about the policies driving this?
The big one is HELP 2016, Hydrocarbon Exploration and Licensing Policy. It introduced OALP, Open Acreage Licensing Policy, or Uniform Licensing.
हेल्प 2016 और OALP ने प्राइवेट सेक्टर के लिए एक्सप्लोरेशन प्रोसेस को कैसे सिंप्लीफाई किया?
पहले हर टाइप के हाइड्रोकार्बन के लिए अलग लाइसेंस लगता था. अब एक यूनिफॉर्म लाइसेंस मिलता है. प्लस कंपनीज खुद ब्लॉक्स चूज करके बिड कर सकती हैं अंडर OALP.
Wow, that's so much better. What about FDI?
100% FDI is allowed now, along with National Deepwater Exploration Mission or National Seismic Program.
100% FDI इन नेचुरल गैस सेक्टर से टेक्नोलॉजी ट्रांसफर में क्या स्पेसिफिक गेन्स मिलेंगे?
हमारे डोमेस्टिक फर्म्स के पास अल्ट्रा डीप वाटर एक्सट्रैक्शन टेक नहीं है. ग्लोबल मेजर्स आएंगे तो वो टेक इंडिया में ट्रांसफर होगी.
Practicing, HELP 2016 introduced the Open Acreage Licensing Policy to boost hydrocarbon exploration.
Say it out loud, guys.
In short, natural gas cleaner और cheaper है. और हेल्प जैसी पॉलिसी से हम 2030 तक 15% टारगेट हिट करने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं. सो गैस इज ग्रेट, बट ऑयल इज स्टिल द लाइफ ब्लड ऑफ करंट जियोपॉलिटिक्स. व्हाट हैपन्स इफ टुमारो अ वॉर ब्रेक्स आउट एंड आवर ऑयल सप्लाई चेन्स आर ब्लॉक्ड?
We need a backup plan.
समझे? लेट्स मूव टू आवर फाइनल टॉपिक. टॉपिक 10.3.1 स्ट्रेटेजिक पेट्रोलियम रिजर्व्स या SPRs. Broad micro theme is energy security and oil stockpiling.
This is literally national survival.
Exactly. सोच लो, tomorrow a massive global crisis hits and oil ships can't reach India. हमारा transport, factories सब रुक जाएगा. Enter SPRs. It's essentially a massive underground power bank for the entire country's oil supply. Just like हम घर में इन्वर्टर लगाते हैं पावर कट के लिए, देश अंडरग्राउंड रॉक कैवर्न्स में ऑयल रखता है जियोपॉलिटिकल पावर कट्स के लिए.
Perfect analogy. ये emergency stockpiles होते हैं crude oil के. And current capacity is only 5.33 MMT.
That's enough to last around 9.5 days of India's crude oil supplies. They are maintained by the government for supply disruptions.
Correct? ये commercial stocks से separate होते हैं जो oil companies hold करती हैं.
कमर्शियल स्टॉक्स और SPRs में मैनेजमेंट और रिलीज राइट्स का क्या डिफरेंस है?
कमर्शियल स्टॉक्स मार्केट डायनामिक्स पे रिलाई करते हैं, पर SPR रिलीज इज अ सॉवरेन डिसीजन बाय द गवर्नमेंट, सिर्फ नेशनल क्राइसिस के टाइम पे. इम्प्लीमेंटेशन एजेंसी ISPRL है, इंडियन स्ट्रेटेजिक पेट्रोलियम रिजर्व्स लिमिटेड, फॉर्म्ड इन 2004.
ISPRL 2004 में एस्टैब्लिश हुआ था. व्हाट ट्रिगर्ड इट्स फॉर्मेशन देन?
द 1990 गल्फ वॉर. उस टाइम ऑयल प्राइसेस स्काई रॉकेट हुए थे और इंडिया की फॉरेक्स एंड एनर्जी स्टेबिलिटी सिवियरली थ्रेटन हो गई थी. वी लर्नड अ लेसन.
स्टोरेज टेक्नोलॉजी की बात करें तो दे यूज डीप अंडरग्राउंड रॉक कैवर्न्स, यूजुअली नियर कोस्टल एरियाज. अंडरग्राउंड रॉक कैवर्न्स ही क्यों यूज करते हैं SPRs के लिए? रेगुलर ओवरग्राउंड टैंक्स क्यों नहीं?
Caverns are safer from aerial attacks, natural disasters और massive volumes के लिए टैंक्स बनाने से cheaper होते हैं लॉन्ग रन में.
कोस्टल एरियाज के पास SPRs लोकेट करने का कोर लॉजिस्टिकल एडवांटेज क्या है?
VLCCs यानी वेरी लार्ज क्रूड कैरियर्स, जो शिप्स होते हैं, उनसे डायरेक्टली पाइपलाइन के थ्रू कैवर्न्स में ऑयल अनलोड हो जाता है. फास्टर एंड चीपर.
लोकेशंस कहाँ हैं?
एग्जिस्टिंग are विशाखापट्टनम, मंगलौर एंड पदूर.
Yes. And upcoming under SPR Phase 2 are चंदीकोल in ओडिशा और पदूर में एक और एक्सटेंशन.
ओडिशा के चंदीकोल को अपकमिंग लोकेशन चूज करने से ईस्ट कोस्ट की एनर्जी सिक्योरिटी कैसे बैलेंस होती है? करंटली सब वेस्ट और साउथ पे कॉन्सेंट्रेटेड है. ईस्ट कोस्ट पे बनाने से वी डी रिस्क दी ओवर कॉन्सेंट्रेशन और ईस्टर्न रीजन को सिक्योर करते हैं.
Now, pause and practice saying India's SPRs are managed by ISPRL and stored in deep underground rock caverns.
Good one.
In short, इंडिया के पास इमरजेंसी के लिए 9.5 डेज का अंडरग्राउंड क्रूड ऑयल रिजर्व है, मैनेज बाय ISPRL. पर इसमें challenges भी तो हैं. Buying term insurance, you pay high premiums hoping you never use it, but if tragedy strikes, it saves your family. SPRs are national term insurance.
Exactly. Expanding SPRs is an urgent necessity. Significance तो clear है. Energy security against wars, economic stability as a market stabilization tool against inflationary shocks, और strategic autonomy.
UPSC Mains में strategic autonomy का क्या exact relation है SPR के साथ?
Strategic autonomy means India can pursue independent foreign policy. हम किसी सुपर पावर के प्रेशर में नहीं आएंगे just because हमें डर है कि वो ऑयल एम्बार्गो लगा देंगे. Our SPR acts as a cushion.
बट कैपेसिटी का एक बड़ा इशू है. 9.5 days is much lower than the International Energy Agency या IEA का 90-day benchmark. सिर्फ 9.5 days का रिजर्व तो बहुत कम है. Why are we so behind?
Capital cost यार. Massive upfront capital requirement लगता है और हमारी जियोलॉजी में rock caverns excavate करना time consuming है.
What about policy challenges?
Lack of clear policy on when to release reserves during price fluctuations.
Clear release policy ना होने का क्या immediate economic risk होता है during inflation?
अगर गवर्नमेंट डिले करती है रिलीज डिसीजन में तो मार्केट में पैनिक, सप्लाई शॉर्टेज होती है और कंज्यूमर प्राइसेस अननेसेसरी स्पाइक हो जाते हैं.
And what about the cost and geology?
हाई कैपिटल एंड मेंटेनेंस कॉस्ट फॉर रॉक कैवर्न्स. तो अब हम सॉल्ट कैवर्न्स एक्सप्लोर कर रहे हैं, स्पेशली इन राजस्थान.
Underground, salt caverns versus rock caverns. What is the future for India's SPR expansion?
सॉल्ट कैवर्न्स बेसिकली फास्ट और चीपर होते हैं बनाना. वाटर इंजेक्ट करके सॉल्ट डिसॉल्व कर देते हैं. दैट्स द फ्यूचर फॉर फास्टर कैपेसिटी एडिशन.
And environmental challenges.
Local displacement, ecological concerns requiring strict legal frameworks.
Environmental displacement issues को large SPR industrial sites पे ethically कैसे manage किया जाना चाहिए?
Through comprehensive rehabilitation policies or completely transparent environmental impact assessments. Local community को साथ लेकर चलना पड़ता है.
Practice saying.
Expanding SPR capacity to meet the IEA's 90-day benchmark is crucial for strategic autonomy.
Yup, 90 days is a magic number. In short, SPRs हमारी इकोनॉमी को वॉर और इन्फ्लेशन से बचाते हैं. पर स्टोरेज कैपेसिटी और रिलीज पॉलिसी को इंप्रूव करना अभी बाकी है. Wow, what a massive deep dive today. Let's quickly recap all the broad micro themes.
Go for it.
1. Mining sector status. We saw how India produces 95 minerals but is fully dependent on imports for critical ones, slowing Atmanirbhar Bharat.
Right.
2. Legislative reforms. The MMDR Amendment Act 2025 changed the game with NEMDT funds, mineral exchanges, and 100% sale limits for captive mines.
A total game changer.
3. Urban mining. The 6-year Critical Mineral Recycling Scheme is pushing to extract 27 strategic minerals from EV batteries and e-waste, saving billions in forex.
Kabadi wala 2.0.
Exactly. 4. Hydrocarbon resources. Finding massive natural gas in the Andaman Basin gives a huge boost to our 15% gas-based economy target for 2030.
Yes.
And 5. Energy security. We decoded India's strategic petroleum reserves, currently holding a 9.5-day buffer in rock caverns, pushing towards global IAA standards.
Covered it all.
और अब, तुम सबके लिए एक final provocative thought. We are digging the earth and recycling batteries. But what about space? Asteroid mining is becoming a geopolitical reality. Will our next MMDR Act need an outer space amendment? सोच लो इस पे. Keep learning, keep questioning,
इंडिया में
and we'll see you in the
कमर्शियल
next
केसेस
deep dive.
पेंडिंग होने की वजह से करीब 25 लाख करोड़ सिस्टम में स्टक हैं.
Oh wow, yeah, that is,
I mean that's massive, है ना?
yeah, it's insane.
But at the same time, हमारा स्टार्टअप इकोसिस्टम एकदम बूम कर रहा है. Like literally 1.5 lakh startups ने over 17 lakh direct jobs create कर दिए हैं.
हाँ, exactly.
So like how are we operating with one foot stuck in these massive bureaucratic delays and the other foot just sprinting into the future? आज हम exactly यही decode करेंगे. We're looking at a massive transition. Our broad micro theme for today is building India's knowledge-driven economy for the future.
It really is the ultimate balancing act, yeah.
I mean, we're not just trying to grow our traditional manufacturing base anymore, right? We are actively trying to rewire the country's DNA to become a global knowledge hub. And that requires some really heavy structural shifts.
Wahi to. So today, we are going to map out this entire journey. We look at how we are cutting the red tape to make doing business easier, how the startup ecosystem is capitalizing on that, and then the wild rise of the orange economy.
Right?
Then we'll connect the dots with the 2025 Nobel Prize in Economics, which actually validates this whole shift. We'll also unpack the massive 1 lakh crore R&D scheme.
Oh, that's a big one.
And why the government needs to start acting like a high-risk startup itself. Plus, the sudden surge in intellectual property rights. And finally, how global capability centers are pulling all this talent together. It's going to be a fascinating ride, Samjay. Let's unpack this.
I'm ready. It's basically a masterclass in how an economy evolves in real time.
Awesome. Let's jump right into the foundation of it all. Ease of doing business, or EODB. Basically, this is all about simplifying the rules so that new entrepreneurs can smoothly start and grow their businesses without banging their heads against unnecessary hurdles.
Right, exactly.
Imagine a local electronics manufacturer. पहले उसे literally hundreds of forms भरने पड़ते थे just to keep the lights on. अब उद्यम registration और faceless tax assessments के through उसकी life easy हो गई है and he's seamlessly becoming part of the global supply chain.
And that's exactly why the Union Budget 2026-27 declared EODB as a foundational pillar for economic growth. Because देखो, if we want to integrate India into global trade and supply chains, like making the PLI schemes in electronics actually work, we need a frictionless, stable environment.
Right. The budget brought in things like a single digital window for cargo, AI-enabled scanning at major ports, and reducing the minimum alternate tax, or MAT, to a flat 14%.
That was huge.
Plus, they are decriminalizing minor administrative lapses. But yeah, the challenges are still huge. Like I mentioned, over 4.6 crore pending cases with 25 lakh crore stuck. We have massive land and labor bottlenecks, skill gaps, non-digitized land titles. And a lot of critics say these reforms mostly just benefit the large corporations.
That's a fair critique, I feel, which is why the way ahead focuses heavily on localization.
Okay.
The goal is to establish specialized commercial courts at the district level. They want to bring resolution time down from 626 days to just 400 days.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, and they are pushing DBRAP, which is the District Business Reform Action Plan for Municipalities, and most importantly, UPIN, the Unique Land Parcel Identification Number, which acts like an Aadhaar for land. It's a state capacity reform that deepens MSME survival and geographically broad-based growth.
Okay, but let's look at this from the ground up. Like for UPSC GS Mains answer writing के हिसाब से. DBRAP और UPIN को as a solution कैसे frame करें for local bottlenecks?
So it's about decentralizing the administration.
Right.
DBRAP shifts the focus from state capitals right down to the urban local bodies.
Okay.
And UPIN is a technological intervention. By creating dispute-free digital titles for land, it completely de-risks industrial land acquisition. Together, they eliminate that ground-level friction.
That makes sense. But what about the MSMEs? अगर हम उनकी बात करें, तो GST compliance उनके लिए अभी भी challenge क्यों है compared to large corporations?
You have to look at the margins, yaar. Large corporations have the capital to invest in automated software and entire legal teams to handle e-invoicing. MSMEs operate on razor-thin margins. So the compliance cost, both in time and software infrastructure, it hits them disproportionately hard.
Wait, I want to go back to that crazy statistic. What is the exact correlation between 4.6 crore pending judicial cases and foreign direct investment? Like, why does an investor care about our local courts?
Because foreign investors hate uncertainty above all else.
Okay.
Investors price in that delay as a massive risk premium. They'll often just choose other countries with faster dispute resolution like Vietnam.
Okay. And what about these new global frameworks? Be Ready standards और ESG reporting को इंडिया के सिस्टम में deeply integrate करने के क्या practical implications हैं?
So the World Bank's Be Ready Index replaced the old Doing Business report, right?
Yeah.
Integrating ESG, which is environmental, social and governance, It means Indian companies must track their carbon and social footprint. Practically, it forces a shift towards sustainable practices, which is crucial because global institutional investors now strictly mandate ESG compliance before they put a dollar in.
Or to bypass the court delays, I see a push for ADR or Alternative Dispute Resolution. Pre-litigation stage पर ADR mandate करने से contract enforcement cost कैसे कम होगी?
It avoids the formal court system entirely. By forcing parties to attempt mediation or arbitration before they file a lawsuit, you reduce the massive burden on courts.
Right.
You cut out years of legal fees and usually arrive at a settlement much faster. It frees up that stuck capital we were talking about.
That is such a crucial concept. Now pause and practice saying UPIN is the Aadhaar for land that de-risks industrial land acquisition.
It's the perfect way to summarize the land reform angle.
In short, this idea shows how reducing judicial and administrative red tape connects to global investment and local MSME growth. So that's UDB, जहाँ हम सिस्टम को क्लीन कर रहे हैं. पर इस सिस्टम में ऑपरेट कौन करेगा? हमारे स्टार्टअप्स. Let's move to topic 2.
Yes, let's do it.
Startup India at a glance and recognition framework. Basically, government के rules to define करते हैं कि exactly startup किसको माना जाएगा to get official financial or regulatory benefits.
Right.
Imagine एक 9 साल पुरानी सॉफ्टवेयर कंपनी जो साल का 150 करोड़ बनाती है. नए रूल्स के हिसाब से अब वो भी स्टार्टअप बेनिफिट्स ले सकती है.
Which is a massive expansion from where we started. I mean, back before 2016, India only had about 500 recognized startups.
Wait, really? Only 500?
Yeah, just 500. And by December 2025, that number skyrocketed to nearly 2 lakh.
That is insane.
The core objective has always been to shift the youth mindset from being job seekers to job creators.
पार्टनरशिप LLP के साथ-साथ मल्टी-स्टेट और स्टेट कोऑपरेटिव सोसाइटीज भी हैं.
Yeah, that cooperative part is super interesting.
वही तो. But here is where it gets really cool. They created a new subcategory for deep tech startups. इनके लिए एज लिमिट 20 years और टर्नओवर 300 crore है.
Because deep tech requires heavy R&D, incredibly long gestation periods, and novel intellectual property creation. You can't just rush that, yaar.
Exactly. And 70% startups अब AI यूज कर रहे हैं और Tier 2 and Tier 3 cities में ग्रो कर रहे हैं. But challenges हैं, like risk-averse mindset, high burn rate, angel tax issues और talent skill gap. But the real-world impact is that India में अब 120 से ज़्यादा unicorns हैं और इन्होंने 1.5 million direct jobs create किए हैं.
Broadening those eligibility criteria is really what created this robust, inclusive ecosystem.
Okay, let's dig into some of those specific changes. UPSC GS3 perspective से cooperative societies को startup framework में add करने का क्या strategic importance है?
देखो, cooperatives represent grassroots, decentralized economic models. Adding them democratizes innovation.
Right.
It allows an agricultural or rural collective to access seed funds and tax exemptions, which directly links startup culture to rural development rather than keeping it locked in the IT parks.
And on the other end of the spectrum, you have deep tech. उनके लिए अलग criteria. Like 20 years and 300 crore. क्यों जरूरी था? What makes them different?
Basically, time and money. A food delivery app can be coded and launched in 6 months, है ना?
Yeah, true.
But a startup building quantum computing algorithms or synthetic biotech solutions might need 5 to 10 years of pure lab research before making a single rupee. They literally need that 20-year runway to survive the gestation period.
I see. Now you mentioned the growth in Tier 2 and Tier 3 cities. वहाँ startup growth regional inequality को कैसे address करती है?
It acts as a dam against brain drain to the metros.
Okay.
When a startup scales in a Tier 3 city, it creates localized formal jobs. That boosts local real estate and digital infrastructure naturally follows. You end up creating distributed economic hubs rather than just perpetually congesting Bangalore or Gurgaon.
But the founders still face hurdles. Risk-averse mindset और angel tax startup ecosystem में किस तरह का hurdle create करते हैं?
So risk-averse culture stigmatizes failure, right? Which discourages brilliant talent from taking the leap. And the angel tax, which essentially taxes the capital raised by startups above a perceived fair market value, it chokes early-stage funding.
Yeah, that sounds counterproductive.
Exactly. It literally punishes the very seed capital that innovators desperately need to get off the ground.
Got it.
And regarding the 1.5 million direct jobs created, इसको हम inclusive growth के argument में कैसे link करें?
Because direct jobs in startups trigger an economic multiplier. One high-paying tech job often creates 3 indirect jobs in logistics, hospitality, and gig work. And because these startups are expanding beyond the metros, this multiplier effect is driving geographically diverse, inclusive growth.
Makes total sense. By the way guys, अगर आपको ये deep tech वाला point एकदम aha moment लगा ना, तो जल्दी से चैनल को सब्सक्राइब कर लो और notifications enable कर दो. हम ऐसे ही complex UPSC topics को chill way में decode करते रहेंगे. प्लस notes के लिए हमारी community join कर लो. Cool ना? चलो आगे बढ़ते हैं.
Yes, definitely subscribe, guys.
Now pause and practice saying deep tech startups require longer gestation periods and high R&D expenditure.
That right there is the core justification for the entire policy shift.
In short, expanded criteria matlab more startups, more unicorns and highly localized job creation. So startups के इस एक heavy discussion से थोड़ा shift होते हैं एक ऐसी industry पर जो हमारी daily life और entertainment को shape कर रही है. The orange economy.
Oh, I love this topic.
It's so cool. Basically, it's a creative economy. एक knowledge-based economy जहाँ लोग अपनी creativity और original idea से cultural products बनाते हैं, जैसे art, gaming और content creation.
Right.
Think of Indian AVGC creators, मतलब animation, visual effects, gaming and comics. उनका primary raw material कोई factory का लोहा नहीं, बल्कि उनका खुद का mind और creativity है.
And it is an absolute juggernaut globally, yaar. It generates about $2 trillion in revenue. India's exports in this sector jumped 20% in 2023 to hit $11 billion.
It's incredible. The background here is that this sector is environmentally friendly and India के soft power like our cinema and cuisine को globally project करता है. Looking at the employment core logic, it's a $30 billion industry employing nearly 8% of India's working population.
Yeah, that number is huge.
And get this, 23% of the workforce is youth and 45% of women. But obviously hurdles हैं. Rural-urban divide बहुत बड़ा है. 67% creative workers urban हैं. Slow IPR regime है, जहाँ patent disposal takes 58 months in India, compared to just 20 in China.
That delay is brutal.
और large tech companies का monopoly एक real threat है. Initiatives में National Creators Award, Waves और UNESCO Creative Cities Network शामिल हैं.
Exactly. When you look at its real-world impact, the orange economy is the perfect intersection of women's empowerment, youth employment, and soft power diplomacy. And hopefully, institutions like the Indian Institute of Creative Technologies will solve this fragmentation.
Let's unpack that soft power angle. How can we use the orange economy as a tool for India's soft power diplomacy in GS2 answers?
So, soft power is entirely about attraction, not coercion.
Right.
By exporting our AVGC content, digital art and cinema, we are exporting Indian culture and values globally. The orange economy is a diplomatic asset that builds global goodwill and cultural resonance. And it does it far cheaper and more effectively than traditional political diplomacy.
But we have that 67% urban concentration. Rural-urban divide को bridge करने के लिए digital infrastructure का क्या role होना चाहिए?
It's the ultimate equalizer, yaar. If a traditional folk artist in rural Rajasthan gets high-speed broadband and a digital payment gateway, their market instantly goes from their local village to the entire globe.
Oh wow, yeah.
Digital infrastructure democratizes access. allowing rural creators to bypass urban middlemen and sell directly.
That's powerful.
But what happens when they create something unique and hit that 58-month delay for IP protection? IPR regime की ये delay कैसे small creators के monetization को directly hurt करती है?
देखो, creative trends move at lightning speed, है ना?
Yeah, very true.
If an indie game developer or animator has to wait almost 5 years for a copyright, a larger studio will just copy it, monetize it, and the trend will be dead before the original creator ever gets legal protection.
In this industry, a delay is essentially a denial of revenue.
That is so unfair. And looking at the demographics, women employment 45% है in this sector. इसे हम inclusive economic growth से कैसे connect करें?
The orange economy naturally leans towards flexible, gig-based, and remote work. This completely bypasses the traditional rigid structural barriers that women often face in factory or corporate jobs. The high female participation proves that the knowledge economy is a fast track to gender-inclusive growth.
But they still have to deal with the platforms. Gatekeeper platforms or tech monopolies creative market को कैसे stifle करते हैं?
Big tech platforms control the algorithms and the revenue sharing models, right? By acting as monopolies, they take a massive, often unfair cut of the profits and unilaterally dictate what content gets visibility. It severely suppresses the bargaining power of the individual creators.
Definitely something to watch out for. Now pause and practice saying, the orange economy uses creativity as a primary input, making it environmentally friendly and a soft power driver.
It's a fantastic analytical point to keep in your back pocket.
In short, this idea shows how creativity connects to major GDP growth and global diplomacy. Creativity definitely economy drive करती है, but इस बात को scientifically किसने prove किया? Let's talk about the 2025 Nobel Prize in Economic Sciences.
Oh, this was a huge moment for modern economics.
It really was. This is basically the biggest award in economics, going to economists जिन्होंने prove किया कि economy सिर्फ capital से नहीं, बल्कि innovation और knowledge से grow करती है.
Right. Joel Mokia, Philip Aghion, and Peter Howard. They validated the theory of innovation-driven economic growth.
Think about the automobile industry. Electric vehicles are aggressively replacing traditional petrol cars. पुरानी चीज का खत्म होना और नई का आना ही creative destruction है. The background here is that countries higher GDP growth तभी देखती हैं जब वो education, ICT और R&D में invest करती हैं. Like South Korea spending 4.9% of its GDP on R&D.
Yeah, that level of investment is game-changing.
The core logic of the research showed that in OECD countries, 2/3 to 3/4 of productivity growth comes entirely from intangibles like R&D and software. Creative destruction is the engine that boosts entrepreneurship and competition. जैसे इंडिया में UPI ने traditional banking को disrupt किया. They also showed that in the US, firm entry and exit rates of over 10% lead to super efficient reallocation of resources, which massively improves labor productivity.
The big takeaway for UPSC students is that while you need infrastructure and macroeconomic stability just to survive, long-term prosperity only comes from managing and fostering innovation.
Okay, let's test this theory. UPSC पेपर में creative destruction का concept use करके fintech disruption को कैसे explain करें?
You look at UPI and modern fintechs. They destroyed the monopoly of traditional, slow, cash-based systems and cumbersome bank transfers. But this destruction wasn't a net negative, yeah?
Right, it made things faster?
Exactly. It cleared the way for a hyper-efficient, highly inclusive digital financial ecosystem. That is the pure essence of creative destruction.
So, if intangibles and R&D boost productivity so much, तो India R&D में क्यों lag कर रहा है?
Because our historical growth relied heavily on labor arbitrage, basically providing cheap services. The private sector didn't feel an existential pressure to innovate. Plus, intangibles require patient capital. Our financial systems are geared towards lending against tangible collateral, like factories, making R&D funding seem too risky for traditional banks.
You mentioned firm entry and exit rates. Firm entry और exit rates high होने से labor productivity exactly कैसे improve होती है?
Think of it like a forest fire clearing dead wood.
Okay.
If bad, inefficient companies can't exit the market easily, capital and labor remain trapped there. High entry and exit rates mean inefficient firms die quickly, and their talent and resources immediately move to new, highly productive startups. This constant churning raises the average productivity of the entire labor force.
Interesting. And in the classic debate of protectionism versus openness, Nobel laureates का मॉडल क्या सजेस्ट करता है?
It heavily favors openness. Protectionism artificially shields domestic firms from competition, which essentially halts creative destruction. Openness forces domestic firms to constantly innovate, just to survive against global competitors, which drives up technology adoption across the board.
Speaking of global competitors, साउथ कोरिया का 4.9% R&D spending मॉडल इंडिया के कॉन्टेक्स्ट में कितना feasible है?
Direct replication is tough, yaar. Korea's R&D boom was driven by massive family conglomerates, the chaebols, working tightly with the state. India has a vast, fragmented, informal sector and different fiscal constraints. But the underlying lesson that we must mandate and incentivize a much higher private sector contribution to R&D, that is universally applicable.
I love the forest fire analogy. Now pause and practice saying, creative destruction reallocates resources efficiently, boosting overall labor productivity.
It perfectly bridges the gap between disruptive innovation and macroeconomic data.
In short, this shows how innovation and destroying outdated models directly leads to long-term economic prosperity. So Nobel winners ने prove कर दिया कि R&D ज़रूरी है, तो इंडिया इसके लिए क्या कर रहा है? Let's dive into the massive new RDI scheme and technology readiness levels or TRL.
This is the government stepping up in a big way.
Yeah? Basically, ये गवर्नमेंट का 1 लाख करोड़ का फंड है जो प्राइवेट सेक्टर को सनराइज डोमेन्स मतलब न्यू टेक में रिसर्च और स्केल अप करने के लिए फाइनेंशियल सपोर्ट देता है.
It's designed to bridge the infamous value of death in funding.
राइट. अगर एक साइंटिस्ट के पास लैब में एक बेसिक आइडिया है, जिसे हम TRL-1 कहते हैं, उसको मार्केट रेडी प्रोडक्ट यानी TRL-9 बनाने के लिए फंडिंग चाहिए. R&D स्कीम यही लो इंटरेस्ट लोन्स और इक्विटी प्रोवाइड करती है.
And it's desperately needed because India की R&D expenditure लगातार 0.6 to 0.7% of GDP पर रुकी हुई है.
Yeah, while global leaders like Israel are at 5.6%.
Exactly, and our private sector सिर्फ 36.4% contribute करता है.
The core logic of this scheme is to specifically fund higher technology readiness levels, acquire critical tech और deep tech fund of funds set up करना. इसका फर्स्ट लेवल कस्टोडियन अनुसंधान नेशनल रिसर्च फाउंडेशन होगा.
But main challenges है underutilization of funds, like DST used only 61%, limited state level funding at just 6.7%, and an underdeveloped triple helix model. If you want to reach that 2% GRD target by 2030, scheme success entirely depend karegi on bridging the gap between industry and academia and curbing bureaucracy to retain our 40,000 plus annual PhDs.
Let's break down that jargon. UPSC Mains में ट्रिपल हेलिक्स मॉडल को एज अ सॉल्यूशन कैसे प्रेजेंट करें फॉर कमर्शियलाइजेशन गैप्स?
The triple helix integrates 3 distinct pillars. Academia generates the basic knowledge and research, industry provides the capital and market scaling, and government creates the supportive regulations and funding. You need all 3 interacting continuously to ensure a lab invention doesn't just end up as a published paper, but actually becomes a commercial product.
And technology readiness levels, TRL scale का use, policy targeting को कैसे improve करता है?
Without the TRL scale, government funding is basically blind.
Really?
Yeah, TRL gives them a standardized 9-point objective scale. The government can specifically say, we will only fund projects between TRL 5 and 7 to help build functional prototypes. It prevents funds from being scattered on vague early-stage ideas and targets exactly where the commercialization bottleneck is.
That makes sense. But wait, जब हमारे पास 40,000 PhDs annually हैं, तो private sector contribution सिर्फ 36.4% क्यों है?
It's a systemic disconnect, yaar. The vast majority of PhDs in India are aimed at securing academic teaching jobs, not industrial application. Because the research isn't aligned with market needs, the private sector doesn't trust it to be viable, so they refuse to fund it. The two worlds operate in complete silos.
So how do we fix that locally?
स्टेट स्पेसिफिक एसएनटी नीड मैपिंग जैसे केरला स्टार्टअप मिशन आरएनडी को डेमोक्रेटाइज कैसे कर सकती है?
It starts solving grassroots regional challenges.
But then we hit the bureaucracy. Underutilization of budget like DST at 61%. क्या systemic inefficiencies highlight करती हैं?
It highlights severe, crippling red tape. The funds exist, but they get delayed by multi-stage approvals, scientists fearing complex audits, and a general lack of professional project management skills within research institutes. The reservoir is full, but the pipeline to disburse the money is completely clogged.
That is such a vivid way to put it. Now pause and practice saying, the triple helix model integrates academia for knowledge, industry for deployment, and government for regulation.
Keep that in mind whenever you think about tech commercialization.
In short, R&D scheme shows how 1 lakh crore can bridge the lab to market gap in India. Government fund तो दे रही है, पर government को अपने operate करने का तरीका भी बदलना होगा. Let's discuss the concept of the entrepreneurial state.
This is a fascinating shift in mindset.
या बेसिकली एक ऐसी गवर्नमेंट जो सेफ खेलने के बजाय बोल्ड रिस्क्स लेती है, न्यू आइडियाज एक्सपेरिमेंट करती है और मिस्टेक्स से सीखती है, जस्ट लाइक अ स्टार्टअप फाउंडर.
Exactly, because the private sector demands immediate ROI. They won't fund multi-decade high-risk foundational research.
Think of the US government funding the early internet या इंडिया का ISRO and green hydrogen mission. ये हाई रिस्क प्रोजेक्ट्स प्राइवेट सेक्टर स्टार्ट नहीं करता, ये एंटरप्रेन्योरियल स्टेट का विजन होता है. इकोनॉमिक सर्वे 2025-26 ने इकोनॉमिस्ट मारियाना मेजुकाटो का टर्म बोरो करके इंडिया के लिए एंटरप्रेन्योरियल स्टेट बनने का कॉल दिया है.
And the background goal is achieving strategic indispensability, meaning ऐसी capabilities build करना जिस पे बाकी दुनिया depend करे.
The core logic requires policy making under uncertainty, structuring risk, and learning from experimentation, like aspirational district program. And most importantly, institutional forgiveness, यानी accepting reversible failures. पर barriers बहुत strong हैं. We have a bureaucratic mindset where action is punished and inaction is safe. We have irreversibility creep, where subsidies become permanent. We suffer from retrospective scrutiny, जैसे 2G spectrum case, जहां बाद में सब acquit हो गए, पर policy paralysis हो गया. और RTI Act का unintended consequence, जो candid internal discussion को रोकती है.
It's a massive ethical and governance challenge, yaar. We essentially need to adopt Japan's fair accountability model and South Korea's bounded safe spaces for our bureaucrats.
Let's look deeper at that fear factor. UPSC GS2 में retrospective scrutiny को policy paralysis का reason कैसे justify करें?
Retrospective scrutiny judges a past decision using information that only became available in the future.
Right.
If a civil servant knows that a bold, good faith decision they make today might be audited 10 years later by the CBI or CVC and labeled a scam, they will inherently choose the safest, slowest, most procedural route. It completely kills innovation.
And what about the RTI Act? इसका unintended consequence risk taking को कैसे chill कर रहा है और ethically इसको कैसे balance करें?
RTI is fantastic for public transparency, but if every single internal brainstorming note is made public, officials won't document bold out-of-the-box ideas, fearing media backlash. Ethically, you balance this by legally protecting the preliminary deliberative process, the brainstorming, while ensuring the final decision and its logic remain 100% transparent.
That's a tough balance. Institutional forgiveness और corruption के बीच की line bureaucracy में कैसे draw की जाएगी?
You draw it using those bounded safe spaces. If an official follows the core protocol, relies on the best available data at the time, and doesn't personally profit, a failure should be treated as a good faith error, requiring institutional forgiveness. Corruption is defined by clear malafide intent and personal enrichment.
And zooming out to the macro level, strategic indispensability का concept India की foreign policy और economy को कैसे merge करता है?
It shifts India from being just a massive consumer market to being a critical global node. If India controls the foundational IP in green hydrogen or quantum tech, other nations physically depend on us for their own survival. Economic self-reliance directly translates into massive foreign policy leverage.
So to get there, जापान का fair accountability model इंडिया के civil servants के performance reviews में कैसे integrate हो सकता है?
By judging the process of decision-making rather than just the final outcome.
If the officer's reasoning was sound, based on the info they had, they shouldn't be penalized in their annual confidential reports just because the project eventually failed.
That makes total sense. Now pause and practice saying, an entrepreneurial state structures risk and embraces institutional forgiveness to tackle grand challenges.
It's a paradigm shift in public administration.
In short, this idea shows how transforming governance from strict procedural compliance to dynamic problem-solving creates the entrepreneurial state. जब स्टेट और प्राइवेट सेक्टर दोनों इनोवेट कर रहे हैं, तो उन इनोवेशंस को प्रोटेक्ट करना भी उतना ही जरूरी है। यहाँ एंट्री होती है इंटेलेक्चुअल प्रॉपर्टी राइट्स यानी IPR इन इंडिया।
Without IPR, the entire knowledge economy collapses, yaar, because anyone can just steal your R&D.
Exactly. Basically, ये आपके दिमाग से निकले ओरिजिनल आइडियाज, इन्वेंशंस या ब्रांड्स पर आपका लीगली प्रोटेक्टेड हक है, जैसे पेटेंट्स और ट्रेडमार्क्स। इमेजिन एक लोकल फार्मर कम्युनिटी को दार्जिलिंग टी जैसा जियोग्राफिकल इंडिकेशन या GI टैग मिलता है।
Right.
तो कोई और उनका नाम चुराकर फेक प्रोडक्ट नहीं बेच सकता। इंडिया में रिसेंटली GI टैग्स 380% सर्ज हुए हैं। लास्ट 5 years में इंडिया की IP फाइलिंग्स 44% बढ़ गई हैं। FY24 में हाईएस्ट 1,03,057 पेटेंट्स ग्रांट किए हैं। इंडिया अब ग्लोबल पेटेंट फाइलिंग्स में 6th पोजीशन पर है, अकॉर्डिंग टू वाइपो डेटा।
That is massive progress.
या बैकग्राउंड ये बूम इसलिए आया क्योंकि लीगल प्रोसीजर सिंपल हुए हैं। पेटेंट एग्जामिनेशन टाइम 48 मंथ्स से घटकर 31 मंथ्स हो गया है एंड 95% एप्लीकेशंस ई-फाइलिंग से होती हैं। कोर लॉजिक में इंडिया ने लोकानो एग्रीमेंट जैसी इंटरनेशनल स्टैंडर्ड्स अपनाई हैं और स्प्रिहा स्कीम IP अवेयरनेस के लिए है।
But we still have some serious concerns here.
वही लो R&D स्पेंडिंग एट 0.7%, फार्मा सेक्टर में पेटेंट एवरग्रीनिंग की प्रॉब्लम जिसे सेक्शन 3D रोकती है, कंपल्सरी लाइसेंसिंग से ग्लोबल कंपनीज के साथ टेंशन, IP फाइनेंसिंग अभी नेसेंट स्टेज में है और USA की ऑपोजिट इंडिया में पेटेंट पेंडिंग स्टेटस की एम्बिग्युइटी है।
Balancing public health with corporate innovation is probably the tightest rope the Indian IPR regime has to walk.
Let's talk about that tightrope. UPSC एग्जाम में सेक्शन 3D को पब्लिक हेल्थ वर्सेस MNC प्रॉफिट्स की डिबेट में कैसे यूज करें?
Section 3D is a crucial safeguard. It stops pharma MNCs from making incredibly minor, superficial tweaks to an old drug just to extend their 20-year patent monopoly.
हाँ, evergreening.
Exactly. By preventing this evergreening, it allows cheaper, generic versions to enter the market faster, which is literally a matter of life and death for public health in a developing nation.
But what about compulsory licensing? ये नेशनल इंटरेस्ट सर्व करता है, बट क्या इससे FDI इनफ्लो पर नेगेटिव इम्पैक्ट पड़ता है?
It absolutely does create friction. Compulsory licensing allows the government to force a patent holder to let generic makers produce their drug during a national health emergency. It saves lives, but pharma MNCs hate it. If they feel their IP isn't secure from government override, they might reduce FDI or delay launching their newest drugs in the Indian market.
And on the business side, IP financing को mainstream बनाने के लिए banks को क्या changes करने होंगे?
So banks are great at understanding real estate collateral, right? But valuing a highly technical patent is incredibly complex. To mainstream this, banks need specialized IP valuation units, and the government needs to foster a secondary market where seized patents can easily be auctioned off. Until banks can reliably price and liquidate IP, they won't lend against it.
That makes sense. लोकानो अग्रीमेंट और वाइपो के इंटरनेशनल स्टैंडर्ड्स अडॉप्ट करना इंडिया की ग्लोबल IP इमेज को कैसे बूस्ट करता है?
It provides legal predictability, yaar. When India aligns its design classifications with the Locarno Agreement, global companies know that their IP will be evaluated with the exact same legal standards here as it is in Europe or the US. That predictability boosts their confidence to bring their most sensitive tech to India.
But what about the grassroots? State-level innovation councils और dedicated tribal IP funds, IPR ecosystem को कैसे democratize करेंगे?
Because right now, IP filing is heavily dominated by urban tech hubs and large corporations. State councils and tribal funds provide the crucial legal fees and awareness needed for rural artisans like weavers or traditional medicine practitioners to secure GI tags and patents. It actively stops urban corporations from committing biopiracy.
That's so important to protect our heritage.
Now pause and practice saying, Section 3D prevents the evergreening of patents, ensuring affordable access to essential medicines.
It really is the crown jewel of our public health policy.
In short, IPR protection connects domestic innovations to global markets while protecting public interest.
स्ट्रॉन्ग आईपी लॉज और स्किल्ड वर्कफोर्स का सबसे बड़ा फायदा एमएनसीज उठा रही हैं, जो इंडिया में अपने ब्रेन सेंटर्स खोल रही हैं।
ये हमारा फाइनल टॉपिक है, ग्लोबल कैपेबिलिटी सेंटर्स या GCCs.
This is a massive evolution from the old BPO days.
For sure. Basically, ग्लोबल MNCs के इंडिया में सेटअप किए गए ऑफशोर IT और R&D सेंटर्स जो उनके पेरेंट कंपनी का कोर ब्रेन का काम करते हैं।
राइट। मैरिकल एक्सप्रेस या टारगेट जैसी फॉर्च्यून 500 कंपनीज अपना ग्लोबल डेटा एनालिटिक्स और कस्टमर मैपिंग अमेरिका से नहीं बल्कि बेंगलुरु और हैदराबाद के GCC से कंट्रोल करती हैं। फाइनेंस मिनिस्टर ने रिसेंटली अर्ज किया है टू अट्रैक्ट मोर फॉर्च्यून 500 कंपनीज टू सेट अप GCCs.
Because the background driver for all of this is our talent pool, yeah. India holds staggering 28% of the global STEM workforce and 23% of the world's software engineering talent.
The core logic is that GCCs cost efficiency, global integration और risk mitigation offer करते हैं. Government initiatives like modified electronics manufacturing clusters और Genesis इनको support कर रहे हैं. But challenges हैं niche domains like AI/ML और cloud में skill gaps, complex regulatory structure, Tier 2 cities में digital infrastructure gaps और बढ़ते cybersecurity threats.
If we manage the geopolitics and bridge that skill gap, these GCCs won't just be offshore offices, they'll be the primary engines of global competitiveness.
But how do we make that shift permanent? GCCs को सिर्फ cost arbitrage centers से innovation hubs में shift करने के लिए policy framework कैसा होना चाहिए?
The policy has to strictly incentivize high-end R&D. Tax breaks shouldn't just be handed out for increasing headcount. They should be tied to the number of global patents generated directly from the Indian GCC. We also need policies that tightly integrate GCCs with local Indian universities for pure research, shifting the entire value proposition from cheap labor to premium innovation.
Wait, you mentioned skill gaps earlier. STEM workforce 28% होने के बावजूद नीचे AI और ML skill gaps क्यों persist कर रहे हैं?
Because our STEM education system is incredibly high on volume, but often very low on cutting-edge curriculum. Millions of engineering grads are still learning outdated coding languages. Fields like AI and cloud engineering require continuous industry-aligned upskilling, which our traditional college syllabus completely misses.
And what happens when we push these GCCs into smaller cities? Tier 2 और Tier 3 cities में GCCs shift करने से urban congestion और regional development पर क्या असर पड़ेगा?
It's a massive double win. Initiatives like Genesis push these centers to cities like Indore or Coimbatore. This naturally decongests the terrible traffic and inflated real estate of metros like Bangalore, while simultaneously injecting massive, high-paying tech salaries into the local Tier 2 economies, which drives up regional consumption and funds better local infrastructure.
But with all this remote work and data flying around, cybersecurity threats GCSs की scalability को कैसे hinder करते हैं?
GCSs handle the most sensitive IP, financial records, and customer data of Fortune 500 firms.
True.
With hybrid work models, the attack surface for hackers expands massively. If a single Indian GCS suffers a catastrophic data breach because of an unsecure home network, the global parent company faces billions in legal and financial liabilities. Security is the ultimate bottleneck for scale.
And on the flip side, global supply chain disruptions के टाइम पर GCSs MNCs को operational resilience कैसे provide करते हैं?
When Western markets or headquarters are forced to shut down due to a crisis, the Indian GCSs operating in a completely different time zone and geography act as a massive, fully functional backup engine. They ensure that the MNC's back-end tech, HR, and global analytics never go offline, providing absolute business continuity.
That makes them incredibly powerful. Now pause and practice saying GCCs leverage India's STEM talent, transforming from cost centers into engines of global innovation.
It perfectly captures the trajectory of India's tech sector.
In short, GCCs show how Indian talent is practically running the global back-end operations of Fortune 500 giants. तो दोस्तों, let's quickly wrap up. आज का हमारा ब्रॉड माइक्रो थीम था बिल्डिंग इंडियाज नॉलेज ड्रिवन इकोनॉमी फॉर द फ्यूचर।
What a deep dive this was.
सीरियसली, ईओडीबी में हमने देखा कैसे डीब्रैप और यूपिन रेड टेप कट कर रहे हैं, हैंडलिंग 4.6 करोड़ पेंडिंग केसेस। स्टार्टअप इंडिया के न्यू फ्रेमवर्क में डीप टेक स्टार्टअप्स और कोऑपरेटिव सोसाइटीज इंक्लूड हो गए हैं। ऑरेंज इकोनॉमी हमें दिखाती है क्रिएटिविटी एज एन इकोनॉमिक इंजन, अ $30 billion इंडस्ट्री ड्रिवन बाय यूथ and women.
5 basically proved that creative destruction explains how tech transitions boost labor productivity.
राइट फिर हमने देखा R&D स्कीम का 1 लाख करोड़ फंड, ब्रिजिंग द TRL गैप्स थ्रू द ट्रिपल हीलिक्स मॉडल। उसके बाद एंटरप्रेन्योरियल स्टेट, शिफ्टिंग गवर्नेंस टू टेक बोल्ड रिस्क्स विदाउट द फियर ऑफ रेट्रोस्पेक्टिव स्क्रूटनी। IPR इन इंडिया का पेटेंट बूम, driven by e-filing, while Section 3D prevents pharma evergreening. और एंड में GCCs, जहां India's 28% global STEM talent, Fortune 500 backend, R&D hubs drive कर रहा है।
When you step back and look at all these moving parts together, it's an incredible tapestry. We are literally watching a nation rewire its economic foundation for the next century.
Exactly. Keep questioning, keep learning, and as always, dive deep. याद रखना, इकोनॉमी तभी ग्रो करेगी जब हम इनोवेटिव सोचेंगे। What part of this knowledge economy are you going to
Imagine
build?
this.
थोड़ा सोचो।
इंडिया के
Catch you
टॉप
next time.
1% लोग right now own 22.6% of the national income.
Yeah, that is a wild statistic.
Right. But at the exact same time, 24 करोड़ से ज्यादा लोग पॉवर्टी से बाहर आ गए हैं। I mean, so that's cool ना, but इसका actual meaning क्या है?
Well, it really is the ultimate economic paradox of our time. You know, you look at one data point and it calls for a massive celebration.
हाँ, exactly.
But you look at the other and you are staring at a structural crisis.
So true. Are we getting richer? Or are the rich just compounding wealth while the rest of the country simply survives on the basics? आज के इस डीप डाइव में हम आपके UPSC नोट्स को डिकोड करेंगे।
Yeah, we are not just going to read out the syllabus here.
No way. We will cover economic indicators, poverty trends, financial inclusion, rural India ka consumption boom, land reform crisis, employment, basically the PLFS 2025, और आखिर में workers' protests. Ready? Let's unpack this.
Let's do it. There's a lot of ground to cover, and the chain reaction between these macroeconomic numbers and the reality on the ground is absolutely fascinating.
Okay, so economic indicators and the base year shift. Before we celebrate poverty dropping, we need to look at how we are even measuring our economy right now. The government recently shifted the baseline for calculating our macroeconomic health.
Right. They changed the base year for GDP calculation.
Basically, if I had to put it simply, imagine your school updates its grading system. Like earlier, you were graded out of 100, absolute marks, and now they shifted to a percentile system.
That is a perfect analogy.
I mean, your actual performance, your real growth didn't change at all. But how it looks on paper, your nominal output, wo shift ho gaya entirely.
Exactly. So the government introduced a new GDP series, shifting the base year from 2011-12 to a much more recent 2022-23.
Which makes sense.
Yeah, the background logic here is solid. The structure of our economy has completely transformed. Think about it. In 2011, the digital economy barely existed compared to today.
Oh, absolutely.
So updating the base year simply reflects current economic realities more accurately.
Right, but here is where the math gets completely wild. Because we shifted that base year to 2022-23, the nominal GDP for FY 2025-26 was actually revised downward by around 3.3 to 3.8%. And this happened despite a really strong higher real growth rate of 7.6%. I mean, wait, let me push back a bit. If we have 7.6% real growth, which is fantastic, why on earth did shifting the base year cause the nominal GDP to be revised downward?
Well, it comes down to the inflation-deflator impact. Nominal GDP includes inflation.
Okay.
When you move the base year to a more recent, higher price year like 2022-23, the inflation padding that previously boosted the nominal GDP gets mathematically stripped away.
Oh, I see.
So the real growth, the actual volume of goods produced, is strong at 7.6%, but the price multiplier effect got heavily reduced.
Samjhi. And that single mathematical shift changes the entire fiscal narrative, right? Because of this lower GDP base, the FY 2025-26 fiscal deficit estimate jumped from 4.36% to 4.51% of the GDP.
Yeah, it did.
And even more critically, the central government debt to GDP is now estimated at 57.5%, which is strictly above the 55.6% budgeted target. But honestly, fiscal deficit ka 4.51% pe jana, is that an immediate threat to our macroeconomic stability?
Not an immediate threat because it is purely a denominator effect.
Right.
The absolute amount of money the government is borrowing didn't suddenly explode overnight. It's just that the total GDP size, the denominator, got revised down, so the percentage looks bigger.
Okay,
But it absolutely limits the fiscal space the government has for new welfare schemes.
that makes sense. Now, if central debt is sitting at 57.5%, what happens to private investment? Does this trigger that crowding out effect we always read about?
Yes, that is the core risk. When government debt rises beyond the target, the government has to absorb more liquidity from the market to fund itself. This pushes up borrowing costs, meaning higher interest rates for private companies. If borrowing becomes too expensive for them, private investment gets crowded out.
So if I'm sitting in the UPSC Mains and there is a question on the FRBM Act and fiscal targets, how exactly should I frame this data?
Well, you directly contrast the target versus the reality.
Okay.
You argue that, despite the FRBM roadmap aiming for lower thresholds, the denominator effect of the new base year pushed central debt to 57.5%, breaching the 55.6% target, which necessitates a strictly revised fiscal consolidation path.
Will this downward revision impact our global credit rating? Like kahin downgrade na ho jaye?
Global rating agencies look at a holistic picture, not just basic optics. They focus heavily on revenue growth and debt servicing capacity.
Right.
However, mathematically, a higher debt to GDP ratio undeniably makes getting a sovereign rating upgrade much harder.
Got it. Now pause and practice saying, the new 2022-23 base year increased the fiscal deficit estimate to 4.51% due to a lower nominal GDP base.
Excellent point to memorize.
In short, this idea shows how updating the mathematical baseline changes our entire fiscal deficit and debt narrative. Yaad rakhna. Okay, numbers to set ho gaya, but if the fiscal space is tight, iska ground reality or common man ki poverty pe kya impact hai? Let's look at the poverty data.
Yeah, this brings us to poverty reduction and the inequality paradox. This is where we see the multidimensional escapes versus income inequality.
Exactly. Poverty by definition is lacking basic necessities, and the data shows poverty has drastically dropped, but the gap between the rich and poor has exploded.
It really has.
Imagine a micro story here. Think of a गांव जहां सबके पास अब बिजली, पानी और बैंक अकाउंट है. They have technically escaped multidimensional poverty, पर उस पूरे गांव का आधा पैसा सिर्फ एक फैक्ट्री ओनर के पास कॉन्सेंट्रेट हो गया है. That is inequality.
That is the inequality paradox perfectly visualized. We absolutely have to celebrate the poverty decline, but we must understand the background difference between multidimensional poverty, which tracks health, education, and living standards, and extreme poverty.
Let's hit the actual numbers because they are staggering. The poverty head count ratio has plummeted from 29.17% in 2013-14 to just 11.28% in 2022-23.
Wow.
Niti Aayog confirms that 24.82 crore log multidimensional poverty se bahar aaye hain in just 9 years.
That's huge.
Percent in 2011-12 to a mere 5.3% in 2022-23. But from a UPSC perspective, what is the core difference between the $3 a day extreme poverty metric and the multidimensional poverty index?
It is the difference between an income model and a deprivation model.
Okay.
Extreme poverty only measures if you have a certain amount of purchasing power in cash. Multidimensional poverty evaluates deprivations across indicators like nutrition, cooking fuel, and sanitation.
Right.
You could theoretically earn $4 a day but still lack clean drinking water, meaning you're multidimensionally poor despite crossing the income line.
Ah, got it. But here is the structural crisis. ILO data states that 53% of women in India are completely outside the labor force due to care responsibilities.
Yeah, unpaid care work.
And combining that with the World Inequality Report 2026, the top 1% of Indians now own 22.6% of the income. यार ये wealth inequality वाला point actually mind-blowing है.
It is staggering.
अगर तुम लोग अपने UPSC SES के लिए ऐसी ही sharp insights चाहते हो तो right now hit that subscribe button, like this episode और notification bell on कर लो. It helps us bring more of these deep dives for you. Cool ना? चलो back to the stats. Okay, अगर 24.82 crore लोग poverty से बाहर आए हैं, how do we explain the paradox of the top 1% owning 22.6% of the income?
It is a classic K-shaped recovery driven by capital concentration. The bottom of the pyramid is receiving basic welfare and rising just above the poverty line. But the top 1% is compounding wealth through high-return assets, equities, and corporate profits.
Which grow infinitely faster than basic wages.
Exactly.
That makes total sense. Now, regarding that massive blind spot, 53% of women outside the labor force, is unpaid care work को formal economy में कैसे integrate करें?
By following the recognize, reduce, and redistribute framework. State interventions are critical here.
Like what?
Things like deeply subsidized creches, strong maternity benefits, and formalizing domestic workers as per ILO guidelines.
Right. So when we see the poverty headcount ratio drop to 11.28%, is that just organic growth? और क्या ये targeted welfare schemes like DBT का direct result है?
It is absolutely heavily driven by state intervention. Direct benefit transfers plugged systemic leakages. Schemes like PDS for food security and Ayushman Bharat for health directly improve those deprivations indicators we talked about earlier.
For a mains answer, अगर inclusive growth पे question हो, तो हम inequality को as a roadblock कैसे frame करेंगे?
You leverage the World Inequality Report 2026 data. You argue that without equitable wealth distribution, mass consumer demand stagnates.
Right. You simply cannot build long-term inclusive macroeconomic growth if only 1% of the population has the disposable income to drive consumption.
Absolutely. Brilliant. Now, pause and practice saying, India reduced extreme poverty to 5.3%, but gender disparities and unpaid care work limit female labor force participation.
The contrast there is key.
In short, poverty is dropping drastically, but wealth inequality and women's missing labor force participation are the new battlegrounds. Speaking of empowering people, जब गरीबी कम होती है, तब लोग banking system से जुड़ते हैं, right?
Here's where it gets really interesting with financial inclusion and the digital payment surge.
Exactly. The definition here is simple: ensuring every citizen has access to banking services and digital transactions.
Think of a local chai tapri wala जो पहले सिर्फ चिल्लर लेता था. Today, उसके थैले पे QR code है and the money goes straight into a zero balance savings account.
Yeah, it's seamlessly integrated into daily life now. We have transitioned from a notoriously cash-heavy economy to a hyper-digital one.
The scale is unprecedented. According to the Global Findex 2025, account ownership in India has hit 89% in 2024.
That's massive.
The RBI's Financial Inclusion Index for March 2025 stands at 67.0, jumping from 53.9 back in March 2021. And the digital transaction surge is even wilder. The RBI DPI, the Digital Payments Index, surged to 493.22 in March 2025.
And just for context, it was 153.47 in March 2019.
Insane growth. Plus, as of June 25, 2025, 55.69 crore log Jan Dhan accounts hold करते हैं. Our financial infrastructure isn't just meeting global standards, it's defining them. But wait, account ownership 89% हो गई, but active usage और dormant accounts के issue को कैसे tackle करें?
That requires aggressive financial literacy and, crucially, linking every single state-sponsored direct benefit transfer to these accounts.
Ah, okay.
When welfare money or subsidies flow in regularly, account dormancy drops automatically.
You mentioned the RBI Financial Inclusion Index is at 67.0.
ये इंडेक्स बेसिकली किन पैरामीटर्स पे बनता है?
It is comprehensively built on three pillars. First, access to financial services.
सेकंड
Actual usage of those services.
एंड द थर्ड?
The quality of the services provided, which includes financial literacy and consumer protection.
Okay, that digital payments index surging past 493, इतना massive surge informal economy के formalization में कैसे help कर रहा है?
Digital trails create हो रहे हैं. Credit footprints बन जा रहे हैं. Cash leaves no history.
True.
When a street vendor uses a QR code daily, they generate a verifiable transaction history. Banks use this exact data to offer microloans to MSMEs who previously had zero formal financial records.
Wow. And what about those 55.69 crore Jan-Dhan accounts? उन्होंने पेंडेमिक और रीसेंट क्राइसिस में सोशल सेफ्टी नेट कैसे बनाया?
They are the absolute foundation of the JAM Trinity, Jan Dhan, Aadhaar, Mobile.
Right.
During crisis, it allowed the government to bypass massive bureaucratic leakages and push emergency cash directly into the hands of the most vulnerable overnight without leakages.
If an aspirant needs to write a counter-argument about the digital divide for mains, क्या ये data sufficient है?
You have to balance it. While an 89% account ownership and surging DPI show immense physical and transactional inclusion, you must argue that digital literacy, smartphone affordability, and reliable internet access still pose a stark divide in deep rural pockets.
Spot on. थोड़ा सोचियो, now pause and practice saying. The RBI DPI surged to 493.22, showing rapid formalization of digital transactions.
A vital point for GS Paper 3.
In short, Jan-Dhan and digital payments have fundamentally formalized the grassroots economy. ये सारा पैसा जो accounts में आ रहा है, it's showing up in how people spend, especially in villages. Let's unpack the rural India data and the rural consumption boom.
We are seeing a historic rise in गांव के लोगों की spending capacity, specifically their monthly per capita consumption expenditure, or MPCE.
Imagine a Kisan family today. A decade ago, उनकी income went strictly to basic rations. आज they are upgrading their entire lifestyle. FMCG products, smartphones और better private healthcare पे spend कर रहे हैं.
Exactly. Historically, urban areas always led in spending growth. अब कहानी पलट रही है.
Yeah, the Household Consumption Expenditure Survey, HCES 2023-24, reveals that average estimated MPC rural India में 9.2% बढ़ा है.
And this actually outpaced urban areas, which only saw an 8.3% rise.
That is massive for closing the rural-urban divide. And according to the SPI report, rural poverty पहली बार less than 5% पर आ गई है in 2023-24. In 2011-12, it was 25.7%. The rural economy is no longer just about agriculture, consumption patterns urbanize हो रहे हैं, but let me challenge this. Rural MPC का 9.2% होना और urban को beat करना, क्या ये structural shift है या just post-COVID bounce back?
It is heavily leaning towards a structural shift. It is driven by a massive decade-long rural infrastructure push, roads, electricity, digital connectivity.
Right.
And crucially, rural households diversifying their income into non-farm sources.
The SBI report कहती है rural poverty less than 5% है. क्या ये free ration schemes like PMGKY का direct outcome है?
Partially, yes. The methodology often includes the imputed value of free food grains provided by the state.
Okay.
When the government provides free food, it frees up the household's actual cash to be spent on other items, thereby mathematically reducing poverty metrics.
So what exactly does this consumption boom look like on the ground? Are they just spending on food or non-food items?
The HCES data shows a distinct structural shift. Spending on traditional cereals is actually dropping as a percentage.
Wait, really?
Yeah. While expenditure on non-cereal proteins like dairy, meat, and heavily manufactured consumer goods and services is rising rapidly.
Okay, but if consumption boom है, तो rural distress की news क्यों आती रहती है?
Because rural India is not a monolith. There is a very sharp divide. Land-owning farmers benefit from policy support, MSPs, and asset appreciation. But landless agricultural laborers still face severe wage stagnation and distress. The boom isn't equally shared.
If a question pops up in GS3 about the Bharat versus India divide, इस data से हम उसको कैसे bridge करेंगे?
The MPC convergence is your strongest statistical argument. The fact that rural spending is growing at 9.2% while urban is at 8.3% proves that the economic consumption divide between rural Bharat and urban India is actively shrinking.
Powerful point. Now, pause in practicing. Rural MPC growth at 9.2% outpaced urban growth, indicating a shrinking rural-urban consumption divide.
Keep that stat handy.
In short, villages are spending more and poverty is shrinking, reshaping the rural economy. But यार, despite this consumption boom, किसानों की एक बहुत बड़ी problem वही है, ज़मीन. Let's shift our lens to land reform, specifically shrinking land holdings and the agriculture crisis.
The harsh reality is, खेत का size continuously छोटा हो रहा है and agricultural land is reducing.
It's a micro story we see in almost every single village. सोचो, एक दादाजी के पास 4 हेक्टेयर जमीन थी, उनके 4 बेटे हुए, सबको 1-1 हेक्टेयर मिला, अब उनके बच्चों के पास जमीन इतनी छोटी है, अंडर हाफ अ हेक्टेयर, कि उस पर एक स्टैंडर्ड ट्रैक्टर चलाना भी प्रॉफिटेबल नहीं रहा.
Yeah, generation by generation, land division is making farming totally unviable. And this threatens national food security.
The numbers are deeply alarming. Average land holding 1.08 hectares in 2016-17 से घटकर just 0.74 hectares in 2021-22 हो गई है.
It's shrinking so fast.
On top of that, total arable or agricultural land 60.11% in 2001 से reduce होकर 58.6% in 2023-24 हो गई है. And the most critical data point, 89.4% of agricultural households के पास less than 2 hectares of land है. They are small and marginal farmers. Land fragmentation is the absolute biggest hurdle to agriculture today. But wait, if average land holding is just 0.74 hectares, is microfarming में mechanization कैसे possible है?
Individually, it is impossible. The only viable solution is the expansion of custom hiring centers, or CHCs.
Like rentals?
Exactly. Think of it as an Uber for tractors model, where micro-farmers rent heavy machinery by the hour instead of taking on debt to buy it.
Arable lands 60.11% से 58.6% हो गई. ज़मीन कहाँ जा रही है? Urbanization या degradation?
It is a toxic combination of both. Massive industrial expansion and unchecked real estate are swallowing fertile peri-urban lands.
Right.
Simultaneously, overuse of chemical fertilizers is leading to severe soil desertification, making existing land unfarmable.
अगर 89.4% farmers के पास 2 हेक्टेयर से कम जमीन है, तो उनकी इनकम डबल कैसे होगी?
Traditional cereal farming won't do it. Marginal farmers absolutely must pivot to high-value agriculture, like horticulture.
Okay.
And heavily integrate allied activities like dairy, poultry, and fisheries to maximize revenue per square foot.
For a UPSC question on land reforms 2.0, क्या उसमें land leasing और contract farming का जिक्र जरूरी है?
Absolutely. You must briefly mention the Model Tenancy Act. It's designed to protect the ownership rights of the landlord while legally allowing the tenant farmer to access institutional credit and insurance, which currently they cannot do.
क्या FPOs, Farmer Producer Organizations, इन 89.4% marginal farmers के लिए एक viable solution है?
They are the most viable solution. FPOs allow micro farmers to pool together. They aggregate their inputs to buy seeds and fertilizers cheaper, and they aggregate their output to negotiate better market prices.
Creating economies of scale.
Exactly.
Now, pause and practice saying, with 89.4% farmers owning less than 2 hectares, land aggregation models like FPOs are essential for viability.
Memorize that logic.
In short, land holdings are shrinking rapidly, making traditional farming economically unviable without aggregation. खेती से इनकम कम हो रही है, इसीलिए लोग खेत छोड़कर jobs ढूंढ रहे हैं. So what does the job market look like? Let's dive into employment, labor, and skill development, decoding the Periodic Labor Force Survey 2025.
This is all about LFPR, Labor Force Participation Rate, meaning कितने लोग काम ढूंढ रहे हैं और कितने jobless हैं, the unemployment rate.
Picture a graduating college class. Graduation के तुरंत बाद, some people immediately enter the job market to find work. They become part of the LFPR. और कुछ लोग आगे की पढ़ाई के लिए बाहर रहते हैं. They don't seek jobs yet.
Right. The PLFS 2025 gives us the clearest picture of our demographic dividend. Are we actually using our youth?
The data tells a highly nuanced story. Overall, LFPR, 15 years and above के लिए stable रहा at 59.3% in 2025.
But the gender divide is absolutely glaring.
Exactly. Male LFPR 79.1% था, जबकि female LFPR stood at only 40.0%. And if we look at geography, rural LFPR was 62.8% compared to just 52.2% in urban areas. But here is the headline. Overall unemployment rate decline होकर just 3.1% in 2025 आ गया है.
Statistically, unemployment is down, but that 40% female participation rate is still way below the global average.
Yeah, let's critically analyze this. Unemployment rate 3.1% तक गिर गया है. ये तो प्री-पैंडेमिक लेवल से भी अच्छा है, but quality of jobs का क्या?
That is the ultimate caveat. The PLFS data often masks job quality.
How so?
A massive chunk of this employment is driven by self-employment and unpaid family labor, especially in rural areas, rather than high-paying, secure, formal salaried jobs.
Okay. Female LFPR 40% पर आया है, which is an improvement, but हमने पहले डिस्कस किया था 53% केयर वर्क में है. ये contradiction कैसे?
You have to understand distress-driven versus opportunity-driven employment.
Okay.
When rural household incomes face shocks, women often join low-paying, informal agricultural work out of sheer necessity. This artificially inflates the LFPR, but it represents distress, not actual economic empowerment.
Why is the rural LFPR at 62.8% so much higher than urban 52.2%? क्या गांव में ज़्यादा jobs है?
No, it primarily reflects disguised unemployment in the agricultural sector.
छिपी हुई बेरोजगारी?
Exactly. People are working on their family farms because there are simply no alternative manufacturing or industrial jobs available. The participation is high, but the marginal productivity is close to zero.
And male LFPR 79.1% पे stagnant क्यों लगता है?
Because a significant portion of young males are choosing to stay in the education system longer. They are extending their skilling phase, thereby delaying their entry into the active labor force.
UPSC GS3 में jobless growth वाले argument को इस 3.1% unemployment data के साथ कैसे critically analyze करें?
You argue that the nature of the jobless growth concern has shifted. It is no longer just about the quantity of jobs, but the quality of jobs, highlighting the massive, persisting divide between the formal and informal sectors.
Brilliant. Now pause and practice saying, despite a low unemployment rate of 3.1%, the quality of employment and informal sector dominance remain concerns.
Spot on.
In short, more people are technically employed, but the rural-urban divide and job quality need deep focus. You see, ये job quality वाली बात बहुत crucial है. और जब quality of job या job security गिरती है, तब आते हैं protests. Which brings us to our final crucial topic, workers' protests and the rise of contractual work.
We are seeing a massive structural shift toward the contractualization of the manufacturing workforce.
To put it simply, companies का अपने direct employees की जगह third-party contract workers को hire करना cost बचाने के लिए. Imagine this tension on a factory floor. एक car manufacturing factory में दो workers same machine पर काम करते हैं.
Doing the exact same shifts.
Yeah. एक permanent employee है जिसको PF, medical insurance और total job security मिलती है. दूसरा worker एक contractor के through आया है. ना job security, ना benefits and half the salary. यही systemic disparity ground पे immense गुस्सा पैदा करती है.
We're witnessing labor strikes and industrial protests frequently because of this exact eternal debate. Ease of doing business versus labor welfare.
And the annual survey of industries, the ASI data, proves it. To slash operational costs, firms ने third-party hiring drastically बढ़ा दी है. इसकी वजह से manufacturing sector में contractual workers का share बढ़कर 42% हो गया है in 2023-24.
42%. That's almost half the workforce operating without any direct relationship with the company they build products for.
It boosts cost efficiency, but completely jeopardizes industrial peace. Manufacturing में 42% workers contractual हैं, companies as a aggressive third-party hiring क्यों कर रही हैं?
Primarily to bypass rigid labor laws. Contractual hiring gives companies the ultimate flexibility to hire and fire based purely on seasonal market demand,
Right.
entirely avoiding the heavy legal and financial hurdles associated with retrenching permanent staff.
एंड इससे वर्कर प्रोटेस्ट्स कैसे ट्रिगर होते हैं?
It boils down to severe wage disparity, doing the exact same work for vastly unequal pay, and the complete deprivation of essential social security benefits like Provident Fund and ESI healthcare. It breeds deep resentment on the factory floor.
क्या नए लेबर कोड्स इस कॉन्ट्रैक्चुअलाइजेशन की प्रॉब्लम को सॉल्व करते हैं या और बढ़ाते हैं?
They attempt a very delicate middle path by introducing fixed-term employment.
ओके.
This aims to give contract workers proportionate statutory benefits, but trade unions heavily argue that it simply legalizes and normalizes permanent job insecurity.
ग्लोबल सप्लाई चेन्स में अगर हमें चाइना से compete करना है, तो क्या ये कॉन्ट्रैक्चुअलाइजेशन एक नेसेसरी इविल है?
Economically, it provides the sheer cost competitiveness required for global exports. However, in a democratic setup, maintaining global competitiveness solely at the expense of human capital welfare and social security is fundamentally unsustainable long-term.
सो यूपीएससी मेंस में अगर इंडस्ट्रियल पीस और लेबर प्रोडक्टिविटी पे सवाल आए, तो कंक्लूजन क्या होना चाहिए?
Your conclusion must center on social dialogue. The employer, the employee, and the state must collaborate. You simply cannot increase manufacturing productivity in a hostile, strike-prone environment.
Right. Now pause and practice saying the increase of contractual workers to 42% in manufacturing highlights the tension between cost efficiency and labor welfare.
Very important for GS3.
In short, contractualization is reshaping manufacturing, creating cost benefits for firms, but sparking deep unrest among workers.
Wow. What a massive deep dive, यार. इतना सारा डेटा पर अब सब कुछ एकदम logically connected लग रहा है. Let's do a quick wrap-up so it gets locked in your brain for UPSC mains.
Absolutely.
Here is your bullet summary connecting everything we covered. First, macroeconomic health and new base year. नया 2022-23 base year से nominal GDP down हुआ, जिससे fiscal deficit 4.51% और debt 57.5% तक पहुंच गया.
Right?
Second, multi-dimensional escapes versus income inequality. Extreme poverty 5.3% पे आ गए और 24.8 करोड़ लोग poverty से निकले, but inequality is at a peak with the top 1% owning 22.6% of income.
And 53% women out of the labor force.
Exactly. Third, digital India's banking revolution. Financial inclusion booming, RBI DPI 493 क्रॉस कर चुका है और 89% लोग banked हैं. Fourth, consumption boom and poverty decline in villages. Rural MPC growth at 9.2% ने urban को beat कर दिया है.
Shrinking the divide?
Yes. Fifth, shrinking farms and arable land crisis. Land holding सिर्फ 0.74 हेक्टेयर्स रह गई हैं और 89.4% किसान 2 हेक्टेयर से कम के मालिक है.
FPOs are essential there.
Sixth, LFPR trends and unemployment rate. PLFS 2025 कहता है अनएम्प्लॉयमेंट सिर्फ 3.1% है, बट फीमेल LFPR अभी भी 40% पे स्ट्रगल कर रहा है. एंड फाइनली, कॉन्ट्रैक्चुअलाइजेशन ऑफ मैन्युफैक्चरिंग वर्कफोर्स. कॉस्ट कटिंग के चक्कर में 42% मैन्युफैक्चरिंग लेबर अब कॉन्ट्रैक्चुअल हैं, लीडिंग टू मैसिव वर्कर्स प्रोटेस्ट्स.
एकदम क्लियर, समझे? नॉलेज इज ओनली पावर व्हेन इट्स रिटेन्ड. और यहाँ से एक प्रोवोकेटिव थॉट तुम्हारे लिए. अगर एंटायर इकोनॉमी फॉर्मलाइज हो रही है और रूरल कंजम्पशन बढ़ रहा है, तो किसान और फैक्ट्री वर्कर का रियल वेज मीनिंग उनकी इन्फ्लेशन एडजस्टेड इनकम क्यों स्टैग्नेंट है? वेयर इज द सरप्लस एक्चुअली गोइंग? थोड़ा सोच लो इस पर. एक्सप्लोर दिस ऑन योर ओन. कीप स्टडिंग, कीप क्वेश्चनिंग द डेटा. सी यू इन द नेक्स्ट डीप डाइव.